അല്ല, അത്തരം പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾക്കൊന്നും മറുപടി പറയേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു, ഇത് പല സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിലും ഇത്തരം തീരുമാനങ്ങൾ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുന്ന ആളാണ് ഞാൻ. നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാലോ, കർണാടകത്തിലായാലും തെലങ്കാനയിലായാലും ഹിമാചലിലായാലും തീരുമാനങ്ങൾ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുന്നതാണ്. കേരളമായതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ പ്രഖ്യാപനത്തിൽ മാറിയുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ആ പ്രഖ്യാപനത്തെ പൂർണ്ണമായിട്ടും അംഗീകരിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഒരു കോൺഗ്രസ് പ്രവർത്തകൻ എന്ന നിലയിൽ ഏറ്റവും ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നത്. അത് നേതൃത്വം എല്ലാ വശങ്ങളും ആലോചിച്ചിട്ടായിരിക്കും തീരുമാനമെടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടാവുക. നേതൃത്വത്തിന് പല പാരാമീറ്റേഴ്സും ഉണ്ടാവും തീരുമാനമെടുക്കാൻ. ആ തീരുമാനമെടുക്കുന്നതനുസരിച്ച് അവരുമാണ് ആ തീരുമാനമെടുത്തു. അല്ല, ആ തീരുമാനം അനുസരിച്ചിട്ട് അവർ തീരുമാനമെടുക്കും എന്നതിന് സംശയമില്ല. അങ്ങനെ എടുത്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതൊന്നും ഉണ്ടാകാൻ പോണില്ല. കോൺഗ്രസിനെ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു പ്രശ്നം ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ ആർക്കും പറ്റത്തുമില്ല. അല്ല, അതിപ്പം വേട്ടയാടിനെ
throughout this campaign, whenever we were asked this question, we said it's the High Command that will take the decision. We have taken such decisions in several states and offered government. We will all abide by the High Command's decision, and we will all work together to respect the mandate and give the people of Kerala a fantastic government under VD Satishan.
ജനങ്ങളും പാർട്ടിയോടൊപ്പം നിൽക്കാൻ എന്നും ആഗ്രഹിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്രവർത്തകനാണ് ഞാൻ. അതുകൊണ്ട് എന്നെ അങ്ങനെ ആക്ഷേപരിടങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ ആക്ഷേപിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് ഞാൻ സഹിച്ചോളാം. അതിനകത്തെന്താ? അതൊക്കെ തന്നെ കേരളത്തിൽ ഞാൻ ഇന്ന് തുടങ്ങിയതാണോ രാഷ്ട്രീയം?
I had started my politics at the grassroots. He was also saying that I had started my politics as a grassroots Congress worker. My loyalty is beyond question. We will all work together to give a good government in Kerala. The High Command has decided, and we will all abide by the High Command's decision.
ഇനിയും ആക്രമിക്കട്ടെ. ആക്രമിക്കുന്നവർക്ക് അത് സധൈര്യം തുടരാം. പക്ഷെ എൻ്റെ തീരുമാനം വളരെ ക്ലിയർ ആണ്. പാർട്ടിയാണ് വലുത്, ജനങ്ങളാണ് വലുത്. ആ തീരുമാനത്തിനനുസരിച്ച് എൻ്റെ പാർട്ടി ലീഡർഷിപ്പിനെ കുറിച്ച് എനിക്ക് അഭിമാനം തോന്നുന്നു.
അങ്ങ് മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയാകണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ഫ്ലക്സ് വെച്ചവരുണ്ട്. അവരൊക്കെ ഒരുപക്ഷെ നിരാശാണ്. അവരോട് എന്താണ് അങ്ങേക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്?
അടിയുറച്ച പാർട്ടിക്കാരനാണ്. എനിക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്, ഈ തീരുമാനം അംഗീകരിക്കുന്നതിനും മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുന്നതിനും അവരെല്ലാവരും കൂടെ ഉണ്ടാകണം എന്നുള്ളതാണ് എനിക്ക് പറയാനായിട്ടുള്ളത്.
പാർട്ടിക്ക് ഉപരിയായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഇമേജ് കേരളത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടായതായി കണക്കാക്കപ്പെടുന്നുണ്ടോ?
ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞോ? അല്ല, ഇന്നത്തെ ദിവസമെങ്കിലും അങ്ങനെ ഒന്ന് കുത്തി ചോദിക്കാതെ. ഇല്ല, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, എനിക്ക് ഇത്രയേ പറയാനുള്ളൂ. ഇത്രയും നിങ്ങൾ കുറേ ദിവസമായിട്ട് നിങ്ങളിങ്ങനെ വരും, എനിക്ക് നിങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ കാണാൻ പറ്റാറില്ല. അതിന്റെ പ്രയാസമുണ്ട്. അവിടെ ഇന്ന് ഇത് കണ്ടിട്ട്
ചോദിക്കുന്നതേ ഇപ്പൊ BJP ഒക്കെ ആക്ഷേപം ഉന്നയിക്കുന്നു, ഈ ലീഗിന്റെ സമ്മർദ്ദം എന്തുകൊണ്ട് വന്നു? അങ്ങനെ സമ്മർദ്ദത്തിന്
BJPയുടെ ആക്ഷേപമൊക്കെ വെറുതെ പ്രതാവിലുള്ള പക്ഷം. BJPയുടെ ആക്ഷേപത്തിന് ഞാൻ മറുപടി പറയുന്നത്, അവരെല്ലാ കാലത്തും കോൺഗ്രസിനെ ആക്ഷേപിക്കുന്ന ജോലിയിലേ അവർക്കുള്ളൂ. അവർക്ക് വേറെ എന്താ ആക്ഷേപമുണ്ടോ? ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, ഇതിനകത്ത് ഈ കാര്യത്തിൽ കൃത്യമായിട്ടുള്ള UDFന്റെ ലീഡർഷിപ്പിന്റെ അല്ല കോൺഗ്രസ് ലീഡർഷിപ്പിന്റെ തീരുമാനമാണ്.
This matter has been decided by the UDF leadership and the Congress leadership. And it's a categorical decision.
അല്ല, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, ഇതിനകത്ത് ഈ കാര്യത്തിൽ കൃത്യമായിട്ടുള്ള UDFന്റെ ലീഡർഷിപ്പിന്റെ അല്ല കോൺഗ്രസ് ലീഡർഷിപ്പിന്റെ തീരുമാനമാണ്. പിന്നെ നല്ല ചോദ്യം.
The core of what Mr. K.C. Venugopal is stating is that there is absolutely no infighting in the party. The final
for the UDF, the government under the leadership of VD Satishan can fulfill the aspirations and promises of the people of Kerala. Certainly, we are totally with the government of Kerala.
So what discussions were held? What do you like to say? 2 hours meeting was held with Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi.
No, they both of them are discussing about the situations and the decision-making process. How they called me and they asked me my opinion, and we are all discussed with that.
There were several posters also installed at AICC, NSUS. Supporters wanted you to be the chief minister. Many MLAs wanted you, more than 40 plus. What
No. I'm thanking for the MLAs. party workers, party functionaries for that support they have given to me. But finally, party took a decision. As a sincere congressman, we are all behind the party decision. Certainly,
So your name was coming up first during the entire race. Why do you think VD was chosen in the end?
okay.
So when you will be going to Kerala, sir? So when will you be going?
No individual.
So would you like to thank party high command?
അതും കൂടെ എടുക്കണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ കൊടുക്കാം.
For us, Vasudha also joining us here on the broadcast along with Padmaja. Vasudha, coming to you, you heard the words High Command at least 14 times during that interaction. But I want to understand from you through your sources, what really transpired in that 2-hour-plus meeting between the Gandhis and KC Venugopal?
I think the 2-hour-plus meeting between Rahul Gandhi and KC Venugopal had a lot of twists and turns, because still about evening yesterday we are told that Rahul Gandhi is not very happy about the protests that are happening in Kerala, and KC Venugopal has also been pushing for his case. Every Congress person that you spoke in Delhi said that KC needs to go to Keralam. Also because they had their own interests, they felt that Rahul Gandhi will become far more accessible if KC leaves Delhi. But and KC also made a very strong pitch saying that he has given his life and soul to the Congress party, and now is the time for him to spend with his family and spend his years in a state that he has grown up in. But clearly that didn't work. Couple of reasons, because former PCC presidents, all of them have suggested to Rahul Gandhi that people's mandate is very important. People's sentiment is with VD Satishan. VD Satishan was also chosen likely for 4 reasons. He has an image of a rebel. Veera and I've met him a couple of times, and every time he would tell us that he disagreed with Rahul Gandhi. He told him this thing that he did was wrong, and we would find that very surprising that Congress workers don't speak like that. But VD Satishan has a very unique personality where he would often tell Congress, especially Rahul Gandhi, whenever he would ask him that this particular thing has to be done a particular way. He had an image of a rebel. In 2011, he was denied a ministerial position by Uman Chandi, but he stayed away from the government and still built his public support. When we started covering Kerala politics, we said that LOP is one person that we have to watch out for, because he was the face of the government. NDTV channel in the assembly, he was the one who spoke with numbers, statistics. So he became the face of opposition and aggression of the UDF against LDF. So everybody in Kerala thought that he was the right person, fit for this job. But of course, in Delhi, there was a different scenario altogether, because many felt that KC Venugopal has given a lot of time and years into the party. He was the one who decided the candidates, and hence he should be made the Chief Minister of Kerala.
All of these sides argued their points, and they all had got arguments in their favor. But Ashwin, you've been speaking about one factor that may have ultimately swung it in favor of VD Satishan, and that was the backing of the IUML. Let's not forget that yesterday, when those posters came up in Wayanad, warning Priyanka Gandhi, warning Rahul Gandhi that if you make KC Venugopal, then it's going to become very, very difficult for the Congress in Wayanad and Kerala. Did the IUML finally get a casting vote of sorts in making this decision?
I mean, we can definitely say without a doubt it was the IUML pressure that has finally made VD Satishan the Chief Minister. Because till yesterday, yesterday evening, the name was VD Satishan. After that, there was again a huge pressure that was put by KC Venugopal's side. But today, after 10:15, something happened, some big pressure was put up. What was that pressure? Only time will tell, but one thing is for sure, the pressure is from Indian Union Muslim League. There is no two doubt about it.
Veera wants to disagree with that. Veera was shaking and nodding his head. Veera.
I think this is absolutely giving too much to the IUML. IUML was in support of VD Satishan. Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. Let's not forget that this is a man who was the face of the Congress party over the last 5 years in taking on Pinarayi Vijayan. He is the man who challenged Pinarayi Vijayan to a debate, took him on numbers. So I think it would be unfair to credit this decision to IUML. It's more about the public sentiment as far as the Congress is concerned, Padmaja.
And speaking of sentiment, Ajay Makan, Mukul Vasnik, Deepa Das Munshi have left AICC. Very quickly giving this bit of breaking news to our viewers as you continue, Veera, and we'll come back to Ashwin as well, who is outside the Congress office. But these 3 will now be headed to Trivandrum. Yes, please go on, Veera.
My only point is that KC Venugopal, seen as this loyalist of the party high command in Delhi, easier to negate if he's denied the chief minister's post. Whereas a VD Satishan is not easy to negate if he's denied the chief minister's post. He would have created ruckus in Kerala. And I think this is pretty much going back to the same decision of Siddaramaiah, DK Shivkumar back in the past. Siddaramaiah, if you don't give him the chief minister's post, he's going to create chaos. If DK Shivkumar, when he claims himself to be a loyalist, has to stay within the party. And I think that's why the dice was loaded in favor of VD Satishan from the start.
What we also know is that Rahul Gandhi was pushing big time for KC Venugopal for many reasons. The sense from the ground, as Veera and others were reporting, was that VD Satishan was the face of the campaign, widely seen to be the man most deserving of the Chief Minister's chair in the face of this result. And that's the reason why it took 11 days. Vasudha, what would it have taken to placate Venugopal? He was all smiles, obviously. He's a politician. He's not going to come out looking...
Actually, a little too smiley, no?
Too much of a smiling also shows that, you've had to lay down your weapons and go with what the High Command decided. And like Padmaja said, he said High Command 12 times in that press conference. But what would it have taken to placate KC?
Deep down in his heart, because this is the strongest pitch that he has made. He's also, he's been holding this post since 2019. Mallikarjun Kharge also wanted him to leave Delhi and sort of, start his own thing and, become the Chief Minister of Kerala. A lot of people felt that their access to Rahul Gandhi is also limited because of KC Venugopal. He took the flak for it. He took the little praise that came to Congress party, went to the Gandhis, but the flak and discredit always went to KC Venugopal. That's the pitch that he made. But the 2-hour meeting that he had with Rahul Gandhi sort of also, changed a lot of things. Because what I'm told is that KC was very interested in going. So were the others in sending him. But former PCC presidents made Rahul Gandhi understand that this would be disastrous for the UDF, the kind of protests that have taken place. And also, when it comes to Karnataka, in Kerala, the situation is slightly different because when it comes to representation...
Okay. Continue. Because we're getting some of the Congress's allies, including the IUML, to join the conversation as well.
I just wanted to make a point that Siddaramaiah really has the castes backing him, but when it comes to all the contenders here, everybody is a nair. So caste and representation is not a problem. It's not about how will people of certain communities feel. It's just about how will people feel largely about the Congress's high command culture, and that is something probably the high command was also very.
And it is so significant, Vedika, that the issue of DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah is being brought up because almost coincidentally, suddenly yesterday posters went up across Bengaluru as well. I mean, entirely coincidentally.
Saying happy birthday, Chief Minister DK Shivkumar.
Exactly. So just as this little fire is smoldering, some people were, cooking their marshmallows. Yes, Veera, you wanted to say something.
No, wait for your next Game of Thrones. It's all about to start. Return of the Game of Thrones in Karnataka, because that's a part tussle that's going to be there. And as Vasudha said, while there is a caste combination, etc. in Karnataka, and it was more difficult to make a decision, it was incumbent upon the Congress not to send out a message of uncertainty in Kerala. If you had kept VD Satishan out, you would have sent out a message of uncertainty. Let's also not forget, this is a man who loves his wildlife. He loves his reading. When I asked him, what is it that you do at the end of the day of campaign? He said, I read books. I said, where do you have the strength to read books? He said, I read at least 500 pages. 500 words or 50 pages.
We have Mr. Biran on the phone line with us from the IUML. Mr. Biran, your first reaction to the news that has broken here on NDTV first.
It's a very apt decision by the High Command, although they took 11 days, but then they took the views of everyone, including the allied parties, coalition parties, and they actually came to a correct decision according to us, because Satheesan, being the leader of opposition, he was the one who led the elections, he was the one who fought the CPM government, and he was the leader in all sense. So, and the people's reaction, the public opinion, all was completely in favor of Satheesan. And we had made our mind very clear to the High Command also, the observers who came over into Trivandrum. So the people were in fact wanting Mr. Satheesan as the Chief Minister. It's a right decision, good decision by the High Command.
In your view, Mr. Biran, why did it take so long? How do you assess the fact that it took almost 2 weeks to take a decision? IUML was very firm that you wanted VD Satishan.
It's immaterial now. Whatever time they took is immaterial now. Once they took a decision, they've taken the right decision. The decision is the most important thing. and the decision which they took was the right decision. So whatever time, how much ever time they have taken is immaterial.
Mr. Veeran, you know, now the BJP in the state is saying that according to media reports from Keralam, 47 MLAs of the Congress were actually in favor of KC Venugopal. That is what they had conveyed to Mukul Vasnik. But ultimately, it was the IUML which almost arm-twisted the Congress High Command into settling for VD Satishan. How do you respond to that? And of course, they're linking all of that to Wayanad, vote bank politics, etc.
Sorts of narratives will be there now. Because I was watching the press briefing of Diba Das Munshi. She was very clear that they took the opinion of all concerned, including the MLAs over there. And Congress has got a set pattern for deciding all these kind of things. And I think they've taken into account all those factors before taking this decision.
But are you worried then, Mr. Veeran, with more than 40 plus MLAs supporting KC, is what we got to know over the last few days? Are you worried that this could be an issue in the coming days within the alliance? There could be some reservations that are voiced over this?
Satheesan will be able to...
Okay.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you, sir. I think we've got some fresh word coming in from the Congress. Let's listen.
കോൺഗ്രസിന്റെ ഇലക്ടഡ് MLA-മാർ 63 പേരുടെയും യോഗം ചേരും. ആ യോഗം ഐക്യകണ്ഠേന മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയായി സതീശന്റെ പേര് VD സതീശന്റെ പേര് നിർദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നതാണ്. ഘടകകക്ഷി നേതാക്കന്മാരും തിരുവനന്തപുരത്തേക്ക് എത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അവരെല്ലാവരും ആലോചിച്ച് വൈകുന്നേരത്തോടെ കേരള ഗവർണറെ കാണുന്ന കാര്യം
And once that procedure is over, we will go to meet the Kerala governor. We will tell the MLAs that Congress High Command has decided on VD Satishan.
KPCCയുടെ പേരിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ നേരുകയാണ്. മീറ്റിംഗ് അസംബ്ലി ഹാളിൽ പാർലമെന്ററി പാർട്ടി ചേരുന്നതിന് അസംബ്ലിയിൽ പ്രത്യേക സംവിധാനമുണ്ട്. അവിടെയാണ് യോഗം ചേരുന്നത്.
We will meet at the Assembly Hall.
Thank you.
At 6 p.m. this evening, there will be a Congress Legislature Party meeting where all the 63 MLAs of the Congress will meet together and will be told that the High Command has chosen VD Satishan. Once that procedure is finalized, we will go and meet the governor to stake claim to form the government. That's the Congress announcement there. Padmaja, Shiv and Vedika.
All right, so from this morning, 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock, now to 6 o'clock, that meeting has been moved. This at a time when you had Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi meeting with KC this morning. But we're going to go across to Janendra. I believe he is outside Satishan's residence, if I'm not mistaken. Janendra, celebrations out there as well? If you can hear us.
Yes, we are at VD Satishan's house in Trivandrum, and here now supporters have gathered and they are sloganeering and they are thanking Congress leadership for the decision. And we can see Satishan's cutouts in their hand. We'll try to talk how happy all of you are.
We are so happy because we are waiting for only this decision. This is the right decision. This only the right decision.
We are waiting for 10 years for this tenure rule change, okay? Because we have been so much like waiting for a regime change, and people have been so much anxious for VD.
Why do you think? Because it took so much time for Congress leadership.
Because VD had to rearrange with UDF support.
We have to pressurize Congress leadership.
And no, actually, it's the people's mandate. He gave us this victory. That's all.
So now, what are expectations from the upcoming chief minister?
100% positive.
This may be the best CM of the Kerala.
Best CM.
This will be the best, yeah.
Yes. What are the expectations?
Best CM. Best CM.
Young CM.
What he had tell before the election, he will completely finish all these things before he complete his.
What is your first expectation from CM Satishan?
All people expecting a big proud of Robert CM.
So now I am told that Satishan have started the press after the announcement. Now Satishan is going to start press conference. Stephen ji, just try to give frame. And so after the big announcement, the upcoming chief minister of Kerala, or we can say CM designate of Kerala.
moments where VD Satishan is about to speak. He's just been appointed the Chief Minister designate of Kerala. We'll have information on when the swearing in is very shortly. A huge scrum of reporters, unsurprisingly, to get a picture and get the first word from a man who always has a smile on his face. Vedika and Padmaja, some people would call him the smiling assassin for what he's been able to pull off in the face of massive headwinds from the High Command and from Rahul Gandhi himself. He's really come out on top. Let's listen in.
Change circumstances of the Congress in light of what we have seen in the recent elections, where you've got your local leaders, grassroots leaders, also in a sense getting their supporters to exert pressure over the High Command. So far it was unquestioned, unchallenged. Delhi got to take the decisions. So you had, and look at the confusion. Yesterday you got reports of how laddus had come to the house of KC Venugopal. I guess all of those laddus will be headed in VD Satishan's direction. Perhaps Deepa Das Munshi is carrying some of them to Thiruvananthapuram. But you will also increasingly have leaders of the Congress, and like we were discussing earlier, what does this do to what is happening, what has been brewing in Karnataka? Now, a DK Shivakumar will also be emboldened.
And this weakened High Command leading to factions in different states flexing muscle, breaking disciplinary protocol, and having camps and social media wars and posters and cutouts and things. It has been a sort of running feature of Congress for the last 5-6 years. We've seen it in Rajasthan, we've seen it in Chhattisgarh, we saw it in Punjab. Obviously, in Karnataka, it's become part and parcel of politics there.
And even in Himachal
and now
Pradesh.
in Kerala, and in Himachal Pradesh as well.
But all of this while the High Command had prevailed, now you have allies, you've got the regional leaders sort of ganging up and also starting to flex their muscle just that little bit more.
Yeah, and the IUML, like you said, they were firmly in Satishan's corner. And even though Haris Biran played that down, what you asked him, Padmaja, I have a feeling that was it may not have been the biggest muscle, but certainly would have been a deciding factor in what the Congress was thinking about. Let's just get some sound in from that press conference. We want to hear all the halla that's happening in there before Satishan speaks.
Please. എൻ്റെ പ്രസ്ഥാനം ഇന്ത്യൻ നാഷണൽ കോൺഗ്രസ് എന്നെ വലിയ ഒരു ഉത്തരവാദിത്തമാണ് ഏൽപ്പിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഞാനിതിനോട് അഖിലേന്ത്യാ കോൺഗ്രസ് കമ്മിറ്റി നേതൃത്വത്തോട്, കോൺഗ്രസ് പ്രസിഡന്റിനോടും ശ്രീ രാഹുൽജിയോടും ഉൾപ്പെടെ എല്ലാവരോടും നന്ദി പറയുക. എന്നെ ഇതിന് പ്രാപ്തമാക്കിയത് ഈ തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പിൽ കഠിനാധ്വാനം ചെയ്ത ലക്ഷക്കണക്കിന് UDF പ്രവർത്തകരും ടീം UDF ആയി നിന്ന ഞങ്ങളുടെ UDF നേതാക്കന്മാരുമാണ്. തീർച്ചയായും ഞാനിവിടെ എത്തിയതിന് അവരോട് എനിക്ക് ഒരുപാട് കടപ്പാടുണ്ട്.
I am indebted to all that people who stood through with us, the team UDF and all the people who voted for us.
നീണ്ടുനിന്നൊരു ഭരണം അവസാനിപ്പിച്ച്
People of Kerala have gone through a bad government for the last 10 years.
ആ ജനങ്ങളോട് ഞങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഒന്നൊന്നായി ഞങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തു.
Whatever we promised to the people, one by one, we will fulfill them.
ജനങ്ങളുടെ ജീവിത നിലവാരം ഉയർത്താൻ, കേരളത്തെ മാറ്റിയെടുക്കാൻ,
we will take every step to change the lives of the people, improve the lives of the people, and transform Kerala.
എല്ലാവരും ചേർന്ന് കഠിനാധ്വാനം ചെയ്യും.
We will all work together hard to make this a possibility.
നടത്തുന്ന കഠിനാധ്വാനവും അവർക്ക് വേണ്ടി അർപ്പണബോധത്തോടു കൂടി ചെയ്യുന്ന പ്രവൃത്തിയുമാണ് എന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ അതിന്റെ നിർവചനം മാറ്റി എഴുതും. പൊതുപ്രവർത്തനത്തിന്റെയും രാഷ്ട്രീയ പ്രവർത്തനത്തിന്റെയും നിർവചനം അതായിരിക്കുമെന്ന് മാറ്റി എഴുതും. ഇതൊരു ദൈവികമായ നിയോഗമായി ഞാൻ കാണുന്നു. വ്യക്തിപരമായ കാര്യമായിട്ടല്ല കാണുന്നത്. അതിനെ സഹായിച്ച ഒരുപാട് ആളുകളുണ്ട്. ഈ വലിയ വിജയത്തിന് ഞങ്ങളെ സഹായിച്ചത്, ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ സഹായിച്ചത് AICC ആണ്. ആ AICCയുടെ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളെല്ലാം കേരളത്തിൽ ഏകോപിപ്പിച്ച് നടത്തിയത് പ്രിയങ്കരനായ അതിൻ്റെ സംഘടനാ ചുമതലയുള്ള ജനറൽ സെക്രട്ടറി ശ്രീ KC വേണുഗോപാലാണ്. ഓരോ ദിവസവും ഓരോ കാര്യവും
KC Venugopal was instrumental in keeping all of us together during this entire election campaign. The campaign committee chairman Ramesh Chennithala also was instrumental in this victory.
അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെയും പങ്കുണ്ട്. എൻ്റെ നേതാവ് കൂടിയാണ് ശ്രീ രമേശ് ചെന്നിത്തല. എൻ്റെ പ്രിയങ്കരനായ സഹപ്രവർത്തകനാണ്.
He's a leader close to my heart, Ramesh Chennithala.
അവരെ എല്ലാവരെയും പൂർണ്ണമായ വിശ്വാസത്തിലെടുക്കും. KPCC
I will take all of them into full confidence.
അതുപോലെ ഇവിടുത്തെ ചുമതല ACCയുടെ ചുമതലയുണ്ടായിരുന്ന ശ്രീമതി ദീപാദാസ് മുൻഷിയോട് എല്ലാവരോടും അവരുടെ ക്യാമ്പ് ചെയ്താണ് ഇവിടുത്തെ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾക്ക് നേതൃത്വം കൊടുത്തത്. എല്ലാവരോടുമുള്ള നന്ദി ഞാൻ പ്രത്യേകമായി പറയുകയാണ്. ഇത് വലിയൊരു ഉത്തരവാദിത്തമാണ്. കാരണം
I give the guarantee that I will take everybody along and discuss with them every issue.
കടന്നു പോവുകയാണ്. ഞങ്ങൾ തന്നെ ജനങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ അവതരിപ്പിച്ച കേരളത്തിന്റെ ഒരു ചിത്രമുണ്ട്. ആ വെല്ലുവിളികളെ നേരിടാൻ കേരളം ഒരുമിച്ച് നിൽക്കണം. കേരളത്തിലെ എല്ലാ വിഭാഗം ജനങ്ങളുടെ പ്രതിപക്ഷത്തിന്റെ ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള പൂർണ്ണമായ പിന്തുണ ഞാൻ അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുന്നു. നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തെ നമുക്ക് രക്ഷിച്ചെടുക്കാൻ, പുതിയ കേരളത്തെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കാൻ എല്ലാവരും
To protect our Keralam and to form a new Kerala, we need to take everybody along, every section of the society along.
ഒരാൾക്ക് ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് ഒന്നും ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയില്ല.
We will build a good team. We need to build a good team. One man cannot do anything.
കേരളത്തെ രക്ഷിക്കാനുള്ള ആ ടീം ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ള ഉത്തരവാദിത്വം കൂടി
To get a new Kerala, to transform Kerala, we need a team, and that's my responsibility to build a team.
ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, ഒരു നാണക്കേടും ഇല്ല. ഇതൊക്കെ ഫോർമാലിറ്റീസ് ഉണ്ട്, നടപടിക്രമങ്ങളുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾ മറ്റ് സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിലെല്ലാം വിവിധ പാർട്ടികൾ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിമാരെ തെരഞ്ഞെടുക്കാൻ എത്രയോ സമയം എടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ചരിത്രം അറിയാതെ അങ്ങനെ
Don't talk about history to us. There are so many states where other parties have taken much longer to decide on chief minister. It is just a formality that took us the last 11 days.
MLA-മാരുമായി, MP-മാരുമായി, സീനിയർ
We had to take the consultation of everybody, the MLAs, the MP, and all other stakeholders. So it took time.
കോൺഗ്രസ് പാർട്ടി സാധാരണ ഒരു പാർട്ടിയല്ല, ഗാലക്സി ഓഫ് ലീഡർഷിപ്പ് ഉള്ള ഒരു പാർട്ടിയാണ്.
Congress party is not a small party. It's not an ordinary party. It's a party with a galaxy of leadership.
MLA-മാരായി ജയിച്ചു വന്നവരിലുണ്ട്, കഴിവുള്ള നേതാക്കന്മാരുള്ള ഒരു പാർട്ടിയാണ്. അതിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരാളെ തെരഞ്ഞെടുക്കുക എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു ജോലിയാണ്. അത് ഭംഗിയായിട്ട് നിർവഹിച്ചു. അല്ല, തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ജനങ്ങൾ പിന്തുണച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ജനങ്ങൾ UDF-നെ പ്രതീക്ഷയോടുകൂടി കാണുകയാണ്. അവർ UDF-നെ പിന്തുണച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, വൻ വിജയം നൽകിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിനവർക്ക് വലിയ പ്രതീക്ഷയുണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങളറിയാലോ, ഞങ്ങൾ ടീം UDF ആയിട്ടാണ് നിന്നത്. ടീം
UDF and the people wanted to see team UDF win.
എല്ലാ നേതാക്കളും, പ്രിയങ്കരായ സാദിഖ് അലി തങ്ങൾ, ശ്രീ PK കുഞ്ഞാലിക്കുട്ടി സാഹിബ്, ഏറ്റവും സീനിയർ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രീ PJ
all leaders. People wanted to see all leaders who are part of UDF, whether it is IUML or other allies.
ഞങ്ങളുടെ UDF-ന്റെ സെക്രട്ടറി ആയിരുന്നു. അതുപോലെ ശ്രീ രാജൻ ബാബു, ശ്രീ മാണി സി കാപ്പൻ, ശ്രീ അനൂപ് ജേക്കബ് ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള UDF നേതാക്കൾ ഒരു ഒറ്റ പാർട്ടി, ഒരു പാർട്ടിയെ പോലെ
all of us together stood as UDF. All the allies together stood as UDF.
അനുഗ്രഹങ്ങൾ തന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്, തെറ്റുകൾ തിരുത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്, കറക്റ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾ പോകും, ഇനിയും പോകും.
We will go on like that only. We will go on like team UDF in the future as well.
എങ്ങനെ? അല്ല, അത് പാർട്ടിയായിട്ടും ഘടകകക്ഷികളുമായിട്ടും ആലോചിച്ച് ഗവർണറെ കണ്ടതിന് ശേഷം തീരുമാനിക്കുക. അത് ഇപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളെല്ലാം ആദ്യം കാണുന്നു. എല്ലാ മുതിർന്ന നേതാക്കളുമായി കൂടിയാലോചിച്ചതിന് ശേഷം ഗവർണറുമായിട്ട് ആലോചിച്ച് പാർലമെന്ററി പാർട്ടി യോഗം ഇന്ന് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിനെല്ലാം ശേഷമുള്ളൊരു നടപടിക്രമമുണ്ട്. അത് ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നതല്ല, ഇതൊന്നും കൂട്ടായി തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നു.
We will all meet together. We will decide when to go meet the governor and decide on the swearing in date.
കൂട്ടായിട്ടാണ് തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നത്, പാർട്ടിയാണ് മന്ത്രിമാരെ
We have to take all these decisions collectively.
തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നത് പാർട്ടിയാണ്.
On the cabinet, who needs to be part of the cabinet, who needs to be given what portfolio, all that will be decided as one by the party. All of us will take a collective decision.
വേറെ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ?
Is there any other question?
VD Satishan, it's been a long wait, 11 days, and finally he is the Chief Minister of Keralam. And hardly surprising, Shiv and Vedika, that there are statements saying everyone is going to work together. This is Team UDF, everyone in
English.
So your first reaction after the announcement?
Yes, yes. എല്ലാവരും വരട്ടെ.
Camera.
Let the cameras come. Wait.
ഒരു മിനിറ്റ്.
Unusual at all. So we will get you that first proper frame where you can hear the new Chief Minister.
I express my sincere gratitude towards my party, the IACC leadership. They entrusted me with huge responsibility. And I am very thankful to the team UDF, the leaders and workers, those who work hard as a single party. And I dedicate my chief ministership to the people of Kerala. We have promised many things, and I think we can build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era, a new Kerala. That is our target. We know that we are going through the tough times. Fiscal situation of Kerala is vulnerable. Even then, we are hopeful that we can change everything.
Sir, when are you meeting governor and when are you taking oath, sir?
That I have to discuss with my party leaders and the coalition leaders. Then only we will fix the next procedures.
Any call from Rahul Gandhi, any congratulatory call from Rahul Gandhi or KC Venugopal?
Definitely, all the ACC leaders called me. They congratulated me.
So there has been a delay of about 11 days.
No. In so many places. You have to go through that. They took time. Kerala, you know that there are galaxy of leadership is here. After a procedure, consulting with MLAs, MPs, senior leaders.
Sir, initially there were reports that MLAs were backing KC Venugopal, but alliance partners were always...
All these newses were created by you, the media people.
But how will you handle MLA support? How will you gather some MLA support, and is it a challenge for you?
Who told you I don't have any MLA support?
Now that you are CM, you have all this support.
You are all creating.
So when is the swearing in? So when can we expect the swearing in?
That after having discussion with the other.
Today you are meeting the governor?
Not decided so far. I have to consult with my leaders and to the coalition leaders.
CLP is happening today?
Yeah, definitely. CLP is happening. We are waiting for the ACC observers. When they are landed, it will be there.
VD sir. आइए जोसेफ जी चलिए VD Satishan जी सर you are live on NDTV सर Satishan जी सर Satishan ji, sir, you are live on.
At that press conference where VD Satishan, smilingly tells reporters, who told you I don't have the support of the MLAs? Now that the Vedika and Padmaja, now that the announcement has been made, much of the narrative of the last 11 days will be blurred out. In the sort of glory of this decision and this victory. But there are going to be some tricky questions to ask. The IUML, KC Venugopal, whether Rahul Gandhi has had to sort of lay down his weapons. He's not been able to push through his candidate, which was very clearly KC Venugopal. And ultimately the man who we are hearing that Rahul Gandhi was actually quite upset about. We hear that Rahul Gandhi was not very happy about the camp warfare that was playing out, about VD Satishan's muscle flexing through, posters and social media warfare. that's the man that Rahul Gandhi has had to sort of sign off on, Padmaja.
And the elephant in the room, the Wayanad factor.
Yeah.
The fact that all of these posters went up in Wayanad, a Lok Sabha seat where in at least 10 to 11 assembly segments, the IUML is very strong. Remember, when first Rahul Gandhi, then Priyanka Gandhi went to Wayanad, the entire narrative built against them was that ultimately you are reduced to only one vote bank and you're dependent on them. And now you have these slew of results on the back of which finally this Kerala Chief Minister's name, and again that uncomfortable question that the Congress will find itself facing, is this the Muslim veto that the Congress ultimately had to bow before?
What's also going to be interesting,
They've done a full Chakraview around poor Satheesan, the journalist, trying to get a word in. You can see the NDTV mic also there. I hope there isn't a serious situation there with the new Chief Minister. Yeah, Vedika.
But I lost my thought there, but I'll come back to it in a moment from now. I think what's also important to note here is how that meeting of the MLAs has been deferred 2 times over. It'll be interesting to see what goes down even in that meeting at 6 o'clock today.
It's at 6 o'clock today?
Yes.
Okay.
Like we've been saying, and Padmaja has been reiterating, that you had KC with more than 40 plus MLAs supporting him.
And these are reports, by the way, coming out of Kerala. And remember that famous picture, I think Veera wants to come in on this as well, but remember it was that famous picture of Mukul Vasnik with a file which had all the names of the MLAs, at least 10 of them were visible, and only one of them had VD Satishan's name, and initials of KC were scribbled next to every single MLA. So your own projection was that KC Venugopal was the favourite for most of the MLAs, and now the question asked will be, Veera, why do you have VD Satishan eventually?
Look, whether it's journalism or the Congress party or any party in terms of high command, those in Delhi tend to have greater ability to send out their message. The message that was coming from Thiruvananthapuram was quite contradictory. The message that was coming from Thiruvananthapuram was that the observers were manipulated by KC Venugopal to show the names. Look, VD Satishan was also instrumental in deciding the number MLAs who contested, etc. So I think the VD Satishan camp refused to accept that they did not have the support of the MLAs. As I told you at the start, a very senior Congress leader told me this. He said, if you go to the public, they say VD Satishan. When you go to the MLAs in Delhi, they say, when the MLAs are in Delhi, they say KC Venugopal. When they are in Trivandrum, they are split between VD Satishan and Ramesh Chennithala. So much machinations were at play. And what you are right about is that there was a genuine tussle for the Chief Minister's post, as was expected. And I think eventually the Congress relenting both to the IUML and the allies, clearly dictating that they want VD Satishan at play, but more importantly, to the fact that this is the man who led the party's charge living in Kerala against Pinarayi Vijayan for the last 5 years.
And Veera, you got to give him credit where it's due as well. He didn't only steer the party in winning an election, he also rebuilt trust with Team UDF to get where they are today.
No, let me just give you a little bit of an insight about this man. This one is a voracious reader, as I said. He knows his statistics at the back of his hand. He can take on any chief minister, anyone on the finance issues, on the state's economy issues. You try quizzing him on the economy without being prepared, you're in for a shock, because he'll throw back numbers at you which are fascinating. So he is somebody who has been leading the party from the front in terms of the floor of the house over the last 10 years, last 5 years. And let's not forget, the last 5 years was extremely difficult for the Congress. Pinarayi Vijayan was an enormously charismatic face, someone who had complete control. And to take Pinarayi Vijayan on for 5 years on the floor of the House, then launch a campaign on the floor of on the grassroots of the state, go for a yatra from the start, keep everything together. Yes, he admitted that KC Venugopal, Ramesh Chennithala were instrumental in keeping things together. But I think largely the face that towered above the rest was VD Satishan as far as the public campaign was concerned. And I think the Congress's ability, very briefly, Padmaja, is to avoid a Karnataka-like situation in the end. If you had given KC Venugopal, it would have led to a Karnataka-like situation of constant battle for power. This is a decisive decision by the High Command to give stability to a state that's endowed them with a massive mandate.
All right, it's 1 p.m. and for all of our viewers who are just tuning in at lunch hour, the big story coming out of Keralam is that finally the state has its chief minister 11 days after the results were announced across 5 assemblies, and VD Satishan there was a lot of back and forth. Ultimately, the decision was left to the High Command. VD Satishan had the support of a majority of the local MLAs. He had the ground support, as Team NDTV has been reporting, but then ultimately was KC Venugopal the choice of the High Command. Why did the High Command defer? eventually to the will of MLAs and decide to name VD Satishan? Was it the allies' pressure? Was it other consideration? Was it posters that went up? Or was it simply honoring a man who right at the outset, Shiv and Vedika, had said, if the Congress, if the UDF does not win these elections, I'm going to retire from active politics. He really put everything at stake there. He got them a win, and finally he's been rewarded.
Veera, another question I want to ask you is, what would it have taken to get KC Venugopal to back down and agree to this decision? Also, the Rahul Gandhi factor. We understand that there were some pretty heated discussions over the last few days where Rahul Gandhi was not very happy about the camp warfare that was openly happening in Kerala, especially from the VD Satishan camp. So what would it have taken internally for the Congress to finally decide on VD?
What would it have taken to placate KC Venugopal? The instruction from Rahul Gandhi. If Rahul Gandhi had decided and said, look, this is where we need to go, you need to fall in line, that's it. These are loyalists who would fall in line. The difference is that perhaps a VD Satishan may not be seen as that kind of a factor. I think there are multiple machinations at play. I think going forward, Shiv, as VD Satishan pointed out in his first press conference, he wanted to take everybody along. He said he congratulated KC Venugopal, Ramesh Chennithala, etc. When Rahul Gandhi had come to Kerala for that big yatra at the end of, for the big culmination of their yatra, all of us were sitting in the same hotel where Rahul Gandhi was arriving. Ramesh Chennithala was waiting, KC Venugopal was waiting, and KC Venugopal was coming with Rahul Gandhi, Ramesh Chennithala and VD Satishan were waiting. They wanted to dance together for the elections, but it was very clear each one had their dance for the Chief Minister's post alive. And I think now it's important for VD Satishan, given the charge, he needs to take every faction of the Congress along, every section of the Congress along. It will be interesting to see what kind of cabinet portfolios come up. Yes. I expect him to keep finance because that's his forte.
You're talking about Karnataka as well, Shiv, Veera and Padmaja. For a moment, let's just talk about KC Venugopal and DKS. Two loyalists seen as two troubleshooters, both waiting in the wings. Still, when it comes to Chief Minister ambitions.
Absolutely. And in fact, what I find really curious, and maybe Veera can tell us more about it, I always found it difficult to understand why would Rahul Gandhi want KC to go to Kerala? Isn't KC literally his eyes, ears, the person who controls his access, the person who organizes the meetings, who does the liaison with other parties? Why would Rahul Gandhi possibly want to let him go?
The answer to that is known only to Rahul Gandhi, like in most cases, decisions that he takes. So I don't want to have...
Maybe the answer is because KC had been saying, maybe the answer, Veera, is that KC has been saying, look, I've given my life to the Congress party and now I want to go and, spend some time in the state. This is my chance.
Shiv, ultimately, politicians see themselves, see the chance. This is possibly the biggest chance to get the Chief Minister's post. Yeah. Why did DK Shivkumar push so much for it? Because he saw that the next term we're going to lose anyway. It's unlikely that we're going to win. I need to be the Chief Minister. This is my only chance. How long can I keep waiting? Politics is full of uncertainty. And I think KC Venugopal was always the man behind the scenes, keeping things together. He had a huge role to play in terms of choosing the MLAs. So I wouldn't disagree that he had a lot of MLAs who are his loyalists, Padmaja. But my only thing is that I wouldn't want to hazard a guess on the numbers because the numbers are extremely contentious till it's out in the public. And I think always, for instance, DK Shivkumar will claim that he has 20 MLAs, 30 MLAs. You never know the numbers till it's actually put down to a floor test. So it's difficult to decide who had the numbers at this stage. But I think KC Venugopal really saw his chance. So did Ramesh Chennithala to an extent, just that he lost out on the race much, as soon as it almost began.
And there's so many parallels, just like in Kerala, you had a Ramesh Chennithala say, look, I can be a consensus candidate. Similarly, you have Mr. Parmeshwara in Karnataka. Every 3 months, he pops up and he says, look, these two people are fighting. I am happy to take on this responsibility as a consensus candidate. So you always got that one person who's like, guys, stop fighting. I will take on the onerous responsibility of being the next... Mehuna. For national interest, I'm willing to become Chief Minister, only so that, things are peaceful. But finally, it came to a point where VD Satishan had his way, or whether the IUML has its way, or the local MLAs, nobody knows. But here is how it happened, and the reactions that we got thereafter. Listen in to Deepa Das Munshi, KC Venugopal, and VD Satishan.
The AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri VD Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
त्रिवेंद्रम जाएंगे और यहाँ पे अनाउंसमेंट घोषणा कर दी गई है। दीपादास मुंशी जी, मुकुल वासनिक जी और मैं, हम तीनों वहाँ पे जाएंगे।
राज्यपाल से मिलने का समय मांगा है सर?
वो सब होगा।
Wholeheartedly, I am welcoming that decision. I am congratulating VD Satishan for this position. I think that people of Kerala has given a big verdict for the UDF. The government under the leadership of VD Satishan can fulfill the aspirations and promises of the people of Kerala. Certainly, we are totally with the government of Kerala.
Those were the leaders who spoke just moments after the decision. You also had KC Venugopal come out and say that he's satisfied with the High Command's decision. Then you had VD Satishan, the man of the moment, the man on your screen, who is the Keralam CM designate. He has said that they will shortly be meeting the governor in a day or two, and they will be deciding on the key cabinet portfolios shortly.
So today is that CLP meeting that takes place at 6 p.m. So I'm just wondering what happens at that CLP meeting. You know, is there any more politics to be played, any more intrigue, or it's done? You know, the weapons have been laid down now. Now that a decision has been taken, as VD and also Haris Biran of the IUML said, well, now the decision's been taken. Why are we still talking about why it took so long and what it took to get here, Veera?
It's purely just a formality right now, and you know, it's all dependent on the High Command. The High Command knows where the MLAs are, and I think Congress MLAs, as somebody told me when the Karnataka tussle was on, there is a large Congress MLA contingent which will abide by what the High Command says. And the High Command has the final state when it comes to the Congress party. It always has. And I think there were local factors. If you had gone against VD Satishan, then you could have expected some kind of drama, given the kind of persona that he is. But once the High Command has decided and made an announcement, and it's gone to this extent, I think 6 o'clock meeting is a formality where they have the MLAs come together, they discuss other issues, perhaps cabinet portfolios, perhaps how they're going to accommodate everybody in the new cabinet, and then decide on when to go to the governor, and then also for a swearing-in ceremony, which I expect Rahul Gandhi to be attending, because he needs to endorse the decision that's been taken.
And VD Satishan also made it a point that when he gives his acceptance speech today, he reaches out to every single leader of every single so-called faction within the party. So he acknowledged KC Venugopal, he acknowledged Ramesh Chennithala, and he said that this is not about who has become chief minister, it's about Team UDF. Listen in.
Sir, when are you meeting governor and when are you taking oath, sir?
That I have to discuss with my party leaders and the coalition leaders. Then only we will fix the next procedures.
Any call from Rahul Gandhi, any congratulatory call from Rahul Gandhi or KC Venugopal?
Definitely, all the AICC leaders called me, they congratulated me. I express my sincere gratitude towards my party, the AICC leadership. They entrusted me with a huge responsibility. And I am very thankful to the team UDF, the leaders and workers, those who work hard as a single party. And I dedicate my chief ministership to the people of Kerala. We have promised many things. And I think we can build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era, a new Kerala. That is our target.
And Veera, in addition to everything else, it will also be interesting to see how the allies are accommodated. The fact that a big chunk of 22 seats is what IUML gets to the table, they will want their pound of flesh as well.
Absolutely. Punyani Kutti, when he was in our conclave, had made it very clear that he was not going to be part of this chief minister conversation at the moment. And he also said he refused to divulge what cabinet portfolios they want. And I think the IUML will have its pound of flesh, will demand its pound of flesh. Let's not forget the realities of Kerala there, Padmaja. 63 seats for the Congress, which is 7 short of a majority on its own, but 22 for the IUML and the rest of the 7. Despite a historic massive mandate of 102 out of 140, no single party still has its own clear majority in the state. And that's the history of Kerala. It's the grassroots arithmetic of Kerala that plays out. And I think what VD Satishan said very importantly at one of our conversations, Padmaja, was that he does not see this as a political alliance. He sees this as a social coalition going forward. Much like how Siddaramaiah saw the Ahinda social coalition going forward, he sees this as a social coalition. Why he sees it as a social coalition is because he wants to be this all-inclusive leader of all the sections, which is why the point that you're making is important, the importance of the IUML support. What explains the importance of the IUML support? He's not seen as a congressman. He's seen in a sense as a leader above the Congress, one who's an ideologue in nature, who can take a social coalition along. So I think that explains the kind of commitment the IUML had given for VD Satishan is the sense that one picks up.
And also, Satheesan is the man who has questioned and also argued over how internal rift within the Congress was hurting the party more than the opposition, Veera. He's the one man who called it out consistently.
Absolutely. Through the start of the election, he's not, everyone, whether it was Ramesh Chennithala, and we had, Vasudha and I had breakfast with Ramesh Chennithala, who said that we all had a meeting together. We have all been told to keep quiet till the end of the election.
All right, we're going to cut across live to an interview with the man of the moment.
Yes, the democracy is the discourse. Discourse. That is happening. Congress party is a democratic party. That process has completed. They have discussed with all the MLAs and MPs, senior leaders, and they have taken a decision.
Yes. So a big win for the Congress party. There are also a lot of community leaders also that you need to now meet and bring them on board. Also, big, isn't it?
Definitely, we will cooperate with all of them. I don't have any complaint with anybody. Those who criticize to me, it is their right.
Yes,
it is their right. Now, as not only a chief minister, the opposition leader can be criticized.
Yes.
And they have every right.
What do you think is the biggest
reason is coming?
What do you think is the biggest reason?
I won't be intolerant.
Okay.
I won't be intolerant.
Yes.
I will hear what they are saying.
Yes.
If I have to correct, I will correct.
What is the biggest reason?
They are all senior fellows.
Yes. What is the
senior to me?
What is the biggest reason for this victory? Or what do you think is the biggest reason?
That is Team UDF.
Team UDF.
We work together as a single party.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Satheesan there speaking exclusively to NDTV. The man who in 2011 wanted a ministerial position, Veera, didn't get it. 15 years later, he's the man who will be leading the Keralam government.
Point out here the nature of the leader that he is. He's seen as somebody who's dictatorial and authoritarian. Padmaja, and I think that was the big reluctance, Shiv and Padmaja and Vedika, for the rest of the power lobbies in the Congress to accept him as the chief minister. One of the big problems is that he can ruffle feathers. He can be decisive. He can state things. And as I just pointed out to you, most congressmen would just say, High Command will decide. To say that I have a different point of view, but I will abide by the High Command is a departure for a congressman. And I think that's the reflection of VD Satishan. And as Ashwin rightly pointed out, he's not someone who's seen as one particular caste base, not somebody who panders to the NSS or the SNDP. It's not somebody, somebody who's seen as above the rest. And in that sense, he's perhaps, the kind of ideologue that we've not seen. Let's see, the road ahead for him is going to be one of building consensus and taking people along. It's not going to be an easy task given the kind of leaders who are there in the Congress and the fact that the Congress's entire power lobby is much stronger in Delhi than it is in Thiruvananthapuram.
And I just want to underscore the fact that the first channel to have got the new Chief Minister of Keralam on record speaking exclusively is NDTV, because when it is about elections, even the leaders, the CM designates know where it matters, which is the channel where they will be heard, where the people will be watching them. And we'll play that out again because VD Satishan, for the first time, speaking as the man who has been named as the next Chief Minister of Keralam, was right here on NDTV. Listen in again.
emphatic decision.
I express my gratitude towards the ACC leaders and Congress President Rahul Ji and other leaders. And I dedicate my simple session to the people of Kerala. We have offered many things. We will work for them. We will build a team and work for Kerala, future Kerala. We will make changes. We will create a new era. That is our task.
So many MLAs have come together. There were different opinions. Now you have to have a challenge to bring everybody together.
It's democratic.
Yes.
Democracy is the discourse. Discourse. That is happening. Congress party is a democratic party. That process has completed. They have discussed with all the MLAs and MPs, senior leaders, and they have taken a decision.
Yes. So a big win for the Congress party. There are also a lot of community leaders also that you need to now meet and bring them on board. Also, big, isn't it?
Definitely, we will cooperate with all of them. I don't have any complaint with anybody. Those who criticize to me, it is their right.
Yes,
it is their right. Now, as not only a chief minister, the opposition leader can be criticized.
Yes.
And they have every right.
What do you think is the biggest
reason is coming?
What do you think is the biggest reason?
I won't be intolerant.
Okay.
I won't be intolerant.
Yes.
I will hear what they are saying.
Yes.
If I have to correct, I will correct.
What is the biggest reason?
They are all senior fellows.
Yes. What is the
senior to me?
What is the biggest reason for this victory? Or what do you think is the biggest reason?
That is Team UDF.
Team UDF.
We work together as a single party.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Congratulations to you. What do you have to say about this emphatic decision?
I express my gratitude towards the ACC leaders and Congress President Rahul Ji and other leaders. And I dedicate my simple session to the people of Kerala. We have offered many things. We will work for them. We will build a team and work for Kerala, future Kerala. We will make changes. We will create a new era. That is our task.
So many MLAs have come together. There were different opinions. Now you have to have a challenge to bring everybody together.
It's democratic.
Yes.
Democracy is the discourse. Discourse. That is happening. Congress party is a democratic party. That process has completed. They have discussed with all the MLAs and MPs, senior leaders, and they have taken a decision.
Yes. So a big win for the Congress party. There are also a lot of community leaders also that you need to now meet and bring them on board. Also, big, isn't it?
Definitely, we will cooperate with all of them. I don't have any complaint with anybody. Those who criticize to me, it is their right.
Yes,
it is their right. Now, as not only a chief minister, the opposition leader can be criticized.
Yes.
And they have every right.
What do you think is the biggest reason
is coming?
What do you think is the biggest reason?
I won't be intolerant.
Okay.
I won't be intolerant.
Yes.
I will hear what they are saying.
Yes.
If I have to correct, I will correct.
What is the biggest reason?
They are all senior fellows.
Yes. What is the
senior to me?
What is the biggest reason for this victory? Or what do you think is the biggest reason?
That is Team UDF.
Team UDF.
We work together as a single party.
All right, exclusive by NDTV there, the first network to speak to the new Chief Minister designate. This reminds me of the incredible way we got him live on Results Day as well, Padmaja and Vedika, where we had a laptop and we were passing that around. We'll show that to you a little later. But right now, I want our cameras to keep the focus on the man of the moment. He's got a lot of work to do. The meeting the governor, the CLP meeting, that's going to be a formality. Calls that are going to be coming in as well. After 11 days of what was undoubtedly, he dismissed it very politely and said, that's a media creation, Veera. You guys are saying that I don't have the MLAs itself. But we know that this wasn't smooth sailing. 11 days meant that there was definitely a lot of push and pull. One side had to finally concede in the end. What pulls and pressures finally took place, what kind of muscle flexing happened, we'll know later. But right now, this is a man who has emerged victorious. That much we can say, Veera.
That's right. And three big takeaways. One is Thiruvananthapuram wins over New Delhi as far as the Congress is concerned. It's not often that happens. And I think number two is that VD Satishan will have to now learn to take everybody along because, as you rightly said, that there are enormous power lobbies and they would want their pound of flesh. And number three, the road ahead for VD Satishan is going to be one of a consensus-building chief minister, not that authoritarian, charismatic, perhaps dictatorial opposition leader that he was, who would just have his way when he went into things. So he'll have to learn the art of being chief minister. Great opposition leaders aren't always great chief ministers. We'll have to wait and see how this plays out for VD Satishan. But of course, he's a man of great talent, as I mentioned, a fascinating personality in himself. And I'll tell you where we need to book our tickets, Shiv, Padmaja and Vedika. We have to book our tickets to Kabini because he's a wildlife...
And he promised he promised you on counting day itself that he's going to give you that interview again.
He scaled every top peak in South India in the Western Ghats. And he's promised that he'll do an interview with us in Kabini, which is his most favorite resort.
So your wildlife gear is ready, Veera.
Hang on, he can do that only if the DK Shivakumar Siddaramaiah battle is settled in Karnataka. This time, if he comes down, it'll be a problem.
So you have to decide whether you'll go there or you'll go to Golden Eagle Resort, the famous Golden Eagle Resort where a lot of Congress MLAs periodically keep going to apparently cool off because it's so warm in Bangalore. But, you know, also when you mentioned that you've got various power lobbies, it's not as if all of them are going to be settled. As we speak, Tejri is reporting from Delhi that KC Venugopal has gone in for another meeting with Rahul Gandhi. And it's going to be interesting, the dynamics of the next few months, because you still have here in Delhi somebody who's widely believed, Shiv and Vedika and Veera, to be the gatekeeper to Rahul Gandhi.
Yes.
He is Rahul Gandhi's eyes and ears. He right now hasn't got what he presumably wanted, the chief ministership of Kerala, and now he's going to be sitting right here next to RJ every single day.
There are going to be a lot of groans and grumbles in the Congress party because as Rashid Kidwai had written in his NDTV.com column a couple of days ago, a large number of Congress wallahs were actually hoping and praying that Rahul Gandhi has his way and that KC Venugopal is sent as chief minister so that the access to Rahul Gandhi becomes a little easier because KC Venugopal had stood there as a kind of firewall,
even in
pretty
Parliament,
much managing access to Rahul Gandhi, becoming that number two way beyond sort of Man Friday. But that is not to be at KC Venugopal.
You know, on a lighter note, I don't know if it caught anyone's eye because this came out right about the time when the election results were coming out. There was a front page story of how there was an imposter who pretended to be the personal secretary of Rahul Gandhi and he duped congressmen. I think either this was in Himachal or someplace. And the best part is everyone believed him because nobody had ever actually, most of the Congress people hadn't met the personal secretary of Rahul Gandhi. So this man for many months pretended to be able to give direct access to RG and he was able to dupe all of these guys. So when you have somebody like a KC Venugopal, that's how much power he wields right here in Delhi. And I believe we have Ashwin, the man of the moment for NDTV, who managed to get the man of the moment for the Congress and Kerala. First of all, congratulations, Ashwin. What a great exclusive on a day like this with the person who finally has got what he wanted, even if he had to wait 11 days for it.
And 11 years.
And 11 years.
Well, absolutely. Absolutely. I got an experience of what was very close to, you know, getting into a stampede-like situation. So it was very crazy, but somehow managed to get it. But saying that, it is the man of the hour, Vadasheri Damodaran Satheesan is the 13th chief minister. So getting him, it was not an easy deal. But saying that, he very well spoke. He spoke that he will bring everybody into the table. In fact, you know, one of the biggest reasons is that there is a Nair who has come to the top chair who is not in good terms with the NSS. This has never happened in the Congress party ever. So that is the first amendment which probably he will have to start from. Because even yesterday, the Nair Service Society top man criticized Satheesan. So this is where the power play will be eventually. And the second thing is when our sources said 47 MLAs are in support of KC Venugopal. Certainly this is a chunk of MLAs that he will have to bring together. Because for the governance to be smooth, to be accelerating, he needs their support nevertheless. So that is where he said that he will bring everybody on board. Because whether I have spoken to all the people who are against, critical of VD Satishan, they say he has a tendency almost half of Pinarayi Vijayan. This is a common comment that I have received. But here is the man who is saying that he will bring everybody on board in his first exclusive with a national network. And that is something that we will be watching very closely. And certainly it's an emphatic win that he has finally won. It has been a flip of coin. Every half an hour we were like getting updates that sometimes it will be Casey, sometimes it will be him, and then finally the poll finally went to him, and certainly he's the man who has brought in Team UDF. If you notice, Padmaja and all of my colleagues, he still gave the credit to Team UDF.
Yes.
It's a consistent campaign that he has been running for the last 5 years, which in my memory, I have not seen any congressman stating Team UDF. And perhaps this is a strength which he is drawing from, to know that right from Manjeshwaram, the top end of Kasaragod, to Katakada, the southern end of Thiruvananthapuram, he will need the support of everybody. The only thing missing from his side is the community leader support, which is, of course, of SNDP, Vellapalli Nateshan and Sukumaran.
And Ashwin, that's something even to talk about, for the simple reason that when he was chosen leader of opposition back in 2021, you see Congress leaders, and you've written an article on this as well, Ashwin, going to community leaders, caste leaders, once that anointment happens. He didn't do it back then.
Absolutely. I want to put it across, I want to quote one of his interviews which he gave in 2015, where he said, Congress leaders' problem is that when community leaders tell them to sit, they will lie down. This is the problem I have with Congress leader. You know?
Yeah, and you know, we'll talk to you more about how he managed to get the votes of all of these communities without explicitly kowtowing to any of them. But now the politics around the choice of Chief Minister has started, and how the BJP, of course, has taken pot shots at the Congress, and they have spoken something that we, in fact, also were discussing earlier. The fact that the Muslim League, the IUML, the principal ally of the Congress, member of the UDF in Kerala, they come with 22 MLAs, and they are critical for this alliance to stay in government. And the BJP is saying the fact that eventually VD Satishan was chosen is proof of how the Muslim League wields a lot of influence within this alliance, and they have again reiterated the charge of how they are the Maoist Muslim League. Remember, this was a term first used by the Prime Minister, saying that the Congress is now reduced to a MMC, Maoist Muslim Congress, and again that charge coming back to haunt them in Kerala.
So the BJP, which had first said, look at the picture that the BJP has just posted from its Keralam handle, Padmaja and Vedika. This kind of reinforces what they had been saying for a while now, and now they have every reason to do it. On Padmaja's 8 p.m. show yesterday, she had said very specifically that posters had been put up in Wayanad. In Wayanad, was it, Padmaja? Was it established that these had been put up by VD Satishan supporters or the IUML?
So here's the thing, I actually wanted to ask the IUML earlier, how did those posters mysteriously come up? Nobody actually took ownership. But imagine you've got posters in Wayanad specifically warning Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, no less.
Saying Wayanad will become another Amethi.
Yes, that you will not be able to win in Wayanad. You will never be able to win Kerala if you choose KC Venugopal. He may be, and those were the words on the posters, not mine, saying that he may be your bag carrier in Delhi, but you cannot foist KC Venugopal on us. This is a warning. You will lose Wayanad if KC Venugopal is chosen as Chief Minister. And now that is going to be quoted again and again, and that pretty much is the import of that poster which has been put out by BJP Keralam as well. So that threat, did it eventually have any bearing on the choice of VD Satishan? We may never know. But the fact is that you have IUML as a very critical ally. You need those numbers to stay in government. Those posters did go up in Wayanad, and it's a known fact that the support of the IUML, the support of the Muslims is critical for the Congress to win in Wayanad.
And while you may not know what really went down, what will be an indicator perhaps is also that meeting that will be held today, Padmaja, later in the day, where you will have the IUML, where you'll have the Congress MLAs talking. Obviously, we'll try to get you the inside track, but at the moment also, what Padmaja pointed out, KC Venugopal and a second meeting also with Rahul Gandhi, which also goes to prove that there's more to this than what meets the eye. You also have the BJP coming out and slamming the Congress over its decision, saying that this seems to be more of a decision of the IUML than the Congress.
And remember, just to put this in a larger context, this is not just about what is happening in Kerala. Take a look at the results in West Bengal. You've got only 2 MLAs of the Congress after they had a drought in 2021. They finally managed to get 2 MLAs. And both of them, one is from Rani Nagar, the other one is from a seat, Farakka, which has about 80% Muslims. So Rani Nagar, you've got 60% 60% Muslim population. Farakka, you've got 80% Muslim population. The Congress finally makes a comeback, wins 2 of those seats. In Assam, you have 19 Congress MLAs.
Yeah.
One of them is an SC candidate, one of an SC reserved seat. And 18 of them are Muslims. And who first made that charge? Badruddin Ajmal of
Shehzad's on the phone line, Padmaja.
Yeah, Shehzad Poonawala, national spokesperson of the BJP, now joins us. Is it fair, Shehzad Poonawala, to accuse the Congress of being a Muslim League-like party, of claiming that it's only the IUML pressure? After all, like our reporters have been saying, VD Satishan did enjoy the local support as well.
Oh no, first of all, we congratulate Muslim League for appointing him via the Congress party, because this has got the stamp of entire Muslim League. I am privy to Congress details and Congress functioning. I was told that the reason why KC Venugopal and Ramesh Chennitala's number got cut is because they are preferred by church, but Congress wanted to go all out to appease PFI, Muslim League for Wayanad calculation. And therefore, Madam Priyanka Vadra said that if you don't make Satheesan, that means the Jamaat and Muslim League candidate, I will lose my election from Wayanad. So therefore, under the pressure of Priyanka and Jamaat, the Satheesan nomination has been taken ahead. And it is my information. And also you see in Assam, also you were rightly saying, Padmaja, that most of the people are people who have won on the ticket. Very few Hindus have won. Only one Hindu SC community person has won because they had to forcibly give the seat in a reserved seat. In Bengal, it is 2 out of 2. In Kerala, also out of maximum Muslim MLAs from the entire assembly, maximum belong to Congress. It has now become a Jinnah-Wadi Congress. It is not Gandhi-Wadi Congress. It is a complete Muslim league it has become. And I would say it should be called Indian National Caliphate, INC.
Poonawala, one could also say that this could just be coalition politics, like in Bihar, where you have an alliance. This could just be coalition politics when it comes to the state of Keralam.
No, we don't.
We're going to try and reconnect that line with Shehzad. It's a very poor phone line. I don't want to subject my viewers to that bad phone line. So we'll try and repatch Shehzad. But in the meanwhile, Vedika, the point you were making is that this could be coalition politics as well and the normal pulls and pressures. But not surprising at all that the BJP has picked up this one bit because, like Padmaja said, it's been something that they've been saying over and over again, whether in Bengal, whether in Assam and now in Kerala.
Absolutely. And you know, this has been an ongoing conversation. Let's look at it from the Congress's point of view. You know, Pawan Khera, the day after Badruddin Ajmal first made that charge, and why Badruddin Ajmal has good reason to be angry with the Congress party. Remember, he was the unchallenged keeper of that vote bank, as it were, in Assam. Then cut to 2024, he was defeated by Rakibul Hasan of the Congress party by a margin of 10 lakh votes. That was the highest margin across the country. Cut to 2026, somebody who I think had about 20 MLAs was reduced to only 3 MLAs. You had the Congress taking away all those areas where the AIUDF earlier had a presence. You've got Lower Assam, Barak Valley. All of that was now a Congress area. All the delimitation seats were a Congress area. But the counter argument is, this is a democracy at the end of the day. Muslims will have to vote for somebody, and if they've chosen the Congress, if they've chosen the National Party who can be an effective counter to the BJP as it continues to win state after state, they decide to vote for them. I think Shehzad is back with us. Shehzad Poonawala, yes, go on, make your point. How can we be so convinced that it is only the Muslim vote and not local factors, local support that weighed in favor of VD Satishan? Go on.
You see, Priyanka Vadra has won Wayanad. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is it possible to hear me?
Go on.
Priyanka Vadra has won Wayanad seat with the help of PFI, Muslim League and Jamaat. And after she has won that seat, you will see that constantly, even Mr. Satheesan was the first one to say that yes, we are in alliance with Jamaat. When Jamaat made call for Islamic Republic, Satheesan ji had defended it also. He said it's okay if they have said something like this. Then Muslim League and Jamaat both have weighed upon Priyanka that you will lose your seat if you do not make Satheesan. And therefore, out of all this calculation, Priyanka ji has weighed in on Mr. Rahul Gandhi and said that no, we cannot allow Church to have second candidate. Church has also given them support for Tamil Nadu, Mr. Joseph. So they have already appeased Church in Joseph's case. So here they have appeased the Jamaat. So it is a balancing act between both these factions, and therefore this has been done. And you can see the kind of people who are getting elected on Congress. It is exclusively or 99% Muslims are getting elected. In Assam, in Bengal, 100% Muslims have got elected on Congress ticket. So Congress is also interested in doing the Hindu hatred politics. You've seen statement given by Congress MLA on Sanatan also in the Assembly of Tamil Nadu. So this all comes to the same conclusion that Congress has now become Indian national caliphate.
All right, I also want to quote to you data that was put out by Pawan Khera just a week ago, where he said that we've got 664 MLAs nationwide and 78% of them are actually Hindu, only 12% are eventually Muslims. You're looking at only one state or two states, but of the total 600 plus MLAs they have across the country, 78% belong to the Hindu community. Shehzad Poonawalla.
No, the point, that is not the right way of calculating. The right way of calculating is that when in a particular state which has a certain amount of Muslim heft or Muslim vote, there you completely exclude the Hindu community. Therefore, example of that is Assam. Wherever the Muslim community reaches a critical mass, Congress then excludes the Hindus. That's why you would remember that a lot of the Hindu leaders of Assam Congress, they have felt that we can no longer continue in Congress party, and they have come towards the side of Himanta Biswa Sarma. So in Bengal, in Assam, wherever there is a critical mass of Muslim vote, now in Kerala, they will now shift towards exclusive Muslim representation. That is the plan of the Congress party.
All right, I think Veera also has a question for you, Shehzad. Go on, Veera.
Shehzad, I was just listening to you saying that the Muslims have gravitated towards the Congress, etc. How can you justify that with the fact that 102 MLAs was won by the UDF overall? We only have 22 of the IUML. Isn't it a little unfair to say that it's only one community support that's led to the victory and arm twisted the Congress to choose one chief minister, a party with 63 MLAs? Would it just be one to peddle the narrative that you all have been peddling?
No, Veera, this is not my narrative. You will say BJP is a communal party. Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan has said this. I can quote the exact date and time. Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan has said that Congress, quote unquote, takes the support of the to win elections. And therefore, if Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan has also come to the same conclusion, then why fault poor Shehzad Poonawalla and BJP for it? This is not our narrative. This is, and don't take it in other spirit. It's just in a lighter comment. Now the common thing that is said in Keralam is that more than the Muslim person, Congress does 6-time or 7-time namaz because they have to and they have to appease to the PFI. So they are doing 7-time namaz and Muslim is doing 5-time namaz. This is what is said about Congress party by left leaders, local left leaders.
Okay, this is going to be very, very interesting, the way this entire narrative plays out in the lead up to the Lok Sabha elections, which, remember, are just 3 years away. And the next set of elections that we are going to see are going to be as critical, as important, and from the looks of it, as polarized. When you're talking about Uttar Pradesh, similar considerations. When you're talking about Uttarakhand, the first state to have brought in the UCC. When you're talking about Gujarat as well, this particular charge where you have a national party being accused of the only other national party of pretty much being reduced to the votes of one community. Is that going to lead to a sharp polarization? Shehzad Poonawalla, thanks very much for joining us. Veera, do you see this carrying on into the next few elections as well? The states that we mentioned, and of course, Karnataka happens next.
Is very clear. There is a sense that the minorities believe that the Congress, and this is a sense that I got in Kerala as well. The reason why there was such a strong north-central consolidation in favor of the Congress is that there was a sense that the Congress is the party which can actually reflect the issues in Parliament and etc. The left had lost its space to take that issue beyond Kerala. In fact, if you notice, Pinarayi Vijayan did make efforts to reach out to the minority vote towards the end of the campaign. In fact, even during our conclave, he sent out a message of consolidation with the minorities. So leave that aside. An assembly election and a parliamentary election cannot be seen as one. I think the dynamics of a parliamentary election is going to be very, very different as far as Kerala is concerned, as it has been in the past. And it's going to be a very interesting experiment to watch on how the Congress takes very, very different sections together. Very brief point, Padmaja, as Ashwin was pointing out, VD Satishan is one who's not favored by the Nair Service Society as well. All right. The Nair vote is something that the BJP has been wanting to gain traction with. How it's going to play out in terms of caste arithmetic, in terms of grassroots arithmetics as we head into the 2029 parliamentary elections will be possibly very different from what we've seen in an assembly election.
All right, more reactions coming in. I believe we have BJP spokesperson Pradeep Bhandari speaking.
Clearly evident that the new Congress Chief Minister pick from Kerala was not the choice of the Congress MLAs, but was the choice of the Indian Union Muslim League. Yet again, the Gandhi Vadra family has proven that they listen to the diktat of the Indian Union Muslim League. The remote control of the Congress party and the Gandhi Vadra family is under the Indian Union Muslim League. This is why the Congress party today is nothing short of the modern day Muslim League. The Congress is the Muslim League Maowadi Congress. It is clearly evident that the new Congress Chief Minister pick from Kerala.
More of such attacks on the Congress and specifically on the Kerala Congress in the next few days. This narrative is something that is only going to gain more traction in the days to come. We have to take a very, very quick break at this point, but much, much more on the biggest story of the day. Don't go anywhere.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Hi Red, check the audio. Hi Red, check the audio.
Let's do it. Let's start. Big news that we're breaking first here on NDTV.
We know for sure that they have, confirmed their support to him.
We've got a picture of the letter, the breaking story. We're jumping straight into it.
They do not want to be part of an experiment.
Show around and then come to me at the Nehru Stadium in Chennai.
Unconditional support.
Giant killer of TVK is here with us.
We've got Mr. Dinakaran with us here. Veera, why aren't you also dancing?
Vijay is coming out, TVK chief.
Big breaking story here on NDTV. Nobody else has these details. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the viewership. Thank you for the love.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज।
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
महासचिव श्री मुकुल वासनिक जी और AICC महासचिव जो केरलम की जिम्मेदारी है, दीपा दास मुंशी जी हैं। अभी श्रीमती दीपा दास मुंशी जी एक महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा करेंगी। दीपा जी। ये सिर्फ घोषणा करेंगे, उसके बाद सवाल जवाब नहीं होगा। इनफॉर्मली हम बातचीत करेंगे, पर अभी घोषणा करने दीजिए क्योंकि इसका आपका इंतजार भी है।
नमस्कार।
Welcome back. We're moving away from Keralam for a moment to bring you a controversy that is brewing in the state of Tamil Nadu. The Sanatan Dharm political flashpoint is back in the state, and this time the controversy has erupted from within the TVK. A fresh row has broken out after TVK MLA S. Mustafa has declared that he had entered the political field only to eradicate Sanatan, invoking Periyar and Ambedkar. The remark has now triggered a massive political backlash. The BJP has launched a sharp attack on Vijay as well as his party, accusing the party of following the DMK Congress line of appeasement politics.
நாங்களும் பெரியாரை வச்சிருக்கிறோம், அம்பேத்கரை வச்சிருக்கிறோம், சனாதனத்தை ஒழிக்கப்படும் தான் நாங்கள் களத்தில் இறங்கியிருக்கிறோம். முதல் சாராய கடையை மூடி இருக்கிறோம், இன்னைக்கு வந்து டாஸ்மார்க் வந்து 717 கடையை எந்த ஆட்சியுமே செய்யாத ஒரு சிறப்பான திட்டத்தை வந்து பெண்களுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, கோவில்களுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, சர்ச்சுகளுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, மசூதிகளுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, பள்ளி ஸ்கூலுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, பேருந்து நிலையம் இருக்கக்கூடிய குறிப்பாக தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்க அத்தனை பெண்களோட மனநிலையாக.
What is Sanadana? The word Sanadana means in Sanskrit indestructible. What is indestructible? Manu Dharma is indestructible, is what they mean, but they won't speak. But the Dravidian movement was started only for the sake of Hindus, that they should understand. 90% of the Hindus were sidelined as Shudras and Panchamas. They were not given education. They were not even allowed to go into the streets where upper caste people living. Against which the Dravidian movement, the Justice Party was started. When we are continuing with that process, we want everybody should be treated on par. That is what Thiruvalluvar said 2000 years back, that all men are born equal. Sanadana is against this concept of Thiruvalluvar. Sanadana is not a concept. The meaning of the word Sanadana is indestructible. What is indestructible is Manu Dharma is indestructible. So we oppose that. Let them say that Manu Dharma is not Sanadana.
Mr. Udinidhi Stalin wanted to provoke and instigate, Mr. Vijay, the Chief Minister. And, he wanted to create an issue on this, and that is why intentionally, with the malified intention, he has started this. So Mr. Vijay should have cleared it on that day itself, day before yesterday itself, stating that the opposition leader should not have spoken about any religion. So Mr. Vijay, who says that he is for every religion, he is for everyone, he should have condemned on that day in the floor itself.
Days back, leader of opposition in Tamil Nadu Assembly and DMK leader Udinidhi Stalin had made a similar kind of remark, evoking a political showdown, and that happened in front of the newly anointed Chief Minister of the state, Vijay.
மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் பேரவை துணைத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றி. உங்களுடைய பணிகள் சிறக்கட்டும். மீண்டும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம். வெல்க தமிழ், வாழ்க தமிழ்நாடு. மக்களை பிரிக்கும் சனாதானம் நிச்சயம் ஒழிக்கப்பட வேண்டும். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
That's all we have time for in this edition of Breaking Ground. News and updates continue on NDTV 24/7. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Higher ed, check the audio. Higher ed, check the audio.
Let's do it. Let's start. Big news that we're breaking first here on NDTV.
We know for sure that they have, confirmed their support to him.
We've got a picture of the letter, the breaking story. We're jumping straight into it.
They do not want to be part of an experiment.
Show around and then come to me at the Nehru Stadium in Chennai.
Unconditional support.
Giant killer of TVK is here with us.
We've got Mr. Dinakaran with us here. Veera, why aren't you also dancing?
Vijay is coming out, TVK chief.
Big breaking story here on NDTV. Nobody else has these details. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the viewership. Thank you for the love.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, "Maybe not." Hi, my name is Satheesan Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
And our top international focus, US President Donald Trump is in China for the Beijing summit. China rolled out the red carpet for him. Both leaders shook hands. Trump received ceremonial guard of welcome and held bilateral talks. In his opening remarks, Trump hailed Chinese president by saying it is, and I'm going to quote him here, an honor to be meeting Xi today. He also said that he's brought the best business leaders in the world with him on this visit. Trump also mentioned that all eyes are on this biggest summit. Chinese president called on Trump to build a brighter future together. He said that the world has come to a new crossroad. Can China and US work together is the big question. Meanwhile, Xi has warned Trump, and this is important and one of the biggest takeaways from this summit, that mishandling the Taiwan issue could cause clashes and even conflicts between US and China. So while they talk about trade, they're talking about technology. Xi made it a point to underscore Taiwan as well.
Believe that our two countries have more common interests than differences. Success in one is an opportunity for the other, and a stable bilateral relationship is good for the world. China and the United States both stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. We should be partners, not rivals. We should help each other succeed and prosper together and find the right way for major countries to get along well with each other in the new era. Mr. President, I look forward to our discussions on major issues important to our two countries and the world, and working together with you to set the course for and steer the giant ship of China-US relations so as to make 2026 a historic landmark year that opens up a new chapter in China-US relations.
It's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend, and the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All eyes on that big meeting that continues in Beijing. We're sipping a short break. The top focus, once we're back here on NDTV 24/7, will be Congress picking Satheesan as CM designate for now. Very soon, they will be meeting with the governor, with Satheesan going and knocking on the doors of the governor's residence to stake claim to form the government in Keralam.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला। Hi Red, check the audio. Hi Red, check the audio.
Let's do it. Let's start. Big news that we're breaking first here on NDTV.
We know for sure that they have, confirmed their support to him.
We've got a picture of the letter, the breaking story. We're jumping straight into it.
They do not want to be part of an experiment.
Show around and then come to me at the Nehru Stadium in Chennai.
Unconditional support.
Giant killer of TVK is here with us.
We've got Mr. Dinakaran with us here. Veera, why aren't you also dancing?
Vijay is coming out, TVK chief.
Big breaking story here on NDTV. Nobody else has these details. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the viewership. Thank you for the love.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज।
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Satheesan Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
महासचिव श्री मुकुल वासनिक जी और AICC महासचिव जो केरलम की जिम्मेदारी है दीपा दास मुंशी जी हैं। अभी श्रीमती दीपा दास मुंशी जी एक महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा करेंगी। दीपा जी। ये सिर्फ घोषणा करेंगे, उसके बाद सवाल जवाब नहीं होगा। इनफॉर्मली हम बातचीत करेंगे, पर अभी घोषणा करने दीजिए क्योंकि इसका आपका इंतजार भी है।
Namaskar. The Congress Legislature Party had met in Thiruvananthapuram on May 7th, 2026 and had unanimously resolved to authorize the Congress President to appoint the new leader of the CLP in the state of Keralam. Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri VD Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP. Thank you so much.
Clears the air then, Shiv. It is VD Satishan, the next Chief Minister of Keralam. He has been the choice, Shiv, when it comes even to the IUML on the ground. He's done the spade work over the years. He's being rewarded for that. But this isn't the end to the drama, perhaps, given that you have KC Venugopal, who spent the morning with the Gandhis, and the announcement.
Hello, welcome to Southern View, and today we have the big breaking story from Kerala, and that is that after VD Satishan has been named the Chief Minister, we are now getting inputs that the oath-taking of the new government, the UDF government, will be on Monday. That's right. What we are getting information is that on Monday, the oath-taking ceremony will be held, and VD Satishan will be taking his oath. Now, also on the parallelly, what will now happen is that once the Chief Minister candidate decided, the ministerial candidates discussion will also likely to happen very soon. Now, right now, we are at the Cantonment House, and over here, all the allies will be coming to meet with Satishan over here and discuss the possible future of what are the other norms that needs to be done. But one thing is clear, that the government formation and oath-taking will happen on Monday. That's a big breaking update. Apart from that, the second story that we have is that KC Venugopal has in fact stated that although the support of the MLAs have been instrumental for him, the High Command had finally decided, and that he believes in the High Command decision. He has stated that the High Command is in fact looked in every single aspect of it, and he respects it, and as a congressman he will always live by the ethos of the Congress party. Now, in an exclusive conversation, this is what he had to say.
That KC Venugopal has got the maximum support in the CLP?
among the MLAs?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, one more thing. Both NSS and SNDP has said that you have succumbed the pressure of the Muslim League and Jamaat-e-Islami.
That we will answer. Let me go to Keralam.
Okay.
I will land. We will sit in a party.
Deepa Das Munshi has also reacted on after VD Satishan has been selected as the CM candidate. And let's hear what she had to say. Tejri, our reporter from Delhi, Tejri, has an important conversation with Deepa Das Munshi, an exclusive conversation. Tejri, what is it that Deepa Das Munshi had to say?
Well, an important meeting took place at the residence of Rahul Gandhi with KC Venugopal and Deepa Das Munshi, Kerala Observer. In fact, while interacting with media, she in fact stated that yes, it's a fact that majority of MLAs in the CLP meeting did support KC Venugopal. This is the statement that she made. In fact, later on when we asked her that was it a pressurized decision that was taken, because there were pressure in fact from the allies of the UDF, particularly if you talk about IUML was pressurizing for VD Satishan, then she said that we cannot comment anything on that. It's a high command decision, and the decision of high command cannot be questioned. Not just once but multiple times she reiterated the fact that the decision has been taken by high command. Number one, the decision cannot be reiterated, but in fact she also accepted the fact that yes, majority of MLAs did support KC Venugopal when it came to support, when it came to the decision. But in fact what we are also picking up from our sources is that it was at the last minute when VD Satishan was chosen to be the final name for the chief ministerial post. And now in fact what we're also learning is that another meeting is all set to take place at the residence of KC Venugopal, where K. Sudhakaran is going to meet. He was supposed to meet some time back, but KC Venugopal went to Rahul Gandhi's residence. Deepa Das Munshi was also there. She in fact stated, which is important to highlight over here, that MLAs, a large faction of MLAs wanted that KC should become the chief minister. But when asked that what happened and why VD Satishan has been chosen, to which she multiple times responded that it was all the decision were taken by the high command. It was high command's call. That means that they submitted their report, but final decision was taken by high command. We did ask her about what kind of report you submitted. Is there any dissatisfaction amongst the MLAs? Is there any protest going on amongst the MLAs, or any MLAs are unhappy? She again stated that it's the decision of high command. That means that all the decision has been taken at a point of time when Rahul Gandhi met Mallikarjun Kharge. Remember that today Priyanka Gandhi Vatra was also present in the meeting along with KC Venugopal. And since Ashwin, we have been reporting since morning that will it be a convincing meeting? So yes, it was a convincing meeting to KC Venugopal. Now next we need to see that how back-to-back meetings will be taking place, because remember that for that half an hour when KC, Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi were meeting, senior leader of the Congress party, Salman Khurshid, also was the part of the meeting. Then one by one all of them left the residence of Rahul Gandhi. The decision was announced over there. KC addressed the media. He spoke that I am happy, I am satisfied by the decision. I'll go by what the opposition, what the high command has said. And he also in fact accepted the fact that yes, there were MLAs in fact who were supporters wanting me to become the chief minister, but ultimately the high command decision is to be accepted, and he is happy with whatever decision has been taken. And he will also be going to the state of Keralam, is what he stated while in fact he answered one of the questions to NDTV. Now needs to be seen that how back-to-back meetings are taking place. Who next?
Tejri, I'll have to interrupt you there. Tejri, there's a big breaking story, Tejri. We have a big breaking story, and that is that BJP has now come forward to slam the Congress party. In fact, BJP has now labeled Satheesan as the man of the Muslim League. In fact, the BJP has went on to state that Congress has finally bowed down to the pressures of the IUML. In fact, it has also went on to even say that Congress cannot survive in Kerala without the Muslim League, and VD Satishan is a pick of the Muslim League, and Congress succumbed to the pressures of Muslim League. This is a big breaking that we have from the BJP side in Kerala. Certainly, this will be the be the message that BJP will be giving all the time with 3 MLAs of the BJP, which is going to be in the Legislative Assembly this time for the first time in the history of the state. Certainly, this will be one of the angles that we can expect it throughout the year when VD Satishan will be the Chief Minister. That's the big breaking we have. Now, back to you, Tejasri. What were you bringing up? You're bringing a special highlight on the situation in Delhi and the support that KC Venugopal had got from the MLAs. Despite that, the High Command chose over it. Over to you, Tejasri.
Well, Ashwin, the day you remember when we spoke over the call when KC Venugopal was landing here in the national capital, you in fact mentioned that yes, there will be a huge welcome for KC Venugopal. There were also massive celebration posters were installed, and here also in fact all the youth leaders in fact supported KC Venugopal, and in all the meetings in fact the MLAs, for that matter the KPCC former presidents, the senior leaders also, when they met one-to-one with Rahul Gandhi, they in fact stated that they wanted that KC Venugopal should be made the Chief Minister. Their first pick was KC Venugopal. But actually what happened wrong, that will only be, part of that particular meeting that took place between Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi, when perhaps the name was finalized, because yesterday it was Jairam Ramesh who at around 4 p.m. announced that, a press briefing will be held, and today at 12 o'clock, after back-to-back meetings were held in the national capital at Rahul Gandhi's residence number 1, at Mallikarjun Kharge's residence number 2, and then a final announcement being made at Congress headquarters, and then another meeting again taking place at the residence of Rahul Gandhi. So a lot of things going on. Just the announcement, we cannot just say now, Ashwin, that there's a full stop for the Congress party, everything has been resolved just because the Chief Minister's name has been announced. There is a lot more to come now. We also need to see that what the factions of the
there's a very interesting Tejasri, Tejasri, one of your Delhi colleague, in fact, Jainendra is sweating out in Kerala. I mean, certainly the humidity is catching up with him. But at this time, he is bringing one leader. He's having a one-on-one with the leader. Jainendra, you're there with me, right? You can hear. Tell us, what do you feel? What is the mood on the ground over there?
Yes, I am inside Satheesan's residence and waiting for him to come and interact with us. He have already talked with NDTV. We are also trying to that he speaks to our Hindi channel, and here many of his supporters are also waiting for him to come out. And the mood is, of course, you can understand that everybody was waiting in Kerala, and especially supporters for 10 days for this announcement to come. And now that the Congress party has announced for Satheesan to be the next Chief Minister, everybody is happy. Sir, can you talk to us? You are live on NDTV. How is the feeling, and what are the expectations from CM Satheesan?
So we all are very much happy in the appointment of our newly elected leader, Sri VD Satishan, and each and every members of all the Keralates were very much happy. They were eagerly waiting for this appointment, and we have very much expectations.
And were you all worried when leadership was taking time and the decision was stuck, delay was happening? So was there supporters worried? Were you worried that what decision is going to happen?
No. Because if whether it is take time also, the good decision, the right decision at the right time it was taken. Okay.
Right decision at right time.
Yes.
You don't want to speak? You want to speak, ma'am?
Right.
Can you tell us how happy you are?
Happy.
Why everybody is supporting Satheesan in Kerala?
Kerala Satheesan.
What is the X factor in Satheesan? What is the X factor in Satheesan?
We have Winston with us. In fact, he has won from Keralam. Let's hear from him. So, what do you feel now? Because I remember when the decision was to, the Chief Minister decision was ongoing 3-4 days ago, you had come to Cantonment House and you had spoken to me. What do you have to say now?
Now, the All India Congress Committee, the Congress High Command, once again proved their ability to take a good decision. That is my reaction.
Okay.
Once again, on the right right decision on the right time.
See, VD Satishan is completely taken a different path in his entire career. You know, what do you think that you expect out of him that is going to become a big change in the way Congress party is going to be working in the future? Because this government is coming after a huge debacle. You know, remember, huge debacle, 10 years out of power and coming back. What do you think is the fresh lease of life that VD Satishan is going to bring in? Because he always says Team UDF, Team UDF.
Regarding the government, no government faced such a difficulties, obstacles. Not even in the economic sector, in all these sectors, there are a lot of difficulties are there. So it is the government, because we all have more expectation in VD Satishan that he will do something.
You have high expectations. So
not only me, the people of Kerala.
So this is a big reaction that we are coming in, bringing in from Vicent, the Keralam MLA. Now, let's hear what VD Satishan had to say in an exclusive conversation with NDTV. Congratulations to you. What do you have to say about this emphatic decision?
I express my gratitude towards the ACC leaders and Congress President Rahul Ji and other leaders. And I dedicate my simple session to the people of Kerala. We have offered many things. We will work for them. We will build a team and work for Kerala, future Kerala. We will make changes. We will create a new era. That is our task.
So many MLAs have come together. They have a difference of opinion. Now you have to have a challenge to bring everybody together.
It is democratic.
Yes.
Democracy is the discourse. Discourse. That is happening. Congress party is a democratic party. That process has completed. They have discussed with all the MLAs and MPs, senior leaders, and they have taken a decision.
Yes. So a big win for the Congress party. There are also a lot of community leaders also that you need to now meet and bring them on board. Also, big, isn't it?
Definitely, we will cooperate with all of them. I don't have any complaint with anybody. Those who criticize to me, it is their right.
Yes,
it is their right. Now, as not only a chief minister, the opposition leader can be criticized.
Yes.
And they have every right.
What do you think is the biggest
reason is coming?
What do you think is the biggest reason?
I won't be intolerant.
Okay.
I won't be intolerant.
Yes.
I will hear what they are saying.
Yes.
If I have to correct, I will correct.
What is the biggest reason?
They are all senior fellows.
Yes. What is the
senior to me?
What is the biggest reason for this victory? Or what do you think is the biggest reason?
That is Team UDF.
Team UDF.
We work together as a single party.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Wholeheartedly, I am welcoming that decision. I am congratulating VD Satishan for this position. I think that people of Kerala has given a big verdict for the UDF. The government under the leadership of VD Satishan can fulfill the aspirations and promises of the people of Kerala. Certainly, we are totally with the government of Kerala.
So decision has been announced, sir. What's your reaction, sir?
It's a very good decision. We welcome the decision. We appreciate the ICC. Yes.
So what next, sir?
त्रिवेंद्रम जाएंगे और यहाँ पे अनाउंसमेंट घोषणा कर दी गई है। दीपादास मुंशी जी, मुकुल वासनिक जी और मैं, हम तीनों वहाँ पे जाएंगे।
राज्यपाल से मिलने का समय मांगा है सर?
वो सब होगा।
VD Satishan's house in Trivandrum, and here now supporters have gathered and they are sloganeering and they are thanking Congress leadership for the decision, and we can see Satishan's cutouts in their hand. We'll try to talk how happy all of you are after this.
We are so happy because we are waiting for only this decision. This is the right decision. This only the right decision.
Waiting for 10 years for this tenure rule change, okay? Because we have been so much waiting for a regime change, and people have been so much anxious for VD.
Why do you think? Because it took so much time, so much time for Congress leadership.
Because VD had to rearrange with UDF support.
We have to pressurize Congress leadership.
And no, actually, it's the people's mandate. He gave us this victory. That's all.
So now, what are expectations from the upcoming chief minister?
100% positive.
This may be the best CM of the Kerala.
Best CM. He will be the best, yeah. Okay. Yes. What are the expectations?
Best CM. Best CM.
Young CM.
Well, the BJP has upped its ante against the 13th Chief Minister of Kerala by stating that he is an agent of the Indian Union Muslim League. Now, this is the narrative that BJP has been stating for quite some time. In fact, whenever VD Satishan's name wasn't there, it was the BJP which kept saying that he has been backed and supported by the BJP, by the IUML, I'm sorry, and therefore him being Chief Minister will be the final decision, and that it will be clear that the High Command of the Congress will bow down to the will of the Indian Union Muslim League. Let's hear some of the big reactions that the BJP leaders are stating about this to back this claim.
It is clearly evident that the new Congress Chief Minister picked from Kerala was not the choice of the Congress MLAs, but was the choice of the Indian Union Muslim League. Yet again, the Gandhi Vadra family has proven that they listen to the diktat of the Indian Union Muslim League. The remote control of the Congress party and the Gandhi Vadra family is under the Indian Union Muslim League. This is why the Congress party today is nothing short of the modern day Muslim League. The Congress is the Muslim League Maowadi Congress.
Oh no, first of all, we congratulate Muslim League for appointing PM via the Congress party, because this has got the stamp of entire Muslim League. I am privy to Congress details and Congress functioning. I was told that the reason why KC Venugopal and Ramesh Chennitala's number got cut is because they are preferred by church, but Congress wanted to go out all out to appease PFI, Muslim League for Wayanad calculation. And therefore, Madam Priyanka Vadra said that if you don't make Satheesan, that means the Jamaat and Muslim League candidate, I will lose my election from Wayanad. So therefore, under the pressure of Priyanka and Jamaat, the Satheesan nomination has been taken ahead.
It's a very apt decision by the High Command, although they took 11 days, but then they took the views of everyone, including the allied parties, coalition parties, and they actually came to a correct decision according to us, because Satheesan, being the leader of opposition, he was the one who led the elections, he was the one who fought the CPM government, and he was the leader in all sense. So, and the people's reaction, the public opinion, all was completely in favor of Satheesan. And we had made our mind very clear to the High Command also, the observers who came over into Trivandrum. So the people were in fact wanting Mr. Satheesan as the Chief Minister. It's a right decision, good decision by the High Command.
Well, before the election mood was set in, it was the NDTV power play conclave that set the precedence on the big leaders that is going to be in the fray. And one of the most important conversation of that time was with our editor-in-chief, Rahul Kanwal, with VD Satishan, who is now the Chief Minister. Let's hear this very interesting conversation that happened at the Grand Hyatt Hotel in Thiruvananthapuram during the NDTV power play conclave.
Congratulations, fantastic victory, very well done. Explain to us how you made it happen, Mr. Satheesan. You're live on NDTV, whatever you say is live, so tell us, how did you make this happen, sir?
I'm happy to say that we have predicted that we may get more than 100 seats. Now we got more than 100 seats.
Right. Veera Raghav has a question for you.
Now we are crossing 100 seats. Now
Yes.
we are crossing 100 seats. Now it is 103.
Okay.
That was our prediction.
Veera Raghav.
Sir, how are you?
Hello.
How are you? Now, you remember you promised me that you will come to Kabini and do an interview with me. You like going to the forest? You said you'll come to Kabini.
Definitely.
Are you going to Delhi now or are you going to
Definitely.
Kabini? Are you going to Delhi now or are you going to Kabini?
Definitely, I want to visit Kabini again.
The fact is, your Padyatra had a very big role to play. What's the lesson you think the Kerala Congress is sending to the Congress across the country? The way you're active on the ground, your Padyatra on the ground had a big role to play in this victory, Mr. Satheesan.
Yes, I agree with you. We have very good organization set up. We have built up our organization set up. definitely, number one. And we have taken some positions. We have taken a pakka secular position. Nobody was ready to take such a position, secular position. Some of the groups declared their support to us, some extreme outfits. We said, no, we don't want your support. We don't want your support. We have taken secular stand, the people believed us. All the community, across the state, all the communities voted for us. Majority community as well as the minority community voted for UDF because Kerala is secular. This victory of the UDF, I am proud to say that this is a declaration of our state that to the entire country that our Kerala is secular.
Veer Sangvi, well-known journalist. Veer Sangvi has a question for you. Veer.
Please.
Everybody talked about anti-incumbency. Everybody talked about what a good job you'd done in preparing for this election. What people did say was that it wasn't clear that you would be the only people to take advantage of anti-incumbency. The BJP, as you know, has had a landslide in Assam, appears to have done very well in Bengal. People said that the BJP was now ready to make a huge mark in Kerala. That doesn't seem to have happened. Why do you think that's true?
The BJP was not a force in Kerala. I already stated that our Kerala is secular. We will never accept any communal forces. This is a declaration of our state to the entire country that our Kerala is secular. Not only the anti-incumbency. Anti-incumbency was a major component for our victory. Definitely I agree that. But at the same time, we have alternatives. The people believed us. We have made detailed studies, homework, many conclaves, many interactions, and we had definite programs to the public. So we won the election. The BJP doesn't have any say in Kerala. This is not like any other northern states or any other states.
So you're looking very, very serious through all this big victory, rare victory for your party. How will VD Satishan and the Kerala Congress celebrate?
We are celebrating with the people of Kerala. The people are celebrating. We are with them.
What is there for Sadhya today, sir? What are you eating today? What is there for lunch?
All our colleagues are distributing sweets.
Okay, we'll leave it there.
We should have a Kerala Sadhya.
And you have to invite us for it as well. Please don't eat without us. We'll come and join you and have some lovely Kerala Sadhya. Thank you very much.
Well, I stand corrected. That was a very interesting interview during the time of counting where the Congress had a formidable number. That was a very special interview. In fact, that's all we have from the state of Kerala. I'm now giving it to Sam, my colleague in Tamil Nadu. Sam, how does it feel when, for after the longest time, Kerala is taking precedence over Tamil Nadu for the longest time, isn't it? How do you feel? What are the big stories that are coming in from Tamil Nadu, Sam?
Ashwin, that's right. Some breaking news and good news for more than 1 crore women across Tamil Nadu receiving the monthly government assistance of 1,000 rupees every month launched by the MK Stalin government earlier. This afternoon, Chief Minister Joseph Vijay has directed authorities to credit that monthly 1,000 rupees to beneficiaries soon. Normally, it's done on the 15th of every month. This time, it's not clear whether it'll be done tomorrow. And on the question of the poll promise of TVK to increase this monthly assistance for women to 2,500 rupees, the government says it will require more time to what they call restructure the program. And MK Stalin, the DMK chief and outgoing chief minister, has questioned Vijay, why no more time now to begin with? And what are you restructuring? Is this the change you promised? That's what MK Stalin has shared on X. More news. TVK MLA from Madurai, Mustafa, has said that TVK too is out on the field to eradicate Sanatan Dharma. He was saying this in response to a specific question on the leader of opposition, Udayinidhi Stalin's speech on the floor of the House day before yesterday that Sanatan Dharma, which divides people, ought to be eradicated. And in fact, Sanatan Dharma, while it's being seen as the code of living for Hindus in the northern part of India, in Tamil Nadu and across South India, is being seen through the prism of untouchability and caste discrimination that denies education, jobs for the oppressed communities. This is what Mustafa had to say, and this certainly has now triggered a flood of responses or reactions across the country.
பெரியாரை வச்சிருக்கிறோம், அம்பேத்கரை வச்சிருக்கிறோம், சனாதனத்தை ஒழிக்கப்படும் தான் நாங்கள் களத்தில் இறங்கியிருக்கிறோம். முதல் சாராய கடையை மூடி இருக்கிறோம். இன்னைக்கு டாஸ்மார்க் 717 கடையை எந்த ஆட்சியுமே செய்யாத ஒரு சிறப்பான திட்டத்தை பெண்களுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, கோவில்களுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, சர்ச்சுகளுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, மசூதிகளுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, பள்ளி ஸ்கூலுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, பேருந்து நிலையம் இருக்கக்கூடிய குறிப்பாக தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்க அத்தனை பெண்களோட மனநிலையாக.
Sanadana, what is Sanadana? The word Sanadana means in Sanskrit indestructible. What is indestructible? Manudharma is indestructible, is what they mean, but they won't speak. But the Dravidian movement was started only for the sake of Hindus, that they should understand. 90% of the Hindus were sidelined as Shudras and Panchamas. They were not given education. They were not even allowed to go into the streets where upper caste people living. Against which the Dravidian movement, the Justice Party was started, when we are continuing with that process. We want everybody should be treated on par. That is what Thiruvalluvar said 2000 years back, that all men are born equal. Sanadana is against this concept of Thiruvalluvar. Sanadana is not a concept. The meaning of the word Sanadana is indestructible. What is indestructible is Manudharma is indestructible. So we oppose that. Let them say that Manudharma is not Sanadana.
और जिन लोगों के मन में है कि वो सनातन को समाप्त कर देंगे, मुझे लगता है वो जान नहीं पा रहे हैं कि उनके घर में भी उनके माता पिता का नाम या तो दुर्गा है, या तो राम है, या तो सीता है. उनके घर के लोग भी मंदिर जाते हैं, पूजा करते हैं. और आश्चर्य का विषय है, वो ज्योतिष शास्त्र में भी कुछ लोग विश्वास रखते हैं. और ऐसा भी मैंने देखा है कि ज्योतिष में विश्वास रख के उनके ही साथी को अपना अधिकारी भी बनाते हैं. तो सनातन तो इनग्रेन्ड है, डीएनए में सनातन है. क्या अपने आप को समाप्त कर लेंगे कुछ लोग? अगर सनातन को समाप्त करना है तो अपने आप को ही समाप्त करना पड़ेगा.
Mr. Udinidhi Stalin wanted to provoke and instigate, Mr. Vijay, the Chief Minister, and he wanted to create a issue on this, and that is why intentionally, with the malified intention, he has started this. So Mr. Vijay should have cleared it on that day itself, day before yesterday itself, stating that the opposition leader should not have spoken about any religion. So Mr. Vijay, who says that he is for every religion, he is for everyone, he should have condemned on that day in the floor itself.
So the mask is finally off. TVK MLA S. Mustafa says that we have also entered the field only to eradicate Sanatan Hindu. First, it was Udinidhi Stalin who said Sanatan should be eradicated, then Congress supported him. 3 years ago also, Udinidhi Stalin had said this. At that time, Congress had supported him. Congress MLA also said that Sanatan needs to be removed from Tamil Nadu. Hindus should be removed from Tamil Nadu. And now this statement has been reiterated by TVK, who claims to be secular. This shows that this entire bunch is a Hindu Virodhi bunch. Whether it's Congress, DMK, Samajwadi Party, Trinamool Congress or TVK, they all believe that Hindu ka karo apman, taki mile vote bank ki dukaan, they are actually nafrat ke bhaijaan.
And this is what Udinidhi Stalin had said in the Tamil Nadu Assembly day before yesterday.
மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் பேரவை துணைத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றி. உங்களுடைய பணிகள் சிறக்கட்டும். மீண்டும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம். வெல்க தமிழ், வாழ்க தமிழ்நாடு. மக்களை பிரிக்கும் சனாதானம் நிச்சயம் ஒழிக்கப்பட வேண்டும். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Well, that's all from me. Now it's over to my colleague Padmaja Joshi for a discussion on this. Padmaja.
Well, the controversy started from day one itself when Leader of Opposition Udayanidhi Stalin had first spoken about it when he made his first speech welcoming Vijay as the new chief minister and ended that speech by saying we want Sanatan Dharm eradicated. At that time, the silence of Vijay had been questioned, but it was easy to maintain an arm's distance at that time. But now things are going to get more sticky because after Udayanidhi Stalin, it was an MLA of the Congress who made a similar comment. You had Asan Maulana saying that Edapadi is out, which means that Modi is out, and which also means that Sanatan Dharm is out of Tamil Nadu. But now you've got somebody, an MLA from the ruling party itself, from Vijay's own party, from the TMK, who again has reiterated pretty much the same statement that Udayanidhi Stalin had given and said that we have entered the field in order to eradicate Sanatan Dharm. So this promises to be quite a sticky issue for the new chief minister, especially when, the comparisons are being made of how he himself believes in astrology, how he had appointed his astrologer as his OSD, which obviously subsequently was a decision that was revoked. But nonetheless, the fact that he himself holds such beliefs, Vijay holds such beliefs, and yet he remains quiet when in front of him calls are given to eradicate Sanatan Dharm. So this is being picked up and projected, and the silence in particular of the chief minister is being questioned.
In the run-up to the confidence vote yesterday, Chief Minister Joseph Vijay had met not just former Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and other political leaders, he also visited parties that support his government from outside, including leaders of VCK, CPI, CPM, and in fact, rebel leaders from AIADMK who voted for him yesterday. Udayanidhi Stalin has called this a new kind of politics, naming it sofa politics, because new sofas were seen going to the residence of C.V. Shanmugam, the rebel leader, and the office of VCK in Chennai, just before Vijay arrived there. Udayanidhi says, never in the history of India, a sitting chief minister visited rebel leaders even before they officially joined a party, inviting them before trust vote.
First, it was the VCK headquarters. Cameras spotted a brand new sofa set being unloaded just before speculation over a possible meeting between Thiruma Vallavan and Vijay peaked. At the time, political observers joked that in Tamil Nadu politics, even furniture was sending signals. Later, Shanmugam Velumani faction extended support to the ruling TVK coalition. Another new sofa set arrived, this time at the residence of senior AIADMK leader C.V. Shanmugam. The coincidence has now sparked a political and social media frenzy. While the internet jokes continue, the politics underneath is serious. DMK leader Udayanidhi Stalin has accused Chief Minister Vijay of depending on political bargaining to stay in power. Udayanidhi further claimed the 2006 DMK government was formed through alliance support and not by breaking parties, horse trading MLAs or sending sofa sets. That single line has now added fuel to Tamil Nadu's sofa politics debate.
ஒரு தலைவரோட வீட்டுக்கு ஒரு புது சோஃபா போகுது. சோஃபா பின்னாடியே புது முதலமைச்சரும் அந்த வீட்டுக்கு போறாரு. தமிழ்நாட்டு வரலாற்றிலேயே முதன்முறையாக, இந்திய வரலாற்றிலேயே முதன்முறையாக ஒன்று நடந்திருக்கு. என்னன்னா, கட்சி தாவறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே அந்த குரூப் தலைவர் வீட்டுக்கு போய் இவ்வளவு ஓப்பனா அவங்களுக்கு இன்விடேஷன் கொடுத்ததை இதுவரைக்கும் இந்தியாவில் யாருமே பார்த்தது கிடையாது. இதை பார்த்துட்டு மக்கள் இன்னைக்கு என்ன தெரியுமா கேட்கிறாங்க? சேஞ்சுன்னு சொன்னீங்களே, இந்த சேஞ்சுக்கு பின்னாடி மிகப்பெரிய எக்ஸ்சேஞ்ச் இருக்கோ?
So is this all coincidence, routine furniture replacement? Or has the sofa quietly become Tamil Nadu politics' new visual code for alliance talks and power equations? Bureau Report, NDTV.
Chief Minister Vijay has denied these allegations, saying there's no horse trading, but his government functions in the speed of a horse. Well, some good news for film lovers. The film Karuppu is all set to hit the screens tomorrow, featuring Surya, the actor, and Trisha as the lead star in that. And in fact, the Tamil Nadu government has given special screening permission from 9 a.m. in the morning tomorrow.
barely 2 days into office, and Chief Minister Vijay is already making political and cinema heads turn. Actor Trisha's much-anticipated film Karuppu, where she shares the screen with superstar Surya, has got a favourable call from the newly formed Tamil Nadu government. The Vijay government has cleared special 9 AM shows for Karuppu. Now that may sound routine in Tamil cinema, except it isn't. Tamil Nadu theatres have, in recent years, stayed away from early morning shows, largely to manage fan frenzy and avoid law and order concerns around big star releases. Which is why this approval has caught the attention of Tamil film industry. The optics are also quite hard to miss. The exception comes days after Trisha was seen attending Vijay's swearing ceremony.
This is a new beginning.
Fueling chatter once again around the actor, politician and actor, a pairing long surrounded by speculation. No official explanation for the exception. But the timing and the film involved are adding layers to the conversation. The makers of Karuppu have thanked Chief Minister Vijay, confirming first day first show begins at 9 AM on May 14th. The makers even shared a social media version of the film poster, with Vijay signing executive orders to the CM chair. A small administrative decision perhaps. But in Tamil Nadu, where cinema and politics have always shared a complicated, inseparable relationship, even show timings can become a headline. Especially when the Chief Minister of the state is involved. Bureau Report, NDTV.
அன்பான ஃபேன்ஸ்க்காக
Surya and Trisha in lead roles for all those film lovers to watch Karuppu from tomorrow. Some breaking news. The tug of war and rebellion within the AIADMK has taken a new spin now. Rebel leader C.V. Shanmugam and 24 others who were stripped of their party positions by party chief EPS yesterday after they voted in favor of the TVK government defying EPS have said that they will never enter the party office, the AIADMK headquarters in Chennai, till they are officially recognized as the true leaders representing the AIADMK. In fact, the trouble began after the AIADMK suffered defeat for the fourth consecutive time, and pressure was mounted by the elected MLAs on party chief EPS to take stock of the situation over the party's continuous poll failures after Jayalalitha died. They also wanted him to ally with TVK so that they can be part of the Vijay government in Tamil Nadu, but EPS turned it down, and then the rebellion took a new high with rebel leaders, 24 of them, voting in favor of Vijay yesterday, one abstaining, and the others, 22, under EPS voting against the government. Okay, now the fault lines are out in the open. The AIADMK camp, led by its party chief EPS, they've moved the speaker. They've met the speaker yet again today, and they contemplate taking action against the rebel MLAs under the anti-defection law. While rebels claim that no formal whip has been elected, they claim that they have a majority support. However, EPS team claims Agni Krishnamurthy was appointed as the party's whip, and these members ought to have abided by his order yesterday to vote against the confidence move by Chief Minister Vijay. We'll have to wait and watch what kind of a spin this will take. Already the AIADMK has suffered a huge setback in terms of their tally, and now the rebel leaders are mounting pressure on EPS, not only to unseat him, not only to allow him to become the legislature party leader in the assembly, but also perhaps unseat him from the position he holds as the party chief.
Sir, we are given a complaint stating that 25 ADMK MLAs has not obliged the order of the whip. Whip has been appointed by our General Secretary. General Secretary Mr. Edapadi Palaniswamy is the only competent authority to appoint the whip. Whip has issued an order. It was not followed. They have voted against the will of ADMK. So we have asked the Legislative Assembly Speaker to take action against those who are not followed the ADMK whip's order.
Well, that's all the time we have for on this edition of Southern View. Hope you liked it. See you tomorrow, same time. Goodbye.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Higher ed, check the audio. Higher ed, check the audio.
Let's do it. Let's start.
Big news that we're breaking first here on NDTV.
We know for sure that they have, confirmed their support to him.
We've got a picture of the letter, the breaking story. We're jumping straight into it.
We do not want to be part of an experiment.
Show around and then come to me. At the Nehru Stadium in Chennai.
Unconditional support.
Giant killer of TVK is here with us.
We've got Mr. Dinakaran with us here. Veera, why aren't you also dancing?
Vijay is coming now, TVK chief.
Big breaking story here on NDTV. Nobody else has these details. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the viewership. Thank you for the love.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
महासचिव श्री मुकुल वासनिक जी और AICC महासचिव जो केरलम की जिम्मेदारी है दीपा दास मुंशी जी हैं। अभी श्रीमती दीपा दास मुंशी जी एक महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा करेंगी। दीपा जी। ये सिर्फ घोषणा करेंगे, उसके बाद सवाल जवाब नहीं होगा। इनफॉर्मली हम बातचीत करेंगे, पर अभी घोषणा करने दीजिए क्योंकि इसका आपका इंतजार भी है।
Namaskar. The Congress Legislature Party had met in Thiruvananthapuram on May 7th, 2026 and had unanimously resolved to authorize the Congress President to appoint the new leader of the CLP in the state of Keralam. Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition.
Welcome back. Now let's talk about what really killed Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav's half-brother Prateek Yadav, who was just 38 when he passed away on Wednesday morning. NDTV has now accessed his autopsy report, which has revealed that he died due to a massive blockage in the blood vessels of the lungs, leading to a collapse of the heart and the respiratory system. The report lists 6 injuries all before the death, and these injuries were reported in the chest, in the arms, as well as the elbow and the left wrist. While 3 of the injuries are about 5 to 7 days old, there are 3 others that are about just a day old. The report further suggests that doctors have preserved the entire heart as well as clot-like material that has been recovered from the lungs for further examination. They've taken out samples that have been preserved for chemical analysis as well. So this is the half-brother of Akhilesh Yadav, Prateek Yadav, who's died at the age of 38. He hadn't been keeping too well. He was not responsive. He was taken to the hospital about 6:15 in the morning yesterday when he was brought in, and that is when he was declared to be dead at the age of 38. This has been a very, very young death. His wife was not there at the time. Let's just also switch tracks now and get you more details of social media influencer. The Skin Doctor has found himself at the center of a massive online storm. Popular digital commentator Dr. Neelam Singh, better known as the Skin Doctor, was arrested by the Delhi police following alleged posts targeting the Kapoor family after the death of the businessman Sanjay Kapoor. The case was registered after members of the Kapoor family approached the police, alleging that certain social media posts have made this death, as far as Sanjay Kapoor's death is concerned, very, very offensive comments and defamatory, and the police sources say the influencer was questioned. Let's now first, before we get you that story, cut across to Prime Minister Modi, who's meeting with leaders of different countries. Do remember, India, they're hosting that BRICS meet that's taking place, and also there is, Arakchi, or the Iranian foreign minister, who's here, as well as so is Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. So Prime Minister Modi there meeting all the foreign ministers who are here in the national capital. So visuals coming on your screen of the various leaders who are here, the BRICS leaders who are here in Delhi, and a very crucial time, very significant time when Arakchi, the Iranian foreign minister, is here as well. Do remember, this is in the wake of the hostilities that erupted on the 28th of February. And here we have the foreign ministers here meeting in India, which is very crucial at this particular point in time. This meeting of the BRICS foreign ministers has been kicked off with the Iran war likely to cast a shadow on that two-day event, which also coincides with the US President Donald Trump, who's in China meeting with Xi Jinping. So here we have, of course, S.J. Shankar also, who met with all the foreign ministers. He has had bilateral meetings. And here we have the Prime Minister holding those meetings as well. There you can see Aditya Rajkal, my colleague, joining us in order to get us details. Aditya Rajkal, is this normal and common to see the Prime Minister meeting with the foreign ministers during this, on the sidelines of the BRICS meeting?
Well, that's right. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in fact, is at the Bharat Mandapam, and all the members of the BRICS nations after the first session and post the lunch are now interacting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. You can see these visuals, including the Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi and the Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov, and countries of all BRICS nations, including South Africa as well, now individually also interacting with the Prime Minister, and a group family photograph of the BRICS also being taken at this stage. Now, this BRICS meeting comes at a very critical stage as of now, when there's been no headway in a ceasefire between Iran and the United States. There have been hectic parleys that's been underway. Also, this comes parallelly at a time when Trump is meeting Xi Jinping, which is being dubbed as a historic meeting, and could possibly give a message of stability if all goes well during those bilateral talks in Beijing. But as of now, a very important meeting of the foreign ministers of the BRICS nations is taking place with Prime Minister Modi at the Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi. India is the chair of the BRICS at this particular juncture, and that's why India's role of a country that pushes for dialogue, diplomacy, and talks for a peace process really reflects and signifies during this BRICS meeting. Also, at a time of economic disruptions and economic turbulence due to Trump tariffs and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, India has been pushing for a free navigation and also more collective approach rather than tariffs as putting barriers between countries and nations. So India's message is of dialogue, diplomacy, and transparency, and democracy to be restored and pushed much more between the BRICS nations. Will there be a separate trading agreement between the BRICS? Will there be a push for de-dollarization or against it? We'll have to wait and watch, because the second session of the BRICS is now beginning in a few minutes from now. But as of now, Prime Minister has interacting, and it is a normal diplomatic protocol. Every time there's a BRICS or a G20 or a similar summit, the visiting nations and visiting leaders do call on the host Prime Minister, and that's what is happening. It's a two-day summit. The second session is underway. Tomorrow morning will be the third and the concluding session, and thereafter we could possibly see a joint statement at the BRICS level coming in.
And before his visit to the UAE, here's the Prime Minister meeting with all the leaders that are here, the foreign ministers who are here in Delhi. Take us through the significance of the timing of all of this, because on the other hand, we have Donald Trump meeting with Xi Jinping in China.
That's right. That's why it assumes more significance because there are many critical, countries that are part of this war in some way, directly or indirectly, including, Iran and Russia, who are part of this important BRICS foreign ministers meeting. We also have China, and we have seen China being closely linked with Iran during this entire war that's been underway. China has been accused of funding and, in fact, also sponsoring in a way with providing defense equipment and intelligence to the Iranian friends. So clearly, as of now, Trump has been meeting, Xi Jinping in Beijing, and that's a very critical and important, significant diplomatic meeting taking place after many, many years. While Trump has focused and, praised Xi Jinping, at the same time, Xi Jinping has said that Taiwan is the red line, and America's approach towards Taiwan will decide the future course of action of the diplomacy and the foreign policy between China and the United States. So, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, after attending the BRICS immediately tomorrow, will be leaving for UAE. It is being dubbed as a very critical, visit to the UAE because particularly the strategic and the defense partnership with the UAE is going to grow. The energy cooperation with the UAE is also being something that is being dubbed, will be taken to another level. And thereafter, he will be visiting at least 4 other European countries, including Norway, Sweden, and Italy as well. So a roller coaster, important, week for India, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be interacting with several of the foreign leaders immediately after the BRICS meeting ends.
Right, and of course, this really comes in the background of the uncertainty that looms large, particularly when it comes to fuel pricing and, the Prime Minister's austerity call at the same time. Aditya.
Well, that's right. It is an important message by the Prime Minister for dialogue, peace at this particular stage. What the Prime Minister is certainly focusing on is India's approach in this entire matter towards peace and global stability. They are focusing also on free navigation at this stage, and that's what Prime Minister could be conveying to the foreign ministers who are arriving here at the Bharat Mandapam for the BRICS meeting, which is underway right now. And when Prime Minister actually visits the UAE and thereafter pushes for the visits towards Europe, the message would be very clear that we are living in a deeply divided world, but this is not an era of war. Solution certainly cannot be found in the battlefield, and the democracies need to come together. And instead of economic disruptions and trade barriers, we need to have freedom to trade, and that's why many countries, including European Union, have in fact signed an intent for the free trade agreement with India, and many countries are looking forward to actually take trade and economics to another level with New Delhi, because New Delhi is seen as a trusted and a pragmatic partner, not just for the BRICS nations, but for the European Union and the larger democratic world.
Right, and of course, Aditya, before I let you go, it is, of course, what is really being noticed is that the Foreign Minister of China hasn't made it to this meeting.
Well, yes, the Foreign Minister of China has not visited, the BRICS meeting, and the official reason that's being stated is because Donald Trump, the US president, is in Beijing and he had to stay back. So the ambassador to China is, in fact, someone who is representing China at this particular stage during the BRICS summit. But it's important to, tell the viewers that many foreign ministers from different parts of the world who are part of the BRICS nations and other partner countries who are observers are part of this BRICS meeting. They are putting their country positions out there during the BRICS meeting. The focus area has been resilience, sustainability and innovation in the first session. The second session will be more on the global governing structure and also the multilateral systems, the challenges that the world faces today and how to overcome them, how to look at cooperation, a cohesive approach between the BRICS nations. Tomorrow will be the concluding session of the BRICS where a final statement could come in. Could we see a larger consensus on global conflicts? Could we see a kind of a unified approach in the BRICS nations when it comes to economic disruptions?
Absolutely.
One will have to wait and watch.
All eyes on day 2 as well. Aditya, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. Slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side with my colleague Gargi.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
Hi Red, check the audio. Hi Red, check the audio.
Let's do it. Let's start. Big news that we're breaking first here on NDTV.
We know for sure that they have, confirmed their support to him.
We've got a picture of the letter
The breaking story, we're jumping straight into it.
We do not want to be part of an experiment.
Show around and then come to me. At the Nehru Stadium in Chennai.
Unconditional support.
Time killer of TVK is here with us.
We've got Mr. Dinakaran with us here. Veera, why aren't you also dancing?
Vijay is coming now, TVK chief.
Big breaking story here on NDTV. Nobody else has these details. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the viewership. Thank you for the love.
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
महासचिव श्री मुकुल वासनिक जी और AICC महासचिव जो केरलम की जिम्मेदारी है दीपा दास मुंशी जी हैं। अभी श्रीमती दीपा दास मुंशी जी एक महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा करेंगी। दीपा जी। ये सिर्फ घोषणा करेंगे, उसके बाद सवाल जवाब नहीं होगा। इनफॉर्मली हम बातचीत करेंगे, पर अभी घोषणा करने दीजिए क्योंकि इसका आपका इंतजार भी है।
Namaskar. The Congress Legislature Party had met in Thiruvananthapuram on May 7th, 2026 and had unanimously resolved to authorize the Congress President to appoint the new leader of the CLP in the state of Keralam. Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri VD Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP. Thank you so much.
Clears the air then, Shiv. It is VD Satishan, the next Chief Minister of Keralam. He has been the choice, Shiv, when it comes even to the IUML on the ground. He's done the spade work over the years. He's being rewarded for that. But this isn't the end to the drama, perhaps, given that you have KC Venugopal, who spent the morning with the Gandhis, and the announcement has been in favor of Satheesan.
So VD Satishan becomes the Kerala Chief Minister designate now. He has been appointed the CLP leader unanimously, but unanimously is a word that we don't want to use because we know it's not unanimous yet. There are still discussions taking place. TM Veera Raghav is with us live for a quick first reaction. Veera, as NDTV reported, VD Satishan is the new Chief Minister of Kerala.
Absolutely. I think this is pretty much keeping in tandem with the public sentiment and also the fact that if KC Venugopal was going to be made Chief Minister, he would have to resign his Lok Sabha seat and you would also have to have somebody having to resign their assembly seat for him to contest. And I believe that the thinking on the top leadership was
the Congress finally picks VD Satishan, the people's choice, over KC Venugopal to head the Keralam government. He's expected to be sworn in as Chief Minister on the 18th of May. Fresh political controversy erupts in Tamil Nadu. Vijay's MLA Stokes Rao says have entered field only to eradicate Sanatan Dharma. The number of people who've died has gone to over 100 as powerful storm, heavy rain swept through UP districts. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath orders relief, a damage assessment. One man is thrown through the air. And Chinese leader Xi Jinping hails a new era of US-China relations after talks with US President Donald Trump, who was on a visit to Beijing. The US President has said the talks went great, even as there was a warning from Beijing over Taiwan.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Some breaking news now coming in from West Bengal, where the former Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee was heckled while leaving the Calcutta High Court earlier today. The Trinamool Congress chief had arrived at the court in a black coat to argue in a matter concerning the widespread post-poll violence unleashed across the state in the wake of the assembly election results. But while leaving, chor-chor slogans were raised against her and she had to be taken out amid all that chaos. Listen in.
बाकी समय उनका कोर्ट में ही बीतेगा, हाई कोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट, क्योंकि जो काम उन्होंने किया है कोर्ट में ही उनको परेड करना पड़ेगा। बाकी समय उनका कोर्ट में ही बीतेगा, हाई कोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट, क्योंकि जो काम उन्होंने किया है कोर्ट में ही उनको परेड करना पड़ेगा।
हम लोग दिखा दिया हॉग मार्केट को बात आप जो बोल रहे थे, जो 300-400 पुराना का हॉग मार्केट है, वो हॉग मार्केट के कुछ एरिया में डिमोलिश कर दिया। उस छोड़ के और 8 जगह को नाम हम लोग दिखा दिया, ये इस जगह बुलडोजर देके इसको तोड़-फोड़ कर दिया। उत्तर प्रदेश को जो है वो कल्चर ले आया। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसका पहले बोला जो बुलडोजर जस्टिस इज अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल। ये संविधान का चिंता में कोई नहीं सोच भी सकता है, जो किया है वो कोई सोच भी नहीं सकता है।
All right, so Mamata Banerjee at the Calcutta High Court to raise the issue of post-poll violence and the bulldozers that have been used, however, heckled as she was leaving the court. You can see Mamata Banerjee there in her black coat. She had come, in fact, to argue the case on her own, and now this has become a war of words between the Trinamool Congress and the BJP. Let's just listen in to that heckling. NDTV's Ritik sent us this report from the Calcutta High Court.
Trinamool Supremo Mamata Banerjee appears before Calcutta High Court with regard to the widespread, violence after the result of Bengal election came out. As you can see, as she approaches before the court, and a chaotic situation erupted over here. We can see that she leaving the Calcutta High Court, but it's precisely that a very unprecedented situation. Mamata Banerjee and her party appearing before the court pleaded that an interim order should be passed to stall all bulldozer action in the state. She also put before the court that at least 10 people have lost their lives due to post-poll violence, and that has come as a huge allegation from the Trinamool Congress party, and they cited that many people and the places have been ransacked targetfully by the ruling dispensation. It has come as a slugfest between BJP and TNC over this row. With camera person and Uttar this is Viktik for NDTV.
All right, let's go across to Padmaja now for more on this entire story. And Padmaja, the Trinamool Congress and Mamata Banerjee herself raising this issue of post-poll violence, saying this is not a state for bulldozers, and trying to draw attention to the fact that people have lost their lives. There's been a lot of damage as well. However, there have been dramatic scenes there at the High Court as she was leaving.
That's correct. Just to put this in context for our viewers, this basically was an appeal against post-poll violence that was filed. 2 separate appeals that were tagged together for hearing today in the Calcutta High Court. Mamata Banerjee, dressed in the black robes, today said that for the first time I'm appearing as a lawyer. I am representing this case as a lawyer myself, and it's my first time before the Calcutta High Court. Very heated scenes inside as well, where Kalyan Banerjee, who was also appearing in a separate plea, he said that bulldozers are being used. We must remember that this is West Bengal and not Uttar Pradesh. All of these pleas, of course, were rebutted by the other side. But what's important is that while the court, withheld its judgment, the court did not pronounce a final judgment. When Mamata Banerjee and Kalyan Banerjee were leaving, suddenly the sloganeering started. Who are these people? They haven't yet been identified. But these chor-chor slogans, some of them came from within the crowd, maybe some of the lawyers who were assembled over there. Then Kalyan Banerjee actually said that they are raising slogans, they are not letting us leave, and eventually then Mamata Banerjee, once this had calmed down, was taken out of the Calcutta High Court. But Since the time that the results have come out on the 4th of May, there have been several such episodes where even outside the house of Mamata Banerjee, outside the house of Abhishek Banerjee, in fact, in one instance, inside one of the private airlines, also members of the Trinamool Congress have been faced with such slogans. If you'll remember, there was that episode where Mahua Moitra, Trinamool Congress MP, filed a formal complaint when some people within the aircraft started raising such slogans, and she said that this was an attack on her and action should be taken by the airline, and these people should be identified and put on a no-fly list. And you see a reprisal of something like that, a recurrence of something like that happening outside the Calcutta High Court as well, where some of these slogans were chanted by the people assembled outside. Gargi.
That's right, Padmaja, Mamata Banerjee, they're being heckled as she was leaving the High Court. But quite an image, isn't it, to see the former Chief Minister in these black robes. She may be down, but she's not out. And clearly she will continue to raise and, take on these issues with the new BJP government there.
That's correct. Also remember that she actually is not even an MLA right now because she lost her own seat in Bhawanipur, hasn't yet decided whether she's going to be, contesting any kind of bypoll. She's not the leader of opposition either, obviously, because she's not a member of the assembly. So in that sense, now she's become this figure taking up all of these cases, leveling serious charges which she has taken to the Calcutta High Court. They referred to the 2021 post-poll violence and said a committee had been formed at that time. And now something similar is being seen. They referred to the Newmarket episode where some illegal construction was demolished with a bulldozer just a few hours after the results were out on the 4th of May. Allegations were also leveled of how Karyakartas, how workers of the Trinamool Congress are being beaten, where women are being assaulted. So all of these submissions made by Mamata Banerjee and Kalyan Banerjee in front of the Calcutta High Court. But like I said, the final judgment on that still reserved. Mamata Banerjee, though, for the time being, becoming really this face. Earlier, she and Abhishek Banerjee had held a meeting of all the social media warriors of the Trinamool. So even though she might have lost the elections, might have lost her own seat, but then taking up this cause inside and outside the court.
That's right. Thanks so much, Padmaja, for joining us with all the latest developments there. Well, let's shift focus now to Keralam and the Congress party. After days of intense closed-door meetings and high-voltage political drama, finally today, the suspense finally over the Keralam next Chief Minister, with the Congress legislature party officially electing VD Satishan as its leader, clearing the way finally for him to take oath as the state's new Chief Minister. VD Satishan thanked party's high command and all his supporters for top post and assured that everyone in the party will work as a team for the betterment of Keralam. Meanwhile, KC Venugopal, who was also in the running for the top post, remember it said that the reason it took so long was because of the pressure that he was also bringing, and he claiming that many of the MLAs supported him. He's publicly backed the High Command's choice, saying he's fully satisfied with the decision and that VD Satishan has his complete support.
Congratulations to you. What do you have to say about this emphatic decision?
I express my gratitude towards the ACC leaders and Congress President Rahul Ji and other leaders. And I dedicate my citizenship to the people of Kerala. We have offered many things. We will work for them. We will build a team and work for Kerala, future Kerala. We will make changes. We will create a new era. That is our task.
So many MLAs have come together. They have a difference of opinion. Now you have to have a challenge to bring everybody together.
It's democratic.
Yes.
Democracy is the discourse. Discourse. That is happening. Congress party is a democratic party. That process has completed. They have discussed with all the MLAs and MPs, senior leaders, and they have taken a decision.
Yes. So a big win for the Congress party. There are also a lot of community leaders also that you need to now meet and bring them on board. Also, big, isn't it?
Definitely, we will cooperate with all of them. I don't have any complaint with anybody. Those who criticize to me, it is their right.
Yes,
it is their right. Now, as not only a chief minister, the opposition leader can be criticized.
Yes.
And they have every right.
What do you think is the biggest
reason is coming?
What do you think is the biggest reason?
I won't be intolerant.
Okay.
I won't be intolerant.
Yes.
I will hear what they are saying.
Yes.
If I have to correct, I will correct.
What is the biggest reason?
They are all senior fellows.
Yes. What is the
senior to me?
What is the biggest reason for this victory? Or what do you think is the biggest reason?
That is Team UDF.
Team UDF.
We work together as a single party.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Wholeheartedly, I am welcoming that decision. I am congratulating VD Satishan for this position. I think that people of Kerala has given a big verdict for the UDF. The government under the leadership of VD Satishan can fulfill the aspirations and promises of the people of Kerala. Certainly, we are totally with the government of Kerala.
Decision has been announced, sir. What's your reaction, sir?
It's a very good decision. We welcome the decision. We appreciate the ICC. Yes.
So what next, sir?
From that, KC Venugopal has got the maximum support in the CLP.
Among the MLAs?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, one more thing. Both NSS and SNDP has said that you have succumbed the pressure of the Muslim League and Jamaat-e-Islami.
That we will answer. Let me go to Keralam.
Okay.
I will land. We will sit in a party.
त्रिवेंद्रम जाएंगे और यहाँ पे अनाउंसमेंट घोषणा कर दी गई है। दीपा दास मुंशी जी, मुकुल वासनिक जी और मैं, हम तीनों वहाँ पे जाएंगे।
राज्यपाल से मिलने का समय मांगा है सर?
वो सब होगा।
All right, let's go across to Ashwin now. And Ashwin, you spoke to Satheesan after that announcement was made. He said that it's team UDF who has won. And really, this is being seen as the people's choice, the Keralam people's choice, being announced finally as the chief ministerial choice for Kerala. Whereas Mr. Venugopal was being considered as the High Command's choice. So finally, tell us more about the reactions there.
Absolutely. In fact, the public swell of support for VD Satishan is single-handedly one of the reasons that has helped VD Satishan to maintain and been selected ahead of KC Venugopal, despite the MLAs, prominent MLAs and majority of the MLAs giving KC Venugopal the support. But stating that it is important that VD Satishan has now got a huge responsibility, not just the allies, but the public expects him to deliver also. Certainly, what we are picking up on the ground is that everybody who has voted for the Congress, remember, this was a very important elections where for last 10 years, Congress were out of power. In 2021, when they lost it, it was a completely dismantled group, a completely unenthusiastic crowd having different directions. But all of them came together and synthesized as Team UDF. And that is where the victory holds a big difference. Now, VD Satishan, when he is going to be taking oath today in a short while from now, in fact, there's a CLP meeting. Now, they have said media is not allowed. It's a completely internal meeting that will be going on over there. But after that, when Satishan will likely to take oath as a chief minister on Monday, the important things before him are selecting the ministerial candidates from all these allies. Because despite it being Team UDF, will there be any external pressure from these allies to asking for more seats or any of that sorts is likely to happen. So that is something that VD Satishan will have to say. And at the same time, the challenges for him, in fact, when I spoke to him in an exclusive interview, I asked him about getting the trust of the two major Hindu communities, which is the OBC community of Irava community, as well as the Nair community. Both of these community leaders have been extremely critical to the fact that they have stated openly their dislike for him even yesterday. So a person now coming on to the chief minister position, he will now have to bring them on board, which is a Herculean task for the Congress-led UDF. And that is where the challenges lie, because every policy decisions will be taken in consonance with these MLAs. Remember, most of these MLAs had supported KC Venugopal, and therefore any kind of a issue can obliterate or cause massive friction for VD Satishan, and to govern, he needs to bring everybody on board. And he says he will do it with the best possible manner. And he has also said he will not keep anybody astray. And that's the most important takeaway in that interview we had with him.
That's right. Thanks so much, Ashwin, for joining us with those details. The oath-taking ceremony to take place is expected on Monday now. NDTV's Yanendra also spoke to a supporter of VD Satishan. Listen into what he said.
VD Satishan's house in Trivandrum, and here now supporters have gathered and they are sloganeering and they are thanking Congress leadership for the decision, and we can see Satishan's cutouts in their hand. We'll try to talk how happy all of you are after this.
We are so happy because we are waiting for only this decision. This is the right decision. This only the right decision.
Waiting for 10 years for this tenure rule change, okay? Because we have been so much like waiting for a regime change, and people have been so much anxious for VD.
Why do you think? Because it took so much time for Congress leadership.
Because VD had to rearrange with UDF support.
We have to pressurize Congress leadership.
And no, actually, it's the people's mandate. He gave us this victory. That's all.
So now, what are expectations from the upcoming Chief Minister?
100% positive.
This may be the best CM of the Kerala.
Best CM.
He will be the best, yeah.
Yes. What are the expectations?
Best CM. Best CM. Young CM.
All right, after the Congress announced VD Satishan as the next Chief Minister of Keralam, BJP was quick to launch a sharp attack on the Congress leadership, claiming that they have bowed down to the Indian Union Muslim League for survival in the state. The BJP accusing the Congress of appeasement politics and depending on the Muslim League support to run Keralam. The BJP said the Congress cannot survive in the state without the IUML backing.
10 to 11 days, no CM in Keralam, despite having full majority. Congress is in complete confusion mode. Even binoculars are not helping in finding the next CM of Keralam.
It is clearly evident that the new Congress Chief Minister pick from Kerala was not the choice of the Congress MLAs, but was the choice of the Indian Union Muslim League. Yet again, the Gandhi Vadra family has proven that they listen to the diktat of the Indian Union Muslim League. The remote control of the Congress party and the Gandhi Vadra family is under the Indian Union Muslim League. This is why the Congress party today is nothing short of the modern day Muslim League. The Congress is the Muslim League Maowadi Congress.
It's a very apt decision by the High Command, although they took 11 days, but then they took the views of everyone, including the allied parties, coalition parties, and they actually came to a correct decision according to us, because Satheesan, being the leader of opposition, he was the one who led the elections, he was the one who fought the CPM government, and he was the leader in all sense. So, and the people's reaction, the public opinion, all was completely in favor of Satheesan. And we had made our mind very clear to the High Command also, the observers who came over in Trivandrum. So the people were in fact wanting Mr. Satheesan as the Chief Minister. It's a right decision, good decision by the High Command.
All right, our editor-in-chief, Rahul Kaval, had an exclusive conversation with now the new Keralam Chief Minister, Satheesan, on the day of counting of the votes after Keralam gave that historic mandate to the Congress-led UDF. Listen in.
Congratulations, fantastic victory, very well done. Explain to us how you made it happen, Mr. Satheesan. You're live on NDTV. Whatever you say is live. So tell us, how did you make this happen, sir?
I'm happy to say that we have predicted that we may get more than 100 seats. Now we got more than 100 seats.
Right. Veera Raghav has a question for you.
Now we are crossing 100 seats. Now we are crossing 100 seats. Now it is 103.
Okay.
That was our prediction.
Veera Raghav.
Sir, how are you?
Hello.
How are you? Now, you remember you promised me that you will come to Kabini and do an interview with me. You like going to the forest? You said you'll come to Kabini.
Definitely.
Are you going to Delhi now or are you going to Kabini? Are you going to Delhi now or are you going to Kabini?
Definitely, I want to visit Kabini again.
The fact is, your Padyatra had a very big role to play. What's the lesson you think the Kerala Congress is sending to the Congress across the country? The way you're active on the ground, your Padyatra on the ground had a big role to play in this victory, Mr. Satheesan.
Yes, I agree with you. We have very good organization set up. We have built up our organization setup, definitely, number one. And we have taken some positions we have taken a pakka secular position. Nobody was ready to take such a position, secular position. Some of the groups declared their support to us, some extreme outfits. We said, no, we don't want your support. We don't want your support. We have taken secular stand. The people believed us. All the community, across the state, all the communities voted for us. Majority community as well as the minority community voted for UDF because Kerala is secular. This victory of the UDF, I am proud to say that this is a declaration of our state that to the entire country that our Kerala is secular.
Veer Sangvi, well-known journalist. Veer Sangvi has a question for you. Veer.
Please.
So everybody talked about anti-incumbency. Everybody talked about what a good job you'd done in preparing for this election. What people did say was that it wasn't clear that you would be the only people to take advantage of anti-incumbency. The BJP, as you know, has had a landslide in Assam, appears to have done very well in Bengal. People said that the BJP was now ready to make a huge mark in Kerala. That doesn't seem to have happened. Why do you think that's true?
The BJP was not a force in Kerala. I already stated that our Kerala is secular. We will never accept any communal forces. This is a declaration of our state to the entire country that our Kerala is secular. Not only the anti-incumbency. Anti-incumbency was a major component for our victory. Definitely I agree that. But at the same time, we have alternatives. The people believed us. We have made detailed studies, homework, many conclaves, many interactions, and we had definite programs to the public. So we won the election. The BJP doesn't have any say in Kerala. This is not like any other northern states or any other states.
So you're looking very, very serious through all this big victory, rare victory for your party. How will VD Satishan and the Kerala Congress celebrate?
We are celebrating with the people of Kerala. The people are celebrating. We are with them.
What is there for Sadhya today, sir? What are you eating today? What is there for lunch?
All our colleagues are distributing sweets.
Okay, we'll leave it there.
We should have a Kerala Sadhya.
And you have to invite us for it as well. Please don't eat without us. We'll come and join you and have some lovely Kerala Sadhya. Thank you very much.
Well, let's shift focus now to Tamil Nadu, and the Sanatan Dharma political flashpoint is back, and this time the controversy has erupted within the TVK. A fresh row broke out after TVK MLA Mustafa declared that he had entered the political field only to eradicate Sanatan, invoking Periyar and Ambedkar. The remark has now triggered a massive political backlash. The BJP has launched a sharp attack on Vijay and the TVK, accusing the party of following the DMK Congress line of appeasement politics.
நாங்களும் பெரியாரை வச்சிருக்கிறோம், அம்பேத்கரை வச்சிருக்கிறோம், சனாதனத்தை ஒழிக்கப்படும் தான் நாங்கள் களத்தில் இறங்கியிருக்கிறோம். முதல் சாராய கடையை மூடி இருக்கிறோம். இன்னைக்கு டாஸ்மார்க் 717 கடையை எந்த ஆட்சியுமே செய்யாத ஒரு சிறப்பான திட்டத்தை பெண்களுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, கோவில்களுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, சர்ச்சுகளுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, மசூதிகளுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, பள்ளி ஸ்கூலுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, பேருந்து நிலையம் இருக்கக்கூடிய குறிப்பாக தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்க அத்தனை பெண்களோட மனநிலையாக.
Sanadana, what is Sanadana? The word Sanadana means in Sanskrit indestructible. What is indestructible? Manudharma is indestructible, is what they mean, but they won't speak. But the Dravidian movement was started only for the sake of Hindus, that they should understand. 90% of the Hindus were sidelined as Shudras and Panchamas. They were not given education. They were not even allowed to go into the streets where upper caste people living. Against which the Dravidian movement, the Justice Party was started, when we are continuing with that process. We want everybody should be treated on par. That is what Thiruvalluvar said 2000 years back, that all men are born equal. Sanadana is against this concept of Thiruvalluvar. Sanadana is not a concept. The meaning of the word Sanadana is indestructible. What is indestructible is Manudharma is indestructible. So we oppose that. Let them say that Manudharma is not Sanadana.
और जिन लोगों के मन में है कि वो सनातन को समाप्त कर देंगे, मुझे लगता है वो जान नहीं पा रहे हैं कि उनके घर में भी उनके माता पिता का नाम या तो दुर्गा है, या तो राम है, या तो सीता है। उनके घर के लोग भी मंदिर जाते हैं, पूजा करते हैं। और आश्चर्य का विषय है, वो ज्योतिष शास्त्र में भी कुछ लोग विश्वास रखते हैं। और ऐसा भी मैंने देखा है कि ज्योतिष में विश्वास रख के उनके ही साथी को अपना अधिकारी भी बनाते हैं। तो सनातन तो इनग्रेन्ड है, डीएनए में सनातन है। क्या अपने आप को समाप्त कर लेंगे कुछ लोग? अगर सनातन को समाप्त करना है तो अपने आप को ही समाप्त करना पड़ेगा।
बहुत Mr. Udinidhi Stalin wanted to provoke and instigate, Mr. Vijay, the Chief Minister, and he wanted to create an issue on this, and that is why intentionally, with the malified intention, he has started this. So Mr. Vijay should have cleared it on that day itself, day before yesterday itself, stating that the opposition leader should not have spoken about any religion. So Mr. Vijay, who says that he is for every religion, he is for everyone, he should have condemned on that day in the floor itself.
So the mask is finally off. TVK MLA S. Mustafa says that we have also entered the field only to eradicate Sanatan Hindu. First, it was Udinidhi Stalin who said Sanatan should be eradicated, then Congress supported him. 3 years ago also, Udinidhi Stalin had said this. At that time, Congress had supported him. Congress MLA also said that Sanatan needs to be removed from Tamil Nadu. Hindus should be removed from Tamil Nadu. And now this statement has been reiterated by TVK, who claims to be secular. This shows that this entire bunch is a Hindu Virodhi bunch. Whether it's Congress, DMK, Samajwadi Party, Trinamool Congress or TVK, they all believe that Hindu ka karo apman, taki mile vote bank ki dukaan, they are actually nafrat ke bhaijan.
All right, so once again, a huge controversy over comments on Sanatan Dharm. Remember, a few days back, as was mentioned, their leader of opposition in the assembly and DMK leader Udinidhi Stalin once again made a remark evoking a political showdown. Listen into what he said.
மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் பேரவை துணைத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றி. உங்களுடைய பணிகள் சிறக்கட்டும். மீண்டும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம். வெல்க தமிழ், வாழ்க தமிழ்நாடு. மக்களை பிரிக்கும் சனாதானம் நிச்சயம் ஒழிக்கப்பட வேண்டும். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
All right, a row over Sanatan Dharm. Now back in Tamil Nadu. Let's go across to Padmaja for more. And Padmaja, first Udinidhi Stalin, then a Congress MLA, and now a ruling party MLA of the TVK also wading into the eradicate Sanatan row. Is this going to be a problem for the new Chief Minister Vijay?
Well, the controversy started from day one itself when Leader of Opposition Udinidhi Stalin had first spoken about it when he made his first speech welcoming Vijay as the new Chief Minister, and ended that speech by saying we want Sanatan Dharm eradicated. At that time, the silence off for Vijay had been questioned, but it was easy to maintain an arm's distance at that time. But now things are going to get more sticky because after Udinidhi Stalin, it was an MLA of the Congress who made a similar comment. You had Hasan Maulana saying that Edapadi is out, which means that Modi is out, and which also means that Sanatan Dharm is out of Tamil Nadu. But now you've got somebody, an MLA from the ruling party itself, from Vijay's own party, from the TMK, who again has reiterated pretty much the same statement that Udinidhi Stalin had given and said that we have entered the field in order to eradicate Sanatan Dharm. So this promises to be quite a sticky issue for the new Chief Minister, especially when, the comparisons are being made of how he himself believes in astrology, how he had appointed his astrologer as his OSD, which obviously subsequently was a decision that was revoked. But nonetheless, the fact that he himself holds such beliefs, Vijay holds such beliefs, and yet he remains quiet when in front of him calls are given to eradicate Sanatan Dharm. So this is being picked up and projected, and the silence in particular of the Chief Minister is being questioned.
All right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, a controversy over Rahul Gandhi's foreign trip. Stay with us.
Higher rate, check the audio. Higher rate, check the audio. Let's do it. Let's start.
Big news that we're breaking first here on NDTV.
We know for sure that they have, confirmed their support to him.
We've got a picture of the letter, the breaking story. We're jumping straight into it. They do not want to be part of an experiment. Show around and then come to me. At the Nehru Stadium in Chennai. Unconditional support.
Time killer of TVK is here with us.
We've got Mr. Dinakaran with us here. Veera, why aren't you also dancing?
Vijay is coming out, TVK chief.
Big breaking story here on NDTV. Nobody else has these details. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the viewership. Thank you for the love.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा आरती और मसाला
where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Hi, Red, check the audio. Hi, Red, check the audio.
Let's do it. Let's start. Big news that we're breaking first here on NDTV.
We know for sure that they have, confirmed their support to him.
We've got a picture of the letter, the breaking story. We're jumping straight into it. They do not want to be part of an experiment. Show around and then come to me. At the Nehru Stadium in Chennai. Unconditional support.
Time killer of TVK is here with us.
We've got Mr. Dinakaran with us here. Veera, why aren't you also dancing?
Vijay is coming out, TVK chief.
Big breaking story here on NDTV. Nobody else has these details. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the viewership. Thank you for the love.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
महासचिव श्री मुकुल वासनिक जी और AICC महासचिव जो केरलम की जिम्मेदारी है दीपा दास मुंशी जी हैं। अभी श्रीमती दीपा दास मुंशी जी एक महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा करेंगी। दीपा जी। ये सिर्फ घोषणा करेंगे, उसके बाद सवाल जवाब नहीं होगा। इनफॉर्मली हम बातचीत करेंगे, पर अभी घोषणा करने दीजिए क्योंकि इसका आपका इंतजार भी है।
Namaskar. The Congress Legislature Party had met in Thiruvananthapuram on May 7th, 2026 and had unanimously resolved to authorize the Congress President to appoint the new leader of the CLP in the state of Keralam. Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party.
Welcome back. US President Donald Trump is in China for the Beijing summit. China rolled out the red carpet for Trump. Both leaders shook hands, and Trump also received a ceremonial guard of welcome and held bilateral talks. In his opening remarks, Trump hailed the Chinese president by saying it's an honor to be meeting Xi Jinping. He also said that he's brought the best business leaders in the world with him on this trip. Trump also mentioned that all eyes are on this biggest summit. Chinese President Xi Jinping calls on Trump to build a brighter future together, and he said the world has come to a new crossroads and can China and US work together. Meanwhile, Xi warned Trump that mishandling the Taiwan issue would cause clashes and even conflicts between the US and China.
I always believe that our two countries have more common interests than differences. Success in one is an opportunity for the other, and a stable bilateral relationship is good for the world. China and the United States both stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. We should be partners, not rivals. We should help each other succeed and prosper together and find the right way for major countries to get along well with each other in the new era. Mr. President, I look forward to our discussions on major issues important to our two countries and the world, and working together with you to set the course for and steer the giant ship of China-U.S. relations so as to make 2026 a historic landmark year that opens up a new chapter in China-U.S. relations.
But it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend, and the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before. Thank you very much. Thank you. You and I have known each other now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship of our two countries that any president and president has had. And that's, to me, an honor. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I called you, and you would call me. And whenever we had a problem, people don't know, whenever we had a problem, we worked it out very quickly. We're going to have a fantastic future together. Such respect for China, the job you've done. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth.
The whole world is watching our meeting. Currently, transformation not seen in a century is accelerating across the globe, and the international situation is fluid and turbulent. The world has come to a new crossroads. Can China and the United States overcome the Thucydides trap and create a new paradigm of major country relations? Can we meet global challenges together and provide more stability for the world? Can we, in the interests of the well-being of our two peoples and the future of humanity, build a brighter future together for our bilateral relations? These are the questions vital to history, to the world, and to the people. They are the questions of our times that you and I need to answer as leaders of major countries.
All right, so, the big trip there for Donald Trump, it's going to lead to, recalibration really of geopolitics. Let's go across to Arjun now for more. And Arjun, Donald Trump has taken some of his top CEOs for this trip to China. Talks have been held for 2 hours, which Donald Trump described as great. Xi Jinping has said this could, reset the relation between the U.S. and China. Give us more details about the visit. There's going to be a big banquet now.
Absolutely, Gagi. Around a dozen CEOs have accompanied U.S. President Donald Trump to this very crucial visit in Beijing. Mind you, it's the first visit by a U.S. president in around a decade now. There's 3 cornerstones of this very important summit. The first and the biggest cornerstone, of course, being the de-escalation of regional energy risks, which we've seen, after the Iran war, the Strait of Hormuz condition. There's a serious supply chain issue. The leaders spoke on it very clearly. We're getting to hear not only Donald Trump, but Xi Jinping also spoke on it. The second issue, of course, remains the Taiwan issue and the issue of semiconductors, in which also there seems to be a thaw that was reached between Washington and Beijing. And finally, we see China getting its incentive for strategic autonomy. And that's why, from the point I started, around a dozen tech CEOs and other business leaders are accompanying Donald Trump. So this speaks volumes also about China's strategic autonomy and how is it being paid back. Back to you.
Right, Arjun, it also comes at the time of the West Asia conflict and, China's relations with Iran. Tell us more about what is expected on that front. As you said, right now, the world is in a situation where supply chains have been hit. And can we expect some sort of outcome from this trip of Donald Trump's to China?
Well, absolutely. Gargi, here we also need to take into consideration the BRICS foreign ministers meet that is currently underway at the Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi, India's capital right now, where Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, in the closed doors meeting, he issued another scathing statement against US and Israel, the purported attack that took place on Iran, and how the security challenges not only for Iran but for the entire West Asia, and as an extension of that for the entire global economy. And this is something that will also most certainly be taken into consideration between closed door meetings that are taking place between American and Chinese representatives there. At the same time, the Indian and the Iranian representatives here in New Delhi. Back to you.
All right, Arjun, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. Arjun, do stay on and tell us more about what's going to happen next in this trip. We do know now this, banquet is taking place in that, it's called a Golden Room, I think. Tell us more about, what else is going to happen during Donald Trump's trip here.
Gargi, I seem to be having some disturbance with your audio. Could you please repeat your question?
What happens next? This banquet is going to take place, and tell us more about what other meetings, etc., are going to take place during Donald Trump's visit to China.
There seems to still be some audio problem.
All right, we will try and return to you, Arjun. But Arjun, bringing us the highlights of the Xi Jinping Donald Trump meeting. Remember, they held discussions for 2 hours, and during which time Xi Jinping has said that China and US's common interests outweigh their differences, and he said that this could be a friendship that could change the world, while Trump hailed the Chinese president's great leadership, saying the talks went great. However, there was a warning from China to the United States over Taiwan. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा और मसाला।
Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Hi Red, check the audio. Hi Red, check the audio.
Let's do it. Let's start. Big news that we're breaking first here on NDTV.
We know for sure that they have, confirmed their support to him.
We've got a picture of the letter. The breaking story, we're jumping straight into it.
We do not want to be part of an experiment.
Show around and then come to me. At the Nehru Stadium in Chennai. Unconditional support.
Giant killer of TVK is here with us.
We've got Mr. Dinakaran with us here. Veera, why aren't you also dancing?
Vijay is coming out, TVK chief.
Big breaking story here on NDTV. Nobody else has these details. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the viewership. Thank you for the love.
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
महासचिव श्री मुकुल वासनिक जी और AICC महासचिव जो केरलम की जिम्मेदारी है दीपा दास मुंशी जी हैं। अभी श्रीमती दीपा दास मुंशी जी एक महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा करेंगी। दीपा जी। ये सिर्फ घोषणा करेंगे, उसके बाद सवाल जवाब नहीं होगा। इनफॉर्मली हम बातचीत करेंगे, पर अभी घोषणा करने दीजिए क्योंकि इसका आपका इंतजार भी है।
Namaskar. The Congress Legislature Party had met in Thiruvananthapuram on May 7th, 2026 and had unanimously resolved to authorize the Congress President to appoint the new leader of the CLP in the state of Keralam. Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri VD Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP. Thank you so much.
All right, let's go back to the US President Donald Trump's visit to China. And as you can see, the banquet is now kicking off. Xi Jinping is there on the stage addressing the gathering. Earlier today, we saw those visuals coming from the People's Hall where, both sides met one another. Donald Trump praised Xi Jinping. He said that he's a good friend. Talks were also held. And then after the talks, Xi Jinping spoke about how the US and China can forge a good relationship and how it can benefit the world, even talking about how this can be, how their common interests outweigh their differences. Donald Trump on the talk said that it was he praised Xi Jinping's great leadership. He also spoke about how the talks went great. However, China also had a warning to the US regarding Taiwan. Let's now listen into what's taking place at that state banquet.
这是一次历史性访问。今年是中国15开局之年，14亿多中国人民立足于5000多年中华文明深厚基础，正在以高质量发展全面推进中国式现代化。今年也是美国独立250周年，3亿多美国人民正在重振爱国、创新、开拓精神，推动美国发展迈向新的征程。中美两国人民都是伟大的人民，实现中华民族伟大复兴和让美国再伟大，完全可以并行不悖，相互成就，造福世界。
This is a historic visit. This year marks the start of China's 15th five-year plan for economic and social development. The over 1.4 billion people of China, drawing on the rich heritage of our over 5,000-year civilization, are advancing Chinese modernization on all fronts through high-quality development. This year is also the 250th anniversary of American independence. The over 300 million American people are reinvigorating the spirit of patriotism, innovation, and enterprise, and ushering in a new journey for the development of the United States. The people of China and the United States are both great peoples. Achieving the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and making America great again can go hand in hand. We can help each other succeed and advance the well-being of the whole world.
55年前，尼克松总统派基辛格博士访华，中美开展乒乓外交，双方官民并举，推开了中美冰封20多年的大门，成为当代国际关系史上重大事件。此后，中美之间以很多开放合作的故事，不断书写着友谊的佳话。新形势下，我同特朗普总统顺应两国人民和国际社会期待，通过多次会晤和通话，推动中美关系保持总体稳定。
55 years ago, President Richard Nixon sent Dr. Henry Kissinger to visit China, and ping-pong diplomacy was carried out between our two countries. Through efforts of the two governments and peoples, the door that had remained frozen for over 20 years was opened, marking a milestone in contemporary international relations. From then on, China and the United States have written many chapters of friendship through mutual openness and cooperation. Under the new situation, President Trump and I, fully aware of the expectations of our two nations and the international community, have had multiple meetings and phone calls and kept China-US relations generally stable.
今天，我同特朗普总统就中美关系和国际及地区形势深入交换意见。我们一致认为，中美关系是当今世界最重要的双边关系，只能搞好，不能搞坏。两国合则两利，斗则俱伤，应该成为伙伴而不是对手。我们同意构建中美建设性战略稳定关系，推动中美关系稳定、健康、可持续发展，为世界带来更多和平、繁荣、进步。
Today, President Trump and I had in-depth exchanges on China-US relations and international and regional dynamics. We both believe that the China-US relationship is the most important bilateral relationship in the world. We must make it work and never mess it up. Both China and the United States stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. Our two countries should be partners rather than rivals. President Trump and I also agreed to build a constructive China-US relationship of strategic stability to promote the steady, sound, and sustainable development of China-US relations and bring more peace, prosperity, and progress to the world.
尊敬的特朗普总统先生、女士们、先生们、朋友们，纵观中美关系发展历程，能不能做到相互尊重、和平共处、合作共赢，是中美关系能否稳定发展的关键所在。当今世界变乱交织，中美关系承载着两国17亿多人民的福祉，关乎世界80多亿人民的利益。我们应当共同扛起这个历史重任，推动中美关系这艘巨轮沿着正确的航道平稳前行。
Honorable President Donald J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen, friends, looking back at the course of China-US relations, whether or not we could have mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation is the key to whether the relationship can advance steadily. The world today is changing and turbulent. China-US relations concern the well-being of the over 1.7 billion people of both countries and affect the interests of the over 8 billion people of the world. Both sides should rise up to this historic responsibility and steer the giant ship of China-US relations forward, steadily and in the right direction.
最后，我提议，为中美两国发展繁荣和人民幸福，为中美关系的美好未来和两国人民的友谊，为特朗普总统以及在座的各位朋友的健康，干杯！
Now please join me in a toast to the development and prosperity of China and the United States and the well-being of our people, to the bright future of China-US relations and the friendship between the two peoples, and to the health of President Trump and all the friends present. Cheers.
干杯
Cheers.
All right, the video that you see is of the state banquet being hosted in Beijing. We've seen the Chinese President Xi Jinping addressing President Donald Trump. You can see the two leaders greet each other. They've spent the best part of the day today, a very warm message of how America and China need to be working together. A little while earlier, the White House also issued a statement as we wait for the U.S. President Donald Trump to approach. I should say that President Trump, on the basis of meetings thus far, has said that he's had good meetings and important business meetings, and that there has been a lot of talk on critical issues, including increasing Chinese purchases of American agricultural products and a common agreement that, in fact, nuclear weapons shouldn't be with Iran.
It was a fantastic day. And in particular, I want to thank President Xi, my friend, for this magnificent welcome. And it really was a magnificent welcome like none other. And for so graciously hosting us on this very historic state visit. We had extremely positive and productive conversations and meetings today with the Chinese delegation earlier. And this evening is another cherished opportunity to discuss among friends some of the things that we discussed today, all good for the United States and for China. And it was a great honor to be with you. Please.
感谢习近平主席。今天我们度过了非常美好的一天。首先要感谢习近平主席这一盛大的欢迎，那么也非常感谢在这一次历史性的国事访问当中非常慷慨地接待了我的代表团。那么今天早些时候，我们跟中方进行了富有成效以及具有建设性的对话。那今天晚上将是我们另外的一次机会，能够共同再次讨论我们今天早些时候已经讨论到的一些问题，以及我们的共同利益，以及我们如何能够为全人类塑造更好、更安全的未来。
The relationship between the American and Chinese people goes all the way back to America's founding. The first American consul to China, Samuel Shaw, arrived on the first American trading ship to reach these shores in 1784. The Chinese merchants had a name for the Americans. They called their visions the New People. 2.5 centuries later, that first connection has grown into one of the most consequential relationships in world history.
美国人民和中国人民之间的友谊可以追溯到美国的建国之初。那么，美国的第一任驻华大使萨缪尔·肖先生在1784年乘坐第一艘美国的商船到达了中国的沿岸。当时中国的商人是这样称呼到来的美国访客，他们将当时到来的美国访客称为一个崭新的民族。250年后的今天，这一个当初的友谊已经慢慢的演变成为当今世界当中最举足轻重的关系之一。
From the beginning, our citizens have shared a deep sense of mutual respect. Founding Father Benjamin Franklin published the sayings of Confucius in his colonial newspaper, and today's sculpture, recognizing that ancient Chinese sage, is carved into the face of the United States Supreme Court very proudly.
从一开始，我们两国之间的人民就已经有深厚的相互的尊重。美国的国父本杰明·富兰克林曾经在他的殖民报纸当中刊登了孔子的《论语》，而今天在美国最高法院建筑物的门前，可以说有一个雕刻，这个雕刻就是为了向中国的这一名古代的圣人进行致敬。
The appreciation ran in both directions. Chinese admirers of President George Washington gifted a stone tablet honoring his memory to adorn the Washington Monument. It bears the words of a Chinese official who called the great general and statesman a hero among men.
这一种欣赏是相互的。那么，许多中国人非常崇敬乔治·华盛顿总统， 那么这些人当时就向美国捐赠了一个石碑，就是为了纪念华盛顿总统。目前这个石碑已经镶嵌在华盛顿纪念碑里面，石碑上刻有当时的一名中国官员形容这一名伟大的将军和政治家，他们把他称为人中豪杰。
And across the centuries, this mutual esteem grew into a relationship that reflected the tremendous talent and potential of our two people. Chinese workers helped lay the railroad tracks that connected our Atlantic coast to the Pacific. American travelers to China helped spread literacy and modern medicine. And at the request of China's ambassador, it was President Theodore Roosevelt who provided the funds to establish President Xi's alma mater, Tsinghua University.
在过去几百年当中，这种相互的尊敬已经成为了一段全新的关系。这段关系可以说反映出我们两国人民之间巨大的潜力以及我们的努力和智慧。中国工人当初帮助美国建设了我们的铁路路轨，连通了美国的大西岸和太平洋沿海地区。美国当时早期出访中国的美国人也帮助中国提升了识字率，并且引入了现代医学，并且应时任中国驻华大使的请求，罗斯福总统也专门提供了资金，成立了习主席的母校清华大学。
As allies in World War II, President Franklin Roosevelt's mentions of the brave people of China, that's what they were, drew loud cheers in his speeches in the United States, and everybody loved what he had to say, just as many Chinese now love basketball and blue jeans. Chinese restaurants in America today outnumber the 5 largest fast food chains in the United States, all combined. That's a pretty big statement.
那么作为二战期间的盟国，罗斯福总统在美国的多次演讲当中提到了勇敢的中国人民。正如当前许多中国人非常喜欢篮球和穿蓝色的牛仔裤，在美国目前的中餐厅的数量要比美国前5大快餐连锁店的总的店面还要多。
This bond of commerce and respect that stretches back 250 years is the foundation for a future that benefits both of our nations. The American and Chinese people share much in common. We value hard work, we value courage and achievement, we love our families, and we love our countries. Together we have the chance to draw on these values to create a future of greater prosperity, cooperation, and happiness, and peace for our children. We love our children. This region and the world, it's a special world with the two of us united and together.
那么至于商业当中的纽带以及我们的相互尊重，可以说追溯到250年前，是我们将要构建的未来的基础。至于未来将会惠及我们两国的人民，美国人民和中国人民有许多的共同点，我们都崇尚劳动，我们都崇尚勇气和成就，我们都非常爱我们的家庭，我们也爱我们的国家。我们两国一道，我们将有机会基于我们共同的价值观，创造出一个更加繁荣、基于合作、幸福、和平的未来，为我们的子孙、为本地区以及全世界造福。
Thank you again, President Xi, for this beautiful welcome. And tonight it is my honor to extend an invitation to you and Madam Peng to visit us at the White House this September 24th. And we look forward to it. And I'd now like to raise a glass and propose a toast to the rich and enduring ties between the American and Chinese people. It's a very special relationship. And I want to thank you again. This has been an amazing period of time. Thank you, President Xi.
那么再一次感谢习主席，感谢这一美好的欢迎。那么今天晚上，我也想借此机会向您以及彭女士 提出邀请，于9月24号邀请你们出访白宫。那我也希望，针对美国人民和中国人民之间深厚的以及持久的友谊，我提议我们进行举杯。那么我们这两国关系是非常独特的一项关系。
Thank you, everybody.
感谢。
Thank you, everybody, very much.
感谢。
Just saw the US President Donald Trump making those remarks during the state banquet taking place there in Beijing in China to welcome the delegation that has arrived from the United States. Talks have been held earlier today as well for 2 hours. In fact, Xi Jinping and Donald Trump held talks. In fact, it was a very big welcome, really laying out the red carpet for Donald Trump, who has arrived here with top CEOs of various companies, top tech bosses as well, arriving as a part of his contingent to China. This is a visit. Remember, the US president is visiting Beijing after 10 years. And this is a visit that could reset relations. And it's a visit the world is watching very, very closely as it comes in the midst of the West Asia crisis and, growing inflation and affected supply chains the world over. So lots of positive statements have already been made. Donald Trump has said the talks went great. Xi Jinping has spoken about how, their partnership can benefit everyone, though there was a warning from China for the US regarding Taiwan. Well, to talk more about this, let me get my colleague Gauri Dwivedi to join us. And Gauri, it is a meeting that, the world is watching very closely here in India. We're watching very closely as well. But firstly, what is the sort of outcome one is expecting from this very, very significant visit of Donald Trump to China?
Gargi, two very important things. You mentioned that there were a lot of positive things that were there. Both the leaders showering praises on each other. Who would have thought that, they're both calling each other their friends. Trump is invoking Confucius. He's saying all the way back to Benjamin Franklin, there was a Chinese connection there. And he's also invited now Xi Jinping in September to Washington. Essentially, it comes down to the fact that Donald Trump has no answers to end the Iran war. He needs China's support. So there is going to be a lot of give and take there. You see the kind of contingent of American CEOs who came in there, because trade and technology is the kind of concessions that Xi Jinping would want in return for, in fact, showing any leeway with regards to Iran. And all of these optics add into just that. One important fact is Iranian economy runs on Chinese oil purchases. China is Iran's largest purchaser of oil. And if China gives any indication of cutting that, it impacts the Iranian economy, and it won't do any of that till the time there are American concessions. So all of those grand optics and statements are leading into some sort of an understanding there.
Right, and it comes on the back of years of, we said that the last visit was 10 years ago, and a lot of hostility, a lot of bitterness between China and the US in terms of statements that were being made. And now, now the message they're trying to send out is how this partnership can benefit the entire world, a world that is facing inflation right now and facing, energy crisis as well. So talking about how this can benefit the entire world, Trump also said that, how lucky the world is right now to have these two leaders actually leading and guiding the world right now.
The last time the war happened, the meeting happened between the two of them, there wasn't a war. There was a tariff war that was currently on between US and China. This time around, there is an Iran war where Trump doesn't have an answer. And also, even the tariffs...
And the tariffs are still there, yes.
Tariffs are there, but he's actually been battered in the Supreme Court, in the US Supreme Court, back-to-back 2 negative verdicts, completely negating the effect of tariffs. That gives the Chinese side a huge upper hand in terms of negotiations. And that is what is playing out in some of these optics, in some of these these discussions here, where the Chinese side now knows that Donald Trump has only, well, he loves to have cards on the table. Unfortunately, this time around, he doesn't have that many cards on the table.
All right. Well, Aditya Raj Kaul also joining us for more on this story. As Aditya, you know, the world is watching this visit of Donald Trump's to China very, very closely, the impact it could have on all of us, and also the hope that somewhere the U.S., you know, coming to China, and the hope that somewhere the West Asia crisis can also be resolved. As Gauri said, you know, the China has major influence over Iran. They have very close ties.
Well, certainly, Gargi, one thing that the entire world would be looking at would be whether some kind of a stability comes out of this particular meeting. These are two giant countries, China and United States, a meeting, as you pointed out, and Gauri as well, that this meeting is nearly happening after a decade. So it does send in some kind of a positive signal. There's a large battery of corporate honchos from Elon Musk to Tim Cook who are part of this meeting as well. And as Gauri pointed out, you know, the kind of message and tonality clearly indicating something positive, at least some kind of a bonhomie that was missing earlier, which is visible. Whether this will translate into some kind of a mechanism at play, some kind of a sustained dialogue, we'll have to wait and watch. But already he has raised a toast at the state banquet and also, invited Xi Jinping to visit the White House in Washington, D.C. on the 24th of September. So we'll be looking forward to that meeting, which will be taking place in the United States. But the brass tacks really would be what happens to the tariffs, what happens to the trade between the United States and China, and whether that will have some kind of a ripple effect in a positive way to the global economy, because already the tariff war has created an economic turbulence, and at the same time, the current Middle East situation, apart from the blockage of the Strait of Hormuz, the global connectivity between East and the West being impacted, has clearly slowed down things and impacted global economy. So even as the BRICS summit is underway between the foreign ministers here in New Delhi, another very significant platform, this meeting between Xi Jinping and Trump will certainly go a long way. But whether this bonhomie, whether this positive attitude will reflect into things on ground being stabilized, we'll have to wait and watch.
That's right, Aditya. And also, what does this, meeting, these visuals that are coming, this of great, friendship and bonhomie and praise between U.S. and China that are coming from Beijing, what does it mean for India at a time that we too have been, mending our relations with China?
Well, we are mending our relations with China and, if I may say, United States as well, because all hasn't been well between DC and New Delhi in the last 1 year, with double tariffs being imposed on us. But then some kind of a positive headway with the intent to the agreement for trade that was announced earlier in this year. Of course, that hasn't been formally signed yet because of the kind of disturbance that we have seen across the Middle East for last more than 2 months. But any kind of stability between US and China is certainly a good news for India as well. Even as there are global conflicts underway, India has maintained that dialogue, diplomacy, and talks are the only way forward, not joining one axis against another, and not joining any of the war. In the Russia-Ukraine crisis and in the latest US-Israel war against Iran, India has maintained a position that it will not join one axis against the other, and it will continue to encourage both sides to have dialogue and diplomacy. Yesterday, Iranian senior leadership came out and said that they welcome India's position and India's attitude and would welcome India's role to bring in peace in the region. Remember, India is perhaps the only country that has very, very dynamic, positive, and historical ties with all the warring factions, be it Russia and Ukraine or United States, Iran, as well as Israel. Many of these countries are very important strategic and critical strategic partners with New Delhi. So that will have a significant role. India certainly is emerging as a country where, such discussions of diplomacy are happening. Whether that will result in some peace, we'll have to wait and watch. Tomorrow is also an important day because third session of the BRICS meeting, which is the concluding session, will be taking place. Whether a joint statement from the BRICS countries comes out on trade, on economics, and on the global geopolitical situation. And if there is a positive statement, that will certainly go a long way from New Delhi.
All right, thanks so much, Aditya. And do stay on. Let's take a look now at a report on Trump's China visit. Donald Trump may have received that grand welcome in Beijing. The handshakes look warm. The optics look very, very friendly. But we can't just go by all the smiles and praise that we've seen so far, because behind closed doors, some of the biggest fault lines remain unresolved. From the tariff war to Taiwan, from AI chip restrictions to the Strait of Hormuz, Trump and Xi are stepping into a meeting loaded with pressure, mistrust, and competing ambitions. Here's a report on the biggest sticking points in this high-stakes summit.
It's the world's most important meeting between the world's two biggest rivals. But beyond the red carpets and diplomatic optics lie deep divisions and unresolved tensions. From global supply chains to military flashpoints, there are several sticking points that continue to divide Washington and Beijing. First on the list is the tariff war. Washington wants Beijing to buy more American goods, but China wants Trump-era tariffs rolled back. China is using rare earth minerals as leverage, materials critical for electric vehicles, fighter jets, and semiconductors. America needs them. China has them. The only condition? Strike the tariffs down. Then comes another explosive issue: Taiwan. For Beijing, Taiwan is a red line issue. It has intensified military drills around the island, sending fighter jets, warships, and constant pressure signals. Meanwhile, the United States continues arming Taiwan. Billions of dollars in weapons packages, military support, and strategic backing. Beijing wants those arms sales stopped. Third on the list is the battle for technological supremacy. Washington has restricted advanced semiconductor exports to China, trying to slow Beijing's military and AI rise. China calls it a technology blockade, and Beijing wants those restrictions eased. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang joining the US delegation shows how serious the issue is. Another bitter dispute is over fentanyl and cybersecurity. Washington accuses Chinese-linked networks of supplying fentanyl precursor chemicals, fueling America's opioid crisis. China denies direct responsibility and wants fentanyl-linked tariffs reduced. And lastly, there's the Iran war. Washington wants Beijing to pressure Tehran. Why? Because China remains one of Iran's biggest oil buyers. China wants stability, America wants leverage. The issue remains unresolved. For Trump, the summit is about visible wins. For Xi, it's about stability without looking weak. So breakthrough on all issues may be unlikely, but a temporary truce, that may be the best the world can hope for. Bureau Report, NDTV World.
All right, so as this summit is taking place, this meeting between Xi Jinping and Trump in China and India, the BRICS summit is taking place, and Prime Minister Modi today held separate meetings with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi on the sidelines of the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting in New Delhi amid heightened geopolitical tension in West Asia. India is hosting the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting on the 14th and 15th, bringing together top diplomats from the bloc at a time of growing uncertainty over the conflict involving US, Israel, and Iran. Araghchi's visit marks his first trip to India since the outbreak of the Iran conflict earlier this year, making the meeting with Prime Minister Modi particularly significant as New Delhi balances its strategic ties across West Asia, Russia, and the broader BRICS grouping. Well, let's go across to Aditya Raj Kaul for more on this and the foreign ministers meeting of BRICS taking place here, Aditya, in Delhi, and very, very significant tomorrow as well. The meetings will continue. What are we expecting to emerge? Will we see a BRICS statement?
Well, certainly all eyes are on the concluding session that will happen tomorrow, Gargi, where it's likely that a joint statement will be issued. We could possibly also see External Affairs Minister coming out and speaking to the media if all goes well and there is a positive statement. But India has been pushing for resilience, for sustainability, and for innovation. That was the first session that was all about. The second was, of course, Prime Minister's meeting with the visiting members of the, BRICS, which was foreign ministers of the 11 nations. He held separate meetings. There was a handshake and a photo op and a family photo of all these visiting delegations. Thereafter, the second session is underway right now. That is more about the global geopolitical situation, the multilateral system, the challenges that the global governing system really is facing today, and how those challenges could be overcome, and what kind of reforms are really required. Remember, India, in its country statement by Dr. S. Jaishankar, spoke about the UNSC reforms. It spoke about Gaza ceasefire, and it also pushed for diplomacy, dialogue, and peace. That's what India stands for, and that's the consistent position that New Delhi has had for years together. But as you said, tomorrow would be the critical day where the final statement could come out. But the geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, the blockage of the Strait of Hormuz was the big discussion point in the internal closed-door meetings. We are being told that Iran slammed United States and Israel very strongly at the BRICS platform. And that clearly indicates the kind of rising tempers that were within the BRICS forum. Remember, the UAE foreign minister's representative is inside the BRICS as well, apart from several other important countries. So all eyes on that final statement that could possibly come tomorrow. Will there be a consensus, especially on the war, is something that people are looking forward to.
All right. Thanks so much, Aditya, for joining us with all those details. Moving on, some breaking news now coming in from West Bengal. And today, former Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, appeared before the Calcutta High Court to argue against and raise the issue of post-poll violence that is taking place in West Bengal, and also how bulldozers are being used in this violence. However, now the Bar Council of India has sought details from the West Bengal Bar Council on the former Chief Minister's enrollment and practice status, because as you can see there, Mamata Banerjee coming to the court and arguing herself, wearing the black robes of the lawyer. Now, in fact, the Bar Council of India seeking to know about her credentials, her practice status. After these reports emerged, the BCI has asked for records within 2 days. So really, after these visuals and the kind of news that it has made, to see the Trinamool Congress chief appearing in court, arguing over the post-poll violence that's taken place, talking about how many people have died in that violence, also saying West Bengal is not a place for bulldozer violence, and raising all these issues. Now you have the Bar Council seeking to know more about her credentials after she appeared before the Calcutta High Court in connection with a PIL alleging post-poll violence, and urging the court to protect the people of Bengal, also accusing the police of failing to act against attacks and intimidation.
बाकी समय उनका कोर्ट में ही बीतेगा, हाई कोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट, क्योंकि जो काम उन्होंने किया है कोर्ट में ही उनको परेड करना पड़ेगा. बाकी समय उनका कोर्ट में ही बीतेगा, हाई कोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट, क्योंकि जो काम उन्होंने किया है कोर्ट में ही उनको परेड करना पड़ेगा.
हॉग मार्केट को बात आप जो बोल रहे थे, जो 300-400 पुराना का हॉग मार्केट है, वो हॉग मार्केट का कुछ एरिया में डिमोलिश कर दिया. उस छोड़ के और 8 जगह को नाम हम लोग दिखा दिया. ये इस जगह बुलडोजर देके इसको तोड़-फोड़ कर दिया. उत्तर प्रदेश को जो है वो कल्चर ले आया. सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसका पहले बोला जो बुलडोजर जस्टिस इज अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल. ये संविधान का चिंता में कोई नहीं सोच भी सकता है. जो किया है वो कोई सोच भी नहीं सकता है.
All right, let's go across to Nupur now for more on this development in the story of Mamata Banerjee appearing there in the High Court and arguing over the post-poll violence that has taken place. Nupur joining us for more. And Nupur, give us more details. The Bar Council now seeing this news of Mamata Banerjee appearing at the court in the black robes of the lawyer and arguing, has sought to know about her credentials.
Well, Gargi, first of all, every bar council, state bar council is responsible to see that how a lawyer is enrolled. Now, the Bar Council of India has said that at this stage, without expressing any opinion on what transpired today in the Calcutta High Court, it wants the details of enrollment number of Mamata Banerjee, in which year she enrolled as a lawyer, what are the details, and did she withdraw as a lawyer? Did she stop from practicing? Did she cancel her enrollment number while she was the acting chief minister of the state of West Bengal between 2011 to 2026. So these are some important questions that the Bar Council has raised with the West Bengal State Bar Council, and has sought details, every details, and it has in fact given specific questions to the State Bar Council. has to be placed before the Bar Council of India within 2 days. That is on May 16. They have to give details of how, what are the details of enrollment of Mamta Banerjee as a lawyer, because the Bar Council has in fact stated in its press release, the letter that it has sent to the State Bar Council, that she was holding a constitutional post between 2011 to 2026 as the Chief Minister. And did she at that time, was she still enrolled? What was the status of her practice then? What is the status of her practice now? So every detail has been sought within 2 days by the Bar Council of India from the State Council.
All right, Nupur, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So the Bar Council, they're seeking Mamta Banerjee's credentials after the former Chief Minister appeared at the Calcutta High Court. Now, earlier today, when she made that appearance where she has raised the issue of post-poll violence that has taken place in West Bengal, she also faced some protests and sloganeering inside the premises of the High Court, where she appeared wearing the lawyer's robes, as you can see there. So there were dramatic scenes and there was some chaos as well. She has raised the issue of bulldozer violence, as well as how the police and administration is not stepping in to prevent the violence from taking place. A large group of protesters and lawyers gathered outside the courtroom and raised slogans of chor chor at the former Chief Minister. West Bengal Cabinet Minister Dilip Ghosh hit out at Mamta Banerjee, saying that she would have to keep doing the rounds of the courts and answer for what she had done. So that, dramatic scenes there in the Calcutta High Court. Right, some breaking news now coming in and developments in the NEET case. This is after the exam was cancelled over a paper leak, and now the CBI produced 5 accused in the NEET case before the Rouse Avenue court. Remember, this has been a big web of how the paper leak took place, of this tuition mafia and, paper leak mafia from Nashik to Gurugram to Jaipur. The entire probe has spread out, which is being conducted now by the CBI, and the CBI produced the 5 accused now before the court in Delhi. They were produced before the special CBI court. Also, a retired professor was taken into police custody in the NEET paper leak case in Latur in Maharashtra in connection with the paper leak, and this is in coordination and collaboration with the local police in that area. Let's go across to Tejshri now for more on all these developments that have taken place. And Tejshri, first, the 5 accused have been produced before the court by the CBI, and now more information emerging from Maharashtra, from Latur, where a retired professor has been taken into custody.
Well, absolutely. As of now, what we're learning is that these 5 accused have been produced in the court, and CBI has demanded for their custody for 7 days. Now needs to be seen that how many days custody do they get. But important to note is that what CBI has been mentioning in front of the court, CBI has been mentioning that around 100 questions were leaked of the papers regarding physics, chemistry and biology as well. Apart from that, they've also mentioned about how they need to probe all the digital evidences, and then the papers were traced via, they were in fact, circulated via Telegram. Apart from that, the paper traces have also been, found on, they have also been shared on WhatsApp and Telegram as well. Now to find out so as to where actually the link was, or what was the primary first, message that was shared, the CBI will have to in fact carry out or get the hash value of the from the WhatsApp of that particular PDF which was shared. And in fact, as we speak, there is another arrest that are being made in the case, as we also in fact have been reporting relentlessly on this story, because it is a matter of more than 22 lakh plus students, that this nexus is not just limited to Rajasthan, Sika, but it is actually in fact spread to multiple states as well. And now CBI will of course be finding out that how many individuals are actually involved. CBI, in fact, as if now is indicating, and also what we are picking up from our sources is that 20 accused were nabbed, more than 150 were, questioned, and now these 5 men have been arrested. Who amongst them is the mastermind? How did they prepare the plan? And in fact, was there any insider as well involved in this entire case? That also needs to be seen. Back to you.
All right, Teshi, thanks so much for joining us with all those developments. So that CBI probe continuing and the 5 accused produced before the CBI court. Now, more breaking news coming in from Delhi. Remember, the Prime Minister has made 2 separate calls on the public to cut down on their consumption. He said that we should reduce our consumption and reduce, our use of petrol and diesel and use public transport. And after that, we've seen, various leaders and ministers reducing their convoy sizes, also taking the cycle to office. But now a big announcement coming from Delhi where the Chief Minister has said that there will be 2 days of work from home. This is because of the West Asia conflict and how supplies have been hit for India. Let's listen into what the Chief Minister said.
पेट्रोल और डीजल की बचत हो ताकि हमारा ईंधन की खपत कम हो। इसके लिए हमने 2 लेवल पे, एक गवर्नमेंट लेवल पे, एक प्राइवेट लेवल पे। गवर्नमेंट लेवल पे दिल्ली सरकार में 2 दिन हर हफ्ते वर्क फ्रॉम होम रहेगा। 2 दिन हर हफ्ते वर्क फ्रॉम होम रहेगा। और इसी तरीके से प्राइवेट सेक्टर्स में भी हर एक कंपनी, इंस्टीट्यूशन, उनको कहा जाएगा कि वर्क फ्रॉम होम करें 2 दिन के लिए। ये एडवाइजरी होगी और लेबर विभाग हमारा इसकी निगरानी करेगा।
All right, let's go across to NDTV's Ishika now for more on that big announcement by the Delhi Chief Minister. And Ishika, sadly, it won't apply to you or me. We have to come in to work every day. But tell us more. Is this an order? Is this something that now is mandatory in Delhi, or is this an advisory by the Chief Minister?
Well, Gargi, as you very rightly said, that these are the number of steps that have been introduced, in fact, by the Delhi Chief Minister herself, Rekha Gupta, under the initiatives of Mera Bharat, Mera Yogdan. Now, let me make it very clear for the viewers here that the work from home rule, in all the government offices, it will be mandatory that there will be work from home twice every week. And for the private offices, an advisory is being issued to follow the same. So, for the private offices, this will certainly be an advisory. More so, the Chief Minister has also said that there is also a call to save fuel. And for that, Monday will now be called Metro Monday. So all the offices, in fact, leaders and in fact, Chief Minister, the Cabinet Minister, they will be using metros on Monday, and that is why the name has been given so. More so, what has been said here is that there has been an appeal that has been made to the universities also to shift the non-practical classes into an online mode. And also, let me tell here that it has also been said by the Chief Minister herself that no minister, and not even her, Chief Minister, will be taking any foreign trips for 1 entire year.
Right.
So this will be starting from tomorrow, and these are the number of initiatives that have been introduced after Prime Minister's appeal here in the national capital.
Right. All right, Ishika, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So big announcement there by the Delhi Chief Minister for government offices, mandatory 2 days work from home and advisory for private offices. With that, we'll slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, the Congress finally deciding on its Chief Minister for Keralam. We'll get you all the details.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Hi, Red, check the audio. Hi, Red, check the audio.
Let's do it. Let's start. Big news that we're breaking first here on NDTV.
We know for sure that they have, confirmed their support to him.
We've got a picture of the letter, the breaking story. We're jumping straight into it.
They do not want to be part of an experiment.
Show around and then come to me at the Nehru Stadium in Chennai.
Unconditional support.
Child killer of TVK is here with us.
We've got Mr. Dinakaran with us here. Veera, why aren't you also dancing?
Vijay is coming now, TVK chief.
Big breaking story here on NDTV. Nobody else has these details. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the viewership. Thank you for the love.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
Excellence measured by those who built it. Presenting the jury of the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Sunil Bharti Mittal, Chairman of the jury. Founder and Chairman, Bharti Enterprises. Noel Naval Tata, Chairman, Tata Trusts. UK Sinha, former Chairman, SEBI. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, Chairperson, Biocon Group. C.S. Sethi, Chairperson, SBI. Jayant Sinha, former Union Minister of Finance and Civil Aviation. Ramesh Damani, Value Investor and member of BSE. Cyril Shroff, Managing Partner, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Honoring excellence. Coming soon.
महासचिव श्री मुकुल वासनिक जी और AICC महासचिव जो केरलम की जिम्मेदारी है दीपा दास मुंशी जी हैं। अभी श्रीमती दीपा दास मुंशी जी एक महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा करेंगी। दीपा जी।
Welcome back. Well, the big political story today, after 11 days of suspense, the Congress finally made its choice of the Keralam Chief Minister clear, and it was VD Satishan who finally prevailed. Remember, there have been a series of meetings taking place in Delhi, so let's get you all the details. So high voltage political drama really in Delhi, and the suspense over Keralam, the next Chief Minister, finally ended today. The Congress Legislature Party officially electing VD Satishan as its leader and clearing the way for him to take oath as the state's new Chief Minister. That oath taking will take place on Monday. Now, VD Satishan thanked the party's high command and all his supporters for that top post, assuring everyone in the party that they would work as a team for the betterment of Keralam, along with all their alliance partners as well. Meanwhile, KC Venugopal, who was also in the race for the top post, someone who is very close to Rahul Gandhi, and it was being seen that this delay was because the Congress High Command could not decide between Venugopal and Satheesan. Venugopal, after the announcement, publicly backed the High Command's choice, saying that he's fully satisfied with the decision and that VD Satishan has his complete support. VD Satishan met with senior Congress leader A.K. Antony as well today at his residence.
What do you have to say about this emphatic decision?
I express my gratitude towards the ACC leaders and Congress President Rahul Ji and other leaders. And I dedicate my citizenship to the people of Kerala. We have offered many things. We will work for them. We will build a team and work for Kerala, future Kerala. We will make changes. We will create a new era. That is our task.
So many MLAs have come together. They have a difference of opinion. Now you have to have a challenge to bring everybody together.
It's democratic.
Yes.
Democracy is the discourse. Discourse. That is happening. Congress party is a democratic party. That process has completed. They have discussed with all the MLAs and MPs, senior leaders, and they have taken a decision.
Yes. So a big win for the Congress party. There are also a lot of community leaders also that you need to now meet and bring them on board. Also, big, isn't it?
Definitely, we will cooperate with all of them. I don't have any complaint with anybody. Those who criticize to me, it is their right.
Yes,
it is their right. Now, as not only a chief minister, the opposition leader can be criticized.
Yes.
And they have every right.
What do you think is the biggest
criticism is coming?
What do you think is the biggest
I won't be intolerant.
Okay.
I won't be intolerant.
Yes.
I will hear what they are saying.
Yes.
If I have to correct, I will correct.
What is the
They are all
biggest reason?
senior. They are all senior fellows.
Yes. What is
Very
the
senior to me.
What is the biggest reason for your this victory? Or what do you think is the biggest reason?
That is Team UDF.
Team
We
UDF.
work together as a single party.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Wholeheartedly, I am welcoming that decision. I am congratulating VD Satishan for this position. I think that people of Kerala has given a big verdict for the UDF. The government under the leadership of VD Satishan can fulfill the aspirations and promises of the people of Kerala. Certainly, we are totally with the government of Kerala.
All right, so that was Mr. Venugopal after the announcement was made of Mr. Satheesan. And let's now go across to Ashwin, who spoke to Mr. Satheesan after it was declared that he would be the next Chief Minister of Keralam. And Ashwin, you're joining us from outside the assembly where Mr. VD Satishan was the leader of opposition for the last 5 years, and now he's going to be Chief Minister.
Absolutely. In fact, he will be reaching here for attending the CLP meet, very important meet which will decide the future course of action for the Congress party. And all the MLAs are expected to be here in some time, including the observers are said to be meeting over here. So certainly an important meeting. Earlier, as you rightly said, he met with A.K. Antony. In fact, one of the inside information when we could all hear was that A.K. Antony told him the people who are with you today won't be there tomorrow. That's the advice A.K. Antony has given to VD Satishan. So therefore, it is a very interesting time for VD Satishan, who had taken a different path. Unlike other Congress leaders, he has to bring a lot of people on board, and certainly the challenges are there. At the same time, a mandate has been given. He has been clearly selected by the High Command as the CM nominee, and therefore we are expecting that the final decision of the oath-taking ceremony is expected to happen on Monday, and further to which the ministerial discussions will happen with multiple allies also. All that will happen in the coming weeks, and probably that will all get settled in a week or maximum by 2 weeks.
All right, well, it took 11 days to settle on who will be the Chief Minister. Thanks so much, Ashwin, for joining us with all the developments there in Keralam. The BJP has been very quick to hit out after this decision was made on Mr. Satheesan and has said that the Congress has bowed down to the Muslim League. The BJP launching a sharp attack on the Congress leadership, claiming that they have bowed down to the Indian Union Muslim League for survival in the state. Remember, the IUML has got 22 seats in Keralam. BJP accusing the Congress of appeasement politics and depending on the IUML support to run Keralam, saying that the Congress cannot survive without their backing.
It is clearly evident that the new Congress Chief Minister picked from Kerala was not the choice of the Congress MLAs, but was the choice of the Indian Union Muslim League. Yet again, the Gandhi Vadra family has proven that they listen to the diktat of the Indian Union Muslim League. The remote control of the Congress party and the Gandhi Vadra family is under the Indian Union Muslim League. This is why the Congress party today is nothing short of the modern day Muslim League. The Congress is the Muslim League Maowadi Congress.
It's a very apt decision by the High Command, although they took 11 days, but then they took the views of everyone, including the allied parties, coalition parties, and they actually came to a correct decision according to us, because Satheesan, being the leader of opposition, he was the one who led the elections, he was the one who fought the CPM government, and he was the leader in all sense. So, and the people's reaction, the public opinion, all was completely in favor of Satheesan. And we had made our mind very clear to the High Command also, the observers who came over into Trivandrum. So the people were in fact wanting Mr. Satheesan as the Chief Minister. It's a right decision, good decision by the High Command.
Now, on the day of counting, our editor-in-chief, Rahul Kaval, had spoken to Mr. VD Satishan. As those numbers came in, it became clear that the Congress would be forming government in Keralam. Listen in to what he said on that day.
Congratulations. Fantastic victory. Very well done. Explain to us how you made it happen, Mr. Satheesan. You're live on NDTV. Whatever you say is live. So tell us, how did you make this happen, sir?
I'm happy to say that we have predicted that we may get more than 100 seats. Now we got more than 100 seats.
Right. Veera Raghav has a question for you.
Now we are crossing 100 seats. Now we are crossing 100 seats. Now it is 103.
Okay.
That was our prediction.
Veera Raghav.
Sir, how are you?
Hello.
How are you? Now, you remember you promised me that you will come to Kabini and do an interview with me. You like going to the forest? You said you'll come to Kabini.
Definitely.
Are you going to Delhi now or are you going to Kabini? Are you going to Delhi now or are you going to Kabini?
Definitely, I want to visit Kabini again.
The fact is, your Padyatra had a very big role to play. What's the lesson you think the Kerala Congress is sending to the Congress across the country? The way you're active on the ground, your Padyatra on the ground had a big role to play in this victory, Mr. Satheesan.
Yes, I agree with you. We have very good organization setup. We have built up our organization setup. Definitely, number one. And we have taken some positions. We have taken a pakka secular position. Nobody was ready to take such a position, secular position. Some of the groups declared their support to us, some extreme outfits. We said, no, we don't want your support. We don't want your support. We have taken secular stand, the people believed us. All the community, across the state, all the communities voted for us. Majority community as well as the minority community voted for UDF because Kerala is secular. This victory of the UDF, I am proud to say that this is a declaration of our state that to the entire country that our Kerala is secular.
Veer Sanghvi, well-known journalist, Veer Sanghvi has a question for you. Veer.
Please.
So everybody talked about anti-incumbency. Everybody talked about what a good job you'd done in preparing for this election. What people did say was that it wasn't clear that you would be the only people to take advantage of anti-incumbency. The BJP, as you know, has had a landslide in Assam, appears to have done very well in Bengal. People said that the BJP was now ready to make a huge mark in Kerala. That doesn't seem to have happened. Why do you think that's true?
The BJP was not a force in Kerala. I already stated that our Kerala is secular. We will never accept any communal forces. This is a declaration of our state to the entire country that our Kerala is secular. Not only the anti-incumbency. Anti-incumbency was a major component for our victory. Definitely I agree that. But at the same time, we have alternatives. The people believed us. We have made detailed studies, homework, many conclaves, many interactions, and we had definite programs to the public. So we won the election. The BJP doesn't have any say in Kerala. This is not like any other northern states or any other states.
So you're looking very, very serious through all this big victory, rare victory for your party. How will VD Satishan and the Kerala Congress celebrate?
We are celebrating with the people of Kerala. The people are celebrating. We are with them.
What is there for Sadhya today, sir? What are you eating today? What is there for lunch?
All our colleagues are distributing sweets.
Okay, we'll leave it there.
We should have a Kerala Sadhya.
And you have to invite us for it as well. Please don't eat without us. We'll come and join you and have some lovely Kerala Sadhya. Thank you very much.
And there must be more celebrations taking place at VD Satishan's residence today. With that, we'll slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll shift our focus to Tamil Nadu and the Sanatan Dharm controversy that's erupted there.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
High red, check the audio. High red, check the audio.
Let's do it. Let's start. Big news that we're breaking first here on NDTV.
We know for sure that they have, confirmed their support to him.
We've got a picture of the letter. The breaking story, we're jumping straight into it. They do not want to be part of an experiment. Show around and then come to me at the Nehru Stadium in Chennai. Unconditional support.
Time killer of TVK is here with us.
We've got Mr. Dinakaran with us here. Veera, why aren't you also dancing?
Vijay is coming out, TVK chief.
Big breaking story here on NDTV. Nobody else has these details. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the viewership. Thank you for the love.
Excellence measured by those who built it. Presenting the jury of the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Sunil Bharti Mittal, Chairman of the jury, Founder and Chairman Bharti Enterprises. Noel Naval Tata, Chairman Tata Trusts. UK Sinha, former Chairman SEBI. Kiran Mazumdar Shaw, Chairperson Biocon Group. C.S. Sethi, Chairperson SBI. Jayant Sinha, former Union Minister of Finance and Civil Aviation. Ramesh Damani, value investor and member of BSE. Cyril Shroff, Managing Partner, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Honoring excellence. Coming soon.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज।
महासचिव श्री मुकुल वासनिक जी और AICC महासचिव जो केरलम की जिम्मेदारी है दीपा दास मुंशी जी हैं। अभी श्रीमती दीपा दास मुंशी जी एक महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा करेंगी। दीपा जी। ये सिर्फ घोषणा करेंगे, उसके बाद सवाल जवाब नहीं होगा। इनफॉर्मली हम बातचीत करेंगे।
Welcome back. Let's get you news now from Tamil Nadu, where there's been a massive row over a TVK MLA's remarks on eradicating Sanatan. So let's get you more details on that. In fact, the TVK MLA has now taken a U-turn. TVK MLA VMS Mustafa has said he's not against any religion. Now, he had earlier made a remark that he had joined politics to eradicate Sanatan. Now, in a post, the TVK MLA has stated his party is not against any religion and shared a video of a Hindu ritual. He posted, "We are not against any religion." Let's just listen into what he said.
நாங்களும் பெரியாரை வச்சிருக்கிறோம், அம்பேத்கரை வச்சிருக்கிறோம், சனாதனத்தை ஒழிக்கப்படும் தான் நாங்கள் களத்தில் இறங்கியிருக்கிறோம். முதல் சாராய கடையை மூடி இருக்கிறோம். இன்னைக்கு டாஸ்மார்க் 717 கடையை எந்த ஆட்சியுமே செய்யாத ஒரு சிறப்பான திட்டத்தை பெண்களுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, கோவில்களுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, சர்ச்சுகளுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, மசூதிகளுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, பள்ளி ஸ்கூலுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, பேருந்து நிலையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய குறிப்பாக தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்க அத்தனை பெண்களோட மனநிலை.
All right, so that was the comment VMS Mustafa made earlier against Sanatan Dharm, though now he has clarified, saying that his party is not against any religion and also shared a video of a Hindu ritual. All right, and with that, it's a wrap from me. Thanks so much for watching. News and updates continue right here on NDTV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Hi Red, check the audio. Hi Red, check the audio. Let's do it. Let's start. Big news that we're breaking first here on NDTV.
We know for sure that they have, confirmed their support to him.
We've got a picture of the letter, the breaking story. We're jumping straight into it. They do not want to be part of an experiment. Show around and then come to me at the Nehru Stadium in Chennai. Unconditional support.
Time killer of TVK is here with us.
We've got Mr. Dinakaran with us here. Veera, why aren't you also dancing?
Vijay is coming out, TVK chief.
Big breaking story here on NDTV. Nobody else has these details. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the viewership. Thank you for the love.
Excellence measured by those who built it. Presenting the jury of the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Sunil Bharti Mittal, Chairman of the jury, Founder and Chairman Bharti Enterprises. Noel Naval Tata, Chairman Tata Trusts. UK Sinha, former Chairman SEBI. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, Chairperson Biocon Group. C.S. Sethi, Chairperson SBI. Jayant Sinha, former Union Minister of Finance and Civil Aviation. Ramesh Damani, value investor and member of BSE. Cyril Shroff, Managing Partner, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. NDTV Profit, Business Leadership Awards. Honoring Excellence, coming soon.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
महासचिव श्री मुकुल वासनिक जी और AICC महासचिव जो केरलम की जिम्मेदारी है दीपा दास मुंशी जी हैं। अभी श्रीमती दीपा दास मुंशी जी एक महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा करेंगी। दीपा जी। ये सिर्फ घोषणा करेंगे, उसके बाद सवाल जवाब नहीं होगा। इनफॉर्मली हम बातचीत करेंगे, पर अभी घोषणा करने दीजिए क्योंकि इसका आपका इंतजार भी है।
Namaskar. The Congress Legislature Party had met in Thiruvananthapuram on May 7th, 2026 and had unanimously resolved to authorize the Congress President to appoint the new leader of the CLP in the state of Keralam. Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri VD Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP. Thank you so much.
Clears the air then, Shiv. It is VD Satishan, the next Chief Minister of Keralam. He has been the choice, Shiv, when it comes even to the IUML on the ground. He's done the spade work over the years. He's being rewarded for that. But this isn't the end to the drama, perhaps, given that you have KC Venugopal, who spent the morning with the Gandhis, and the announcement has been in favor of Satishan.
So VD Satishan becomes the Kerala Chief Minister designate now. He has been appointed the CLP leader unanimously, but unanimously is a word that we don't want to use because we know it's not unanimous yet. There are still discussions taking place. TM Veera Raghav is with us live for a quick first reaction. Veera, as NDTV reported, VD Satishan is
You're watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal, and we continue to track all that's happening across the globe. But the big focus today is from the global lens. It's the high-stakes Trump-Xi meet, which is taking place there in China. Trump has called Xi a great leader, and Xi has asserted that they should make ties work between US and China. We'll be tracking through all of that, but first, a quick check on the headlines. The Congress finally picked VD Satishan, the people's choice, over KC Venugopal to head the Keralam government. He is expected to be sworn in on May 18th. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay's MLA Stokes Rao says time to eradicate Sanatan, then takes a U-turn after backlash, says respects all religions. Death toll mounts to over 100 as powerful storm, heavy rain sweep through UP districts. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath orders relief damage assessment as well. Chinese President Xi Jinping hailed a new era of US-China relations after talks with US President Donald Trump in Beijing. The US President called the talks great even as there was a warning over Taiwan.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Well, let's now take you through some of the key highlights, the key defining images of Trump-Xi summit in China. Footage and photos show Chinese President Xi Jinping and the US President Donald Trump smiling, shaking hands warmly, and even exchanging gestures. And this is outside Beijing's Great Hall of the People during today's welcome ceremony. That is, the leaders met on the red carpeted steps after Trump's motorcade arrival. Chinese school children welcomed US President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping today during the arrival ceremony at Beijing's Great Hall of the People ahead of the bilateral summit. Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping visited Beijing's iconic Temple of Heaven today as a part of the summit's cultural itinerary following their bilateral talks at the Great Hall of the People. The leaders toured the 600-year-old UNESCO site where Ming and Qing emperors prayed for good harvests, posing for photos in front of the Hall of Prayer as well. Xi Jinping hosted a state banquet for Trump at Beijing's Great Hall of the People. Capping the first day of the summit, Xi toasted partnership over rivalry, invoking Trump's Make America Great Again slogan and stressing shared interests as well. Trump, on the other hand, reciprocated by refreshing historical US-China ties, like Benjamin Franklin's publications inviting Xi to the White House on September 24th. Elon Musk and Apple's Tim Cook, part of the US business delegation accompanying Trump to Beijing, struck a pose together at tonight's state banquet hosted by Xi Jinping. The CEOs were photographed smiling and posing arm in arm or side by side amid the lavish dinner, drawing attention as rare collaborators among Trump's entourage of 16 top executives. All right, those are the defining images, but let's now take you through all that has happened today. US President Donald Trump is in China on his two-day visit, meeting his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping. The two leaders shared a handshake while top tech bosses attended the summit as well. Presidents Xi and Trump also shared a defining handshake at the Beijing summit, where a state banquet was hosted for the US president. Xi Jinping hailed the ties shared by the United States and China, calling the relations most important in the world, the most consequential relations between both the countries. Not just that, US President Donald Trump thanked friend Xi Jinping for the warm welcome and called for a greater collective future for the two nations.
We had extremely positive and productive conversations and meetings today with the Chinese delegation earlier, and this evening is another cherished opportunity to discuss among friends some of the things that we discussed today, all good for the United States and for China, and it was a great honor to be with you.
Today, President Trump and I had in-depth exchanges on China-US relations and international and regional dynamics. We both believe that the China-US relationship is the most important bilateral relationship in the world. We must make it work and never mess it up. Both China and the United States stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. Our two countries should be partners rather than rivals. President Trump and I also agreed to build a constructive China-US relationship of strategic stability to promote the steady, sound, and sustainable development of China-US relations.
All right, now being joined by Anil Pandey, senior journalist from Beijing, and also being joined by my colleague Aditya Rajkor, who's been tracking the story very closely. I want to first come to you, Mr. Pandey. There have been major statements given out. First up, of course, with Trump calling Xi a friend and Xi Jinping also reciprocating and saying that the ties should be strong between China and US. Your analysis of this high-stakes summit in China and the broader messaging coming across.
Yeah, in fact, as we understood yesterday when Trump's Air Force One landed in Beijing, and that's the time we have seen such a warm welcome by Chinese side, and even Chinese vice president were at the airport. But today things were quite different when we saw during the meeting. And especially when we talk about the Chinese state media, just mention about the Taiwan issue, highlighted it's very much, and because China always pays a lot of importance, or it's a very sensitive issue for China. China always says Taiwan is the part of China, and also when the US was trying to sell its weapons, and also not only that, US was trying to help Taiwan for freedom and all. But China doesn't agree with that. China is always maintaining its own firm, statement on that you cannot take away Taiwan from China. So apart from that, if you talk about the business meetings, and all the CEOs were present during the meeting, and also we have seen how leisurely they were. They were having dinner and enjoying.
Right.
Definitely, they know China is a big market, and China has money, China has power, and Trump and the US cannot ignore China. As we know how Trump's situation back home, the popularity has gone down, and people are not happy with Trump. Trump definitely wants to come out of this war. So China is a good example, or China is a good place for him to get some relief.
Right, Mr. Pandey. Of course, the Taiwan issue is one of the big sticking points. I want to also get in my colleague Aditya into this conversation. Aditya, the Chinese President Xi Jinping said that talking about Taiwan would perhaps lead to any kind of a conflict between both the countries. But you've been tracking the story very closely. Your takeaways of day one of Trump being in China, and what kind of messaging is it sending across to the global world?
You know, Rahisha, visually speaking, it seems to be a great bonhomie between the two leaders, Trump and Xi Jinping. And the visit comes nearly after a decade, clearly sending out a positive message, a great bonhomie, a great, friendship on display where both these leaders are praising each other. But will this also reflect dynamically and positively on ground when we speak about the relationship is the big question, really, because there has been a tariff war that's been underway for well over a year. Apart from that, there have been other sticking points and red lines. For instance, Taiwan for China. That has been made amply clear by Xi Jinping in his speech. And apart from that, on the trade front as well, will the tariff barriers remain, or will there be a consensus and an amicable solution that will be arrived at? Also, the big sticking point is the war that is underway in the Middle East, where America is desperate for a way out and a ceasefire to be declared. But at the same time, they know how China has come to the rescue of Iran, and there have been reports by the American media also how the Chinese have been helping the Iranians with defense equipments, with intelligence and satellite imagery continuously. This also comes at a time when the BRICS meeting is underway in New Delhi. There is no senior participation from the Chinese side, which is rare, but the Chinese ambassador was there, and apart from that, the Iranian foreign minister and the Russian foreign minister as well. The big question certainly is, geopolitically speaking, when there is Chinese their own hegemonistic interests in play in Asia and in the wider world region, and America on the other side also looking at their own global leadership. Will this really come to some kind of a consensus is something that the world is looking at. A lot has been seen in the last many hours, almost 24 hours in Beijing, which seems to be great, but that needs to be reflected on ground, and possibly we'll come to know about that in the next few days and weeks.
Absolutely, Aditya. There's tariffs, there's trade, and of course, this meeting comes in the backdrop of the war in Iran. Mr. Pandey, I want to ask you about the timing of the summit as well, and the optics rather, and what kind of an impact will this summit have in the ongoing war in Iran? Because of course, we heard Trump saying that he did have a long conversation, productive long conversation on the ongoing war in Iran with the Chinese President Xi Jinping. What kind of an impact will that have in the ongoing war?
as we know, Donald Trump was keen, as we know, want to come out of this war. So both the nations, both the leaders, what we have heard here, agreed to open the Hormuz. I mean, they are emphasizing on, because as we know, China's interests are also great interests in the Hormuz, especially because China imports a huge amount of oil from there. So as far as Trump is concerned, Trump wants to show the world if he is able to convince China on that issue. It will be a great win for Donald Trump. But China also understands that what is very important, what is utmost important for China, what is vital for China. Definitely, we know that America has been leveling so many tariffs on China, but China right now is unwilling to compromise on those issues, because China wants America treat China equally. It's like like Chinese president said, we are partners, not the competitors. So China is the number 2 in the world. Definitely, we have to admit this fact.
Right. I request Mr. Pandit Aditya to please stay with us. We'll come back to you shortly. But let's also tell our viewers about China's call for partnership at this point of time. Of course, it's a high-stakes summit taking place in China at this point of time. First up, we should be partners, not rivals. These are some of the big statements coming out of the Chinese President Xi Jinping, where he met the US President Donald Trump, and he said, we should be partners, not rivals. Second, he said, we should help each other succeed. So clearly, there has been a tone of some kind of camaraderie being met here. We should help each other succeed. That's what the Chinese President Xi Jinping said. He also goes on to say, prosper together and find right way to get along. This statement also comes after both the leaders agreed that the mutual interest between China and the US perhaps outweighs the disinterest between both the countries. The next big statement coming out of China is that the world is watching the meeting closely, of course, because 2 of the world's largest economies, most powerful leaders meeting in China after almost a decade. The last time Trump visited China was in 2017. Other statement coming out was that the global turbulence is deepening, and at this point of time, it's extremely important for both the countries to join hands and to perhaps forge a common path. Apart from that, major powers are also facing historic challenges. He also goes on to say that China-US common interests far outweigh the differences. Hence, these are some of the big statements coming out of the Chinese President Xi Jinping as he hosts US President Donald Trump in China. But let's also now tell you what Trump said. Trump, again, he had a positive tone and tenor to the meeting. He goes on to say that US-China relations will be better than ever. Apart from that, he also says that we have a fantastic future together. That's when it comes to trade or tariffs or the world economy as a whole. Both US and China have a fantastic, a great future together. Then he also thanks Xi Jinping for the pomp and for the grand welcome. And he also goes on to call Xi Jinping a great leader. Apart from that, he also asserted that we must make it work. We must make the ties between both the countries work. And he also goes on to say that we must never mess the ties, because the ties between US and China is one of the most consequential in the world. The last statement came out of the US President Donald Trump, which was also reflected in the White House paper, was talks extremely productive and positive. Listen in to what Xi Jinping and Donald Trump said exactly.
The whole world is watching our meeting. Currently, transformation not seen in a century is accelerating across the globe, and the international situation is fluid and turbulent. The world has come to a new crossroads. Can China and the United States overcome the Thucydides trap and create a new paradigm of major country relations? Can we meet global challenges together and provide more stability for the world? Can we, in the interests of the well-being of our two peoples and the future of humanity, build a brighter future together for our bilateral relations? These are the questions vital to history, to the world, and to the people. They are the questions of our times that you and I need to answer as leaders of major countries.
On behalf of all of the great delegation that we have the greatest businessmen, the biggest, and I guess the best in the world. We have amazing people, and they're all with me. Every single one of them, we asked the top 30 in the world, every single one of them said yes. And I didn't want the second or the third in the company. I wanted only the top. And they're here today to pay respects to you and to China. And they look forward to trade and doing business, and it's going to be totally reciprocal on our behalf. So I really look very much forward to our discussion. It's a big discussion. There are those that say this is maybe the biggest summit ever. They can never remember anything like it. I can say in the United States, people aren't talking about anything else.
All right, so we heard the big statements from Trump and Xi Jinping, but there are major sticking points that remain even as Trump is in China for the high-stakes summit. Let's now take you through the Taiwan issue, how Taiwan is perhaps the biggest sticking point at this point of time. First up, Trump sees Taiwan as a strategic lever against China, but Xi has been adamant. Xi has called Taiwan a non-negotiable core interest. And remember, even before the summit, the Chinese President Xi Jinping laid out a red line, that is no discussions, anything on Taiwan. Then, US-China chip war shifts focus to Taipei. Apart from that, Taiwan produces 90% of advanced semiconductors. PLA also increased military pressure around the Taiwan Strait. And US so far has maintained strategic ambiguity on intervention when it comes to Taiwan. Trump has further questioned security commitments and has also demanded burden sharing as well. China, meanwhile, has warned US against playing with fire. By that, China means that you cannot be playing with Taiwan, you cannot be playing with fire. Meanwhile, tech restrictions and tariffs deepen superpower rivalry between China and the United States of America. Taiwan, meanwhile, has emerged as the biggest potential trigger for direct US-China conflict at this point of time. Let's go across to my colleague Aditya Rajkol and our guest, Mr. Pandey, for more on this at this point of time. I want to first come to you, Aditya, that of course there have been positive statements coming out of Trump and Xi Jinping, but the issue of Taiwan remains one of the most sticking points, with the Chinese president also saying that if this issue is arisen again, then it perhaps can lead to some kind of a conflict between both the countries, Aditya.
Well, if we can go by the speech made by the Chinese President Xi Jinping today at the meeting in Beijing, that clearly indicates that the issue of Taiwan is going to overshadow any other possible sticking point, including trade, including tariffs, and including the global geopolitical situation and the West Asia war that is currently underway. We have seen that Xi Jinping and the Chinese administration has made Taiwan as a red line. They've said there will be no negotiation, there will be no talks, and China will not appreciate or even digest the fact that US will intervene on the Taiwan issue. We've seen United States openly engaging with Taiwan for a very long time. There are business ties out there, but there have been also delegations that have been visiting continuously, not just during the Trump government, but earlier administrations in the United States as well. And that hasn't been seen kindly by the Chinese administration. So Taiwan remains a huge sticking point. As of now, China has ruled out any kind of a military action possibly, but it says that the unification of Taiwan is the top agenda, and there cannot be no third-party intervention or interference by the United States on this issue. So clearly we'll have to see how United States navigates this foreign policy issue, because at the core of the US policy has been Taiwan as well, and they've been supporting the Taiwanese government, the self-ruling island at this particular stage, and clearly do not agree with the Chinese side on this sticking point. Will there be a consensus on this, or will the Trump administration put Taiwan on the back burner? Because the priority for the Trump administration is also trade, is also tariffs, and is also global stability. And coming out of this kind of a scenario where the war has really resulted in economic disruptions and an economic turbulence.
Absolutely, Aditya. I want to bring that point to Mr. Pandey as well. While there is trade and tariffs, the backdrop, the ongoing war in Iran, Aditya very well pointed out that if the Taiwan issue will perhaps overshadow the ongoing summit in China. Your analysis of this, Mr. Pandey.
Chinese media definitely, even since yesterday, were started to showing. I mean, even when Trump was in U.S. Last month, we have seen many articles about Taiwan issue, because Taiwan is the red line for China, and we also understand that often it's like a China and U.S. whenever the relations are getting bad or worse. So Taiwan is one of the most important issue between both the nations. As Aditya just mentioned, that Taiwan's unification is China's unification, or Taiwan's unification is the utmost priority for China. China time and again reiterated that, and Communist Party of China always claims that Taiwan is the sovereign territory and is the integral part of China. So there is no compromise on that issue, and she wants Trump to know and understand that Taiwan is the issue that could make or break the relationship. And especially China also very well understood that Trump is willing to have some kind of connection or some kind of relationship, wants to make in a positive sense with China. Right. So that's the real point here, and we have to understand that although U.S. As US's foreign policy, we also understand that Taiwan is also in the core. Always right. U.S. wants to sell its weapons, and not only that, supporting Taiwanese leader, but China always is against that. So that right, would be the core of the bilateral relations between U.S. and China. If both the nations wants to move forward, they have to tackle that issue. Otherwise, you cannot tackle China. You cannot handle China, or you cannot have always saying we want to help Taiwan, and then you want to, on the other hand, you want to have a good relations with China. That's almost impossible.
Right, Mr. Pandey, we'll wait and have to see how much of that reflects in the outcome of this summit. But thanks very much for joining us. I request Aditya to please stay with us. We'll come back to you shortly. Well, moving on, at the high-stakes Trump-Xi meeting in Beijing, it wasn't just diplomacy on display, but corporate firepower too. Top American CEOs, including Elon Musk, Tim Cook, and Jensen Huang, joined Team Trump as trade and technology talks took the center stage. The focus, of course, greater market access for U.S. firms in China, easing regulations, stabilizing supply chains, and boosting cooperation in AI and chip manufacturing as well. With tariffs and EV tensions still looming large, the CEO-heavy delegation signaled a new push for corporate-led diplomacy between Washington and Beijing as well. Let's now shifting our focus to other news right now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today perhaps held separate meetings with Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi on the sidelines of the BRICS Foreign Ministers meet, which is currently underway here in New Delhi. And all this, of course, happens amid heightened geopolitical tensions in West Asia. India is hosting the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting on May 14th and 15th, which perhaps brings together top diplomats from the bloc at a time of growing uncertainty over the conflict that's involving the US, Israel, and Iran. Araghchi's visit marks his first trip to India since the outbreak of the Iran conflict earlier this year, which is very well into its third month, making the meeting with Prime Minister Modi extremely important as New Delhi balances its strategic ties across West Asia, Russia, and the broader BRICS grouping as well. And I have my colleague Aditya Raj call for more on this story. Aditya, we've been tracking the BRICS Foreign Ministers meet very closely here in New Delhi. Take us through some of the key takeaways and also the fact that this meeting is taking place against the backdrop of the ongoing war in Iran.
Well, certainly, Rahisha, the BRICS meeting has been very critical. India, as the chair of the BRICS, hosted this in New Delhi's Bharat Mandapam. The first session focused on resilience, sustainability, and innovation. That's what India has been pushing for. Apart from that, the visiting delegations of foreign ministers of the BRICS countries called on the Prime Minister at Bharat Mandapam. There were individual shake hands and meetings with the Prime Minister as well. Most importantly and most noted was the shake hand with Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran. Remember, it's his first visit ever since the conflict began in the Middle East 2.5 months ago. Apart from that, the Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, was also there. He met the Prime Minister, and yesterday, giving an interview to the Russian media, he had declared that he will come to the rescue of India when it comes to energy security and pushing in energy, pushing in fuel, and India will not suffer with Western hegemonic interests. Apart from that, the second level of the discussions have focused on the multilateral system, which is underway right now. But tomorrow is the critical day when the last and concluding session of the BRICS will be happening at the Bharat Mandapam. Will there be a consensus on the conflicts that are raging? Will there be discussions on de-dollarization? Will there be focus also on the trading systems and reforms within the BRICS architecture is something that people will be looking forward to. But the final joint statement will be the brass tacks of what was discussed at the BRICS. Of course, geopolitical tensions and the economic turbulence has been the centerpiece of the BRICS summit, but the joint declaration will be something to look forward to, whether there will be a consensus or the roadmap to the next BRICS summit.
Of course, Aditya, we'll be tracking this very closely with you, whether there will be consensus or not. But thanks very much for joining us and sharing your insights with us on this. Well, there's lots more lined up for you here on the show on Prime 5, but right now, slipping into a very short break. Come right back.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
Hi, Red, check the audio. Hi, Red, check the audio. Let's do it. Let's start. Big news that we're breaking first here on NDTV.
We know for sure that they have, confirmed their support to him.
We've got a picture of the letter, the breaking story. We're jumping straight into it.
We do not want to be part of an experiment.
Show around and then come to me at the Nehru Stadium in Chennai. Unconditional support.
Child killer of TVK is here with us.
We've got Mr. Dinakaran with us here. Veera, why aren't you also dancing?
Vijay is coming now, TVK chief.
Big breaking story here on NDTV. Nobody else has these details. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the viewership. Thank you for the love.
Excellence measured by those who built it. Presenting the jury of the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Sunil Bharti Mittal, Chairman of the jury. Founder and Chairman, Bharti Enterprises. Noel Naval Tata, Chairman, Tata Trusts. UK Sinha, former Chairman, SEBI. Kiran Mazumdar Shaw, Chairperson, Biocon Group. C.S. Sethi, Chairperson, SBI. Jayant Sinha, former Union Minister of Finance and Civil Aviation. Ramesh Damani, Value Investor and member of BSE. Cyril Shroff, Managing Partner, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Honoring excellence. Coming soon.
महासचिव श्री मुकुल वासनिक जी और AICC महासचिव जो केरलम की जिम्मेदारी है दीपा दास मुंशी जी हैं। अभी श्रीमती दीपा दास मुंशी जी एक महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा करेंगी। दीपा जी। ये सिर्फ घोषणा करेंगे, उसके बाद सवाल जवाब नहीं होगा। इनफॉर्मली हम बातचीत करेंगे, पर अभी घोषणा करने दीजिए क्योंकि इसका आपका इंतजार भी है।
Namaskar. The Congress Legislature Party had met in Thiruvananthapuram on May 7th, 2026 and had unanimously resolved to authorize the Congress President to appoint the new leader of the CLP in the state of Keralam. Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri VD Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP. Thank you so much.
Welcome back. You're watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal, shifting our focus to the state of Keralam, where, and we have breaking news coming in from there. Keralam's new chief minister, that's VD Satishan, who's now been elected, has now denied any rift within the Congress. He goes on to say there is no rift in the Congress party. The Congress party is united. There was a procedure to select the CLP leader. Our CLP meeting adopted a resolution, and he goes on to say that there is no rift within the Congress party. Remember, his appointment, VD Satishan's appointment, it comes, of course, after almost 10 to 11 days after Congress won election in the state of Keralam. But there was a huge tussle between KC Venugopal or VD Satishan. But now, VD Satishan elected as the Keralam chief minister, further denying any kind of rift within the Congress party. Further says that the Congress president, Mallikarjun Kharge, and Rahul Gandhi, with the blessings of them, he will be working for the growth in the state of Keralam. And before we go across to my colleague Aswin for more on this, take a listen to what VD Satishan exactly said for the denying any rift within the Congress party.
Congress party is united. There was a process to select the CLP leader. Our CLP meeting adopted a resolution, and we entrusted the Congress president to decide the CLP leader after a long process. And Congress President Rahul ji, with the blessings of Madam Sonia ji, they have consulted with all the MLAs, MPs, former PCC presidents, senior leaders. Then they have decided.
All right, my colleague Aswin, who's been tracking the story very closely, is now joining me live. Aswin, VD Satishan clearly denying any kind of infighting within the Congress, but we do know that he was chosen after almost 10 to 11 days of all the long discussions.
Absolutely, Raisha. In fact, after the winning also, after he was declared as the CM candidate, he went to seek the blessings of very senior leader A.K. Antony. And the one advice that Antony gave him was, and which we most of us heard, was that the people who are standing with you today may not be there with you tomorrow. Now, that is where he has given that advice, and certainly it was a very tough decision for the High Command. It took them 11 days to and fro. We could get, as and when the updates came, we know for a fact that there has been a huge, it was a difficult situation for the High Command to make a decision finalizing VD Satishan. Now the CLP meeting is, as we speak, the Congress Legislative Party meeting is ongoing at the Legislative Assembly complex, where all the MLAs have come together. They will be now deciding the future course of action. But right now, it's the man of the moment is VD Satishan, and he has to bring a lot of people on board. Remember, there are so many MLAs in this democratic process who had criticized him and stood against him. He has to bring them all on board to run the Congress party's future plan and this government as well.
Right, Aswin, thanks very much for getting us the latest. You're joining us live from outside the Congress headquarters in Trivandrum. All right, let's tell you more about all that has happened in the state of Keralam. Now, after days of intense closed-door meetings and high-voltage political drama, the suspense over Keralam's next chief minister is finally over. The Congress Legislature Party, CLP, has now officially elected VD Satishan as its leader, clearing the way for him to take oath as the state's new chief minister. VD Satishan thanked party's high command and all his supporters for top post and assured that everyone in the party will work as a team for the betterment of Keralam. Meanwhile, KC Venugopal, who was the second top runner, the second top contender, who was also in the race for the top post, has publicly backed the high command's choice, saying he's fully satisfied with the decision and that VD Satishan has his complete support. Satheesan also met senior Congress leaders A.K. Antony at his residence. Take a listen to some of the reactions coming in on this.
Congratulations to you. What do you have to say about this emphatic decision?
I express my gratitude towards the ACC leaders and Congress President Rahul Ji and other leaders. And I dedicate my citizenship to the people of Kerala. We have offered many things. We will work for them. We will build a team and work for Kerala, future Kerala. We will make changes. We will create a new era. That is our task.
So many MLAs have come together. They have a difference of opinion. Now you have to have a challenge to bring everybody together.
It's democratic.
Yes.
Democracy is the discourse. Discourse. That is happening. Congress party is a democratic party. That process has completed. They have discussed with all the MLAs and MPs, senior leaders, and they have taken a decision.
Yes. So a big win for the Congress party. There are also a lot of community leaders also that you need to now meet and bring them on board. Also, big, isn't it?
Definitely, we will cooperate with all of them. I don't have any complaint with anybody. Those who criticize to me, it is their right.
Yes,
it is their right. Now, as not only a chief minister, the opposition leader can be criticized.
Yes.
And they have every right.
What do you think is the biggest
reason is coming?
What do you think is the biggest reason?
I won't be intolerant.
Okay.
I won't be intolerant.
Yes.
I will hear what they are saying.
Yes.
If I have to correct, I will correct.
What is the biggest reason?
They are all senior fellows.
Yes. What is the
senior to me?
What is the biggest reason for this victory? Or what do you think is the biggest reason?
That is Team UDF.
Team UDF.
We work together as a single party.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Wholeheartedly, I am welcoming that decision. I am congratulating VD Satishan for this position. I think that people of Kerala has given a big verdict for the UDF. The government under the leadership of VD Satishan can fulfill the aspirations and promises of the people of Kerala. Certainly, we are totally with the government of Kerala.
Decision has been announced, sir. What's your reaction, sir?
It's a very good decision. We welcome the decision. We appreciate the ICC. Yes.
So what next, sir?
From that, KC Venugopal has got the maximum support in the CLP.
Among the MLAs? Yes.
Yes, one more thing. Both NSS and SNDP has said that you have succumbed the pressure of the Muslim League and Jamaat-e-Islami.
That we will answer. Let me go to Keralam.
Okay.
I will land. We will sit in a party.
All right, my colleague Janendra spoke with some of the supporters of VD Satishan after he was elected as Keralam's chief minister at his residence. Take a listen.
VD Satishan's house in Trivandrum, and here now supporters have gathered and they are sloganeering and they are thanking Congress leadership for the decision, and we can see Satishan's cutouts in their hand. We'll try to talk how happy all of you are after this.
We are so happy because we are waiting for only this decision. This is the right decision. This only the right decision.
Waiting for 10 years for this tenure rule change, okay? Because we have been so much waiting for a regime change, and people have been so much anxious for VD.
Why do you think? Because it took so much time for Congress leadership.
Because VD had to rearrange with UDF support.
We have to pressurize Congress leadership.
And no, actually, it's the people's mandate. He gave us this victory. That's all.
So now, what are expectations from the upcoming chief minister?
100% positive.
This may be the best CM of the Kerala.
Best CM.
He will be the best, yeah.
Yes. What are the expectations?
Best CM. Best CM. Young CM.
Meanwhile, the political heat in Keralam is rising just hours after the Congress picked VD Satishan as the new chief minister. BJP has now launched a sharp attack on the Congress leadership, claiming that they have bowed down to the Indian Union Muslim League for survival in the state. BJP has accused the Congress of appeasement politics and depending on Muslim League support to run Keralam. The BJP says that the Congress cannot survive in Keralam without RUML backing as well.
10 to 11 days, no CM in Keralam. Despite having full majority, Congress is in complete confusion mode. Even binoculars are not helping in finding the next CM of Keralam.
It is clearly evident that the new Congress Chief Minister picked from Kerala was not the choice of the Congress MLAs, but was the choice of the Indian Union Muslim League. Yet again, the Gandhi Vadra family has proven that they listen to the diktat of the Indian Union Muslim League. The remote control of the Congress party and the Gandhi Vadra family is under the Indian Union Muslim League. This is why the Congress party today is nothing short of the modern day Muslim League. The Congress is the Muslim League Maowadi Congress.
It's a very apt decision by the High Command, although they took 11 days, but then they took the views of everyone, including the allied parties, coalition parties, and they actually came to a correct decision according to us, because Satheesan, being the leader of opposition, he was the one who led the elections, he was the one who fought the CPM government, and he was the leader in all sense. So, and the people's reaction, the public opinion, all was completely in favor of Satheesan. And we had made our mind very clear to the High Command also, the observers who came over into Trivandrum. So the people were in fact wanting Mr. Satheesan as the Chief Minister. It's a right decision, good decision by the High Command.
Well, editor-in-chief Rahul Kawal had an exclusive conversation with Keralam new Chief Minister VD Satishan on day of counting of votes after Keralam has finally given historic mandate to Congress-led UDF. Take a listen.
Congratulations. Fantastic victory. Very well done. Explain to us how you made it happen. Mr. Satheesan, you're live on NDTV. Whatever you say is live. So tell us, how did you make this happen, sir?
I'm happy to say that we have predicted that we may get more than 100 seats. Now we got more than 100 seats.
Right. Veera Raghav has a question for you.
Now we are crossing 100 seats. Now
Yes.
we are crossing 100 seats. Now it is 103.
Okay.
That was our prediction.
Veera Raghav.
Sir, how are you?
Hello.
How are you? Now, you remember you promised me that you will come to Kabini and do an interview with me. You like going to the forest? You said you'll come to Kabini.
Definitely.
Are you going to Delhi now or are you going to
Definitely.
Kabini? Are you going to Delhi now or are you going to Kabini?
Definitely, I want to visit Kabini again.
The fact is, your Padyatra had a very big role to play. What's the lesson you think the Kerala Congress is sending to the Congress across the country? The way you're active on the ground, your Padyatra on the ground had a big role to play in this victory, Mr. Satheesan.
Yes, I agree with you. We have very good organization setup. We have built up our organization setup. Definitely, number one. And we have taken some positions. We have taken a pakka secular position. Nobody was ready to take such a position, secular position. Some of the groups declared their support to us, some extreme outfits. We said, no, we don't want your support. We don't want your support. We have taken secular stand, the people believed us. All the community, across the state, all the communities voted for us. Majority community as well as the minority community voted for UDF because Kerala is secular. This victory of the UDF, I am proud to say that this is a declaration of our state that to the entire country that our Kerala is secular.
Veer Sangvi, well-known journalist. Veer Sangvi has a question for you. Veer.
Please.
So everybody talked about anti-incumbency. Everybody talked about what a good job you'd done in preparing for this election. What people did say was that it wasn't clear that you would be the only people to take advantage of anti-incumbency. The BJP, as you know, has had a landslide in Assam, appears to have done very well in Bengal. People said that the BJP was now ready to make a huge mark in Kerala. That doesn't seem to have happened. Why do you think that's true?
The BJP was not a force in Kerala. I already stated that our Kerala is secular. We will never accept any communal forces. This is a declaration of our state to the entire country that our Kerala is secular. Not only the anti-incumbency. Anti-incumbency was a major component for our victory. Definitely, I agree that. But at the same time, we have alternatives. The people believed us. We have made detailed studies, homework, many conclaves, many interactions, and we had definite programs to the public. So we won the election. The BJP doesn't have any say in Kerala. This is not like any other northern states or any other states.
So you're looking very, very serious through all this big victory, rare victory for your party. How will VD Satishan and the Kerala Congress celebrate?
We are celebrating with the people of Kerala. The people are celebrating. We are with them.
What is there for Sadhya today, sir? What are you eating today? What is there for lunch?
All our colleagues are distributing sweets.
Okay, we'll leave it there.
Definitely we should have a Kerala Sadhya.
And you have to invite us for it as well. Please don't eat without us. We'll come and join you and have some lovely Kerala Sadhya. Thank you very much.
All right, that was the exclusive interview of the newly elected Chief Minister of Keralam, VD Satishan. From Keralam, shifting our focus to Tamil Nadu. What else is happening in the state of Tamil Nadu? The post-poll news. Well, the Sanatan Dharma political flashpoint is now back in Tamil Nadu. And this time, the controversy has erupted from within the TVK. A fresh row has broken out after TVK MLA S. Mustafa declared that he had entered the political field only to eradicate Sanatan, invoking Periyar and Ambedkar. The remark has now triggered a massive political backlash. The BJP has now launched a sharp attack on Vijay and the TVK, accusing the party of following the DMK Congress line of appeasement politics. After the political backlash, TVK MLA has now put up a post on his social media, taking a U-turn on his earlier comments, stating that he respects all religions.
நாங்களும் பெரியாரை வச்சிருக்கிறோம், அம்பேத்கரை வச்சிருக்கிறோம், சனாதனத்தை ஒழிக்கப்படும் தான் நாங்கள் வந்து களத்தில் இறங்கியிருக்கிறோம். முதல் சாராய கடையை மூடி இருக்கிறோம். இன்னைக்கு வந்து டாஸ்மார்க் வந்து 717 கடையை எந்த ஆட்சியுமே செய்யாத ஒரு சிறப்பான திட்டத்தை வந்து பெண்களுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, கோவில்களுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, சர்ச்சுகளுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, மசூதிகளுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, பள்ளி ஸ்கூலுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு, பேருந்து நிலையம் இருக்கக்கூடிய குறிப்பாக தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்க அத்தனை பெண்களோட மனநிலையாக
Sanadana, what is Sanadana? The word Sanadana means in Sanskrit indestructible. What is indestructible? Manu Dharma is indestructible, is what they mean, but they won't speak. But the Dravidian movement was started only for the sake of Hindus, that they should understand. 90% of the Hindus were sidelined as Shudras and Panchamas. They were not given education. They were not even allowed to go into the streets where upper caste people living. Against which the Dravidian movement, the Justice Party was started, when we are continuing with that process. We want everybody should be treated on par. That is what Thiruvalluvar said 2000 years back, that all men are born equal. Sanadana is against this concept of Thiruvalluvar. Sanadana is not a concept. The meaning of the word Sanadana is indestructible. What is indestructible is Manu Dharma is indestructible. So we oppose that. Let them say that Manu Dharma is not Sanadana.
और जिन लोगों के मन में है कि वो सनातन को समाप्त कर देंगे, मुझे लगता है वो जान नहीं पा रहे हैं कि उनके घर में भी उनके माता पिता का नाम या तो दुर्गा है, या तो राम है, या तो सीता है. उनके घर के लोग भी मंदिर जाते हैं, पूजा करते हैं. और आश्चर्य का विषय है, वो ज्योतिष शास्त्र में भी कुछ लोग विश्वास रखते हैं. और ऐसा भी मैंने देखा है कि ज्योतिष में विश्वास रख के उनके ही साथी को अपना अधिकारी भी बनाते हैं. तो सनातन तो इनग्रेन्ड है, डीएनए में सनातन है. क्या अपने आप को समाप्त कर लेंगे कुछ लोग? अगर सनातन को समाप्त करना है तो अपने आप को ही समाप्त करना पड़ेगा.
Mr. Udinidhi Stalin wanted to provoke and instigate, Mr. Vijay, the Chief Minister, and he wanted to create a issue on this, and that is why intentionally, with the malified intention, he has started this. So Mr. Vijay should have cleared it on that day itself, day before yesterday itself, stating that the opposition leader should not have spoken about any religion. So Mr. Vijay, who says that he is for every religion, he is for everyone, he should have condemned on that day in the floor itself.
So the mask is finally off. TVK MLA S. Mustafa says that we have also entered the field only to eradicate Sanatan Hindu. First, it was Udinidhi Stalin who said Sanatan should be eradicated, then Congress supported him. 3 years ago also, Udinidhi Stalin had said this. At that time, Congress had supported him. Congress MLA also said that Sanatan needs to be removed from Tamil Nadu, Hindus should be removed from Tamil Nadu, and now this statement has been reiterated by TVK, who claims to be secular. This shows that this entire bunch is a Hindu Virodhi bunch. Whether it's Congress, DMK, Samajwadi Party, Trinamool Congress or TVK, they all believe that Hindu ka karo apman, taki mile vote bank ki dukaan, they are actually nafrat ke bhaijan.
Meanwhile, few days back, leader of opposition in Tamil Nadu Assembly and DMK leader Udayanidhi Stalin has made same kind of remark, evoking a political showdown. Take a listen to that statement.
மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் பேரவை துணைத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றி. உங்களுடைய பணிகள் சிறக்கட்டும். மீண்டும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம். வெல்க தமிழ், வாழ்க தமிழ்நாடு. மக்களை பிரிக்கும் சனாதனம் நிச்சயம் ஒழிக்கப்பட வேண்டும். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Well, after twists and turns, thrills and flow tests, sofas have now entered the Tamil Nadu political battlefield. What began as a curious video outside the VCK headquarters has now turned into a full-blown political talking point after another brand new sofa set surfaced at the residence of senior AIADMK leader CV Shanmugam. The question is this perhaps an arrival of a new sofa becoming Tamil Nadu politics' newest alliance signal? Our next report perhaps telling you more.
First, it was the VCK headquarters. Cameras spotted a brand new sofa set being unloaded just before speculation over a possible meeting between Thiruma Vallavan and Vijay peaked. At the time, political observers joked that in Tamil Nadu politics, even furniture was sending signals. Later, Shanmugam Velumani faction extended support to the ruling TVK coalition. Another new sofa set arrived, this time at the residence of senior AIADMK leader CV Shanmugam. The coincidence has now sparked a political and social media frenzy. While the internet jokes continue, the politics underneath is serious. DMK leader Udayanidhi Stalin has accused Chief Minister Vijay of depending on political bargaining to stay in power. Udayanidhi further claimed the 2006 DMK government was formed through alliance support and not by breaking parties, horse trading MLAs or sending sofa sets. That single line has now added fuel to Tamil Nadu's sofa politics debate.
ஒரு தலைவரோட வீட்டுக்கு ஒரு புது சோஃபா போகுது. சோஃபா பின்னாடியே புது முதலமைச்சரும் அந்த வீட்டுக்கு போறாரு. தமிழ்நாட்டு வரலாற்றிலேயே முதன்முறையாக, இந்திய வரலாற்றிலேயே முதன்முறையாக ஒண்ணு நடந்திருக்கு. என்னன்னா, கட்சி தாவறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே அந்த குரூப் தலைவர் வீட்டுக்கு போய் இவ்வளவு ஓப்பனா அவங்களுக்கு இன்விடேஷன் கொடுத்ததை இதுவரைக்கும் இந்தியாவில் யாருமே பார்த்தது கிடையாது. இதை பார்த்துட்டு மக்கள் இன்னைக்கு என்ன தெரியுமா கேட்கிறாங்க? சேஞ்சுன்னு சொன்னீங்களே, இந்த சேஞ்சுக்கு பின்னாடி மிகப்பெரிய எக்ஸ்சேஞ்ச் இருக்கோ?
So is this all coincidence, routine furniture replacement? Or has the sofa quietly become Tamil Nadu politics' new visual code for alliance talks and power equations? Bureau Report, NDTV.
And well, that's all that we could pack for you in today's edition of Prime 5. With that, we slip into a very short break. Come right back.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
महासचिव श्री मुकुल वासनिक जी और एआईसीसी महासचिव जो केरलम की जिम्मेदारी है दीपा दास मुंशी जी हैं। अभी श्रीमती दीपा दास मुंशी जी एक महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा करेंगी। दीपा जी। ये सिर्फ घोषणा करेंगे, उसके बाद सवाल जवाब नहीं होगा। इनफॉर्मली हम बातचीत करेंगे, पर अभी घोषणा करने दीजिए क्योंकि इसका आपका इंतजार भी है।
Namaskar. The Congress Legislature Party had met in Thiruvananthapuram on May 7th, 2026 and had unanimously resolved to authorize the Congress President to appoint the new leader of the CLP in the state of Keralam. Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri VD Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP. Thank you so much.
Clears the air then, Shiv. It is VD Satishan, the next Chief Minister of Keralam. He has been the choice, Shiv, when it comes even to the IUML on the ground. He's done the spade work over the years. He's being rewarded for that. But this isn't the end to the drama, perhaps, given that you have KC Venugopal, who spent the morning with the Gandhis, and the announcement has been in favor of Satishan.
So VD Satishan becomes the Kerala Chief Minister designate now. He has been appointed the CLP leader unanimously, but unanimously is a word that we don't want to use because we know it's not unanimous yet. There are still discussions taking place. TM Veera Raghav is with us live for a quick first reaction. Veera, as NDTV reported, VD Satishan is the new Chief Minister of Kerala.
Absolutely. I think this is pretty much keeping in tandem with the public sentiment and also the fact that if KC Venugopal was going to be made Chief Minister, he would have to resign his Lok Sabha seat and he would also have to have somebody having to resign their assembly seat for him to contest. And I believe that the thinking on the top leadership was that they did not want to have by-elections at this stage. Shiv, I think this is a categorical decision by the High Command. To avoid a Karnataka-like situation in Kerala. VD Satishan, one of the flip sides of VD Satishan is that there was a sense that he will not dance to every other person's tune. He's somebody who's decisive and may be difficult to contain or control by the High Command. But I think that's a risk that they needed to take given the public sentiment. It would have been a huge backlash had he been denied the Chief Minister's post. So despite the loyalty factor, despite the proximity to the High Command, KC Venugopal, not the Chief Minister, VD Satishan is the man in charge at the moment in Kerala.
Time when we were told over the last few days that there was a lot of support rallying behind KC Venugopal. So like what you're saying here is it's a people's pick, perhaps also keeping the IUML in mind versus the Congress's pick. All right, those are shots also coming in from VD Satishan's residence. Veera, I'm coming to you in a moment from now. We'll go back to
Hello and welcome to Nationwide at 6 with me, Aditya Rajkol. As always, you're watching NDTV, the destination for prime time. But on today's bulletin, we take you to the three biggest stories that are taking headlines all across the country. In fact, the very first here on your screens is India's BRICS power play. Foreign Minister Jaishankar really playing out how the geopolitics is going to pan out, the economic transformation, but also will there be a consensus on the BRICS platform on the global conflicts. We tell you more about that. Moving on the second big story here, Nationwide at 6, Rahul's foreign trips under lens. Now, BJP did a press conference and we get you more details on what the BJP has revealed. The Congress has hit back as well. But is there more to it? We tell you through the bulletin. And the third major talking point has been what killed Prateek Yadav. He has been somebody who's been out of politics, but Prateek Yadav is from the Yadav family that has been ruling Uttar Pradesh for a very long time. We tell you what the autopsy report states, but there is a lot of mystery onto it, and we'll get you more details on that. And of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today held separate meetings with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi on the sidelines of the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting in New Delhi's Bharat Mandapam amid heightened geopolitical tensions in West Asia. Now, India is hosting the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting on May 14th and 15th, bringing together top diplomats from bloc at a time of growing uncertainty over the conflict involving the United States, Israel, and Iran. Araghchi's visit marks the very first trip that he has made to India since the outbreak of the Iran conflict earlier this year, making the meeting with Modi particularly significant as New Delhi balances its strategic ties across the West Asia, Russia, and the broader BRICS grouping. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be also visiting UAE tomorrow, the first leg of his Five Nations tour.
Climate change remains a pressing concern. Our discussions must advance sustainable development while upholding principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities. Technological advancements are reshaping the global landscape. It can be leveraged for good governance and inclusive growth. Peace and security remain central to the global order. Recent conflicts only underline the importance of dialogue and diplomacy. All of us remain in close and regular contact through bilateral and multilateral engagements. Gathering today for the BRICS meeting is, however, a special occasion. It allows us to exchange perspectives and encourages us to develop convergences. And in this complicated and uncertain world, that is of ever greater importance. Excellencies, India's chairship appreciates your support, which has contributed to the steady progress of our work.
Let's remember, India is the chair of the BRICS, and that's why Dr. S. Jaishankar's comments are very much significant to what happens through the day at the BRICS and tomorrow when the joint statement comes in. Let's take you through now two defining images of the day. One, Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, and then Jaishankar, India's External Affairs Minister, who's been creating waves all across the world, meeting Araghchi. Now, what was discussed hasn't been revealed yet, but what we know so far through these images, you know, there was a brief comment that Jaishankar had with Araghchi. It's the first visit of the Iranian Foreign Minister in the last 2.5 months, ever since the conflict began in the West Asia. And then a brief comment with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. Let's remember that Iran is a very significant partner of India. There are historical traditional ties, and India values its partnership with Tehran. Now, apart from the brewing conflict, there is economic turbulence, there is the blockage at the Strait of Hormuz that was discussed threadbare, but Iran did not stop there. Iranian Foreign Minister, in fact, hit back at the United States and Israel on this escalating war and the damage caused in Iran itself. And now taking you through the agenda for the BRICS that's been hosted by India as the chair of the BRICS. The 11 nations and their foreign ministers are in New Delhi discussing this, but what's the key agenda? Escalating crisis in West Asia is the top of the agenda. That is the centerpiece of the discussions. Then further, we'd go to the situation surrounding the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, there's been a blockade that's been underway. Well, the Iranian Navy on one hand, the US Navy on the other, the US Central Command not allowing any ships to pass through. Apart from that, we have the global energy supply chain that has been completely disrupted. You as a consumer, you as a common man has suffered this kind of a situation continuously and are waiting when the Strait of Hormuz can actually be opened and the east and west connectivity has been completely disrupted. Going further, the global trade has been disrupted. As I said, supply chains being disrupted, trade suffers first. And that's why there's been a price rise. Fuels have been, increasing. The gas prices have been increasing. There's been an appeal by Prime Minister Modi as well. And certainly we are looking towards some kind of a peace, some kind of a ceasefire that could resolve the crisis. Then further, we go towards the healthcare cooperation that's been discussed at the BRICS Forum. Remember, these are the countries that are some of the biggest giant economies in the world, and that's why when it comes to healthcare, India can play a significant role, and so can the BRICS nations. Trade among them, healthcare cooperation among them, the top of the agenda. And further, we take you through the sixth point, which is the economic partnership, and that's the crux of the geopolitical tension that is underway right now. And over the last 1 year, we have seen Trump tariffs that have been at the top of the priority for the US administration, but several countries have been suffering continuously. And today, Trump and Xi Jinping have met as well. But will that change the course of the tariffs? The BRICS can emerge as an alternative trading platform, and that's what we could see possibly in the joint statement. Further, we take you through the Global South Cooperation. Now remember, BRICS as a grouping has emerged as a Global South leader. India, in fact, among the Global South countries, is the leader of the Global South. NDTV caught up with the South African foreign minister who also supported India's leadership and how India has supported the rise of the Global South countries and how they need to be treated at an equal footing. And that's the priority for New Delhi. Further, in fact, is the family photo of the BRICS countries. These are the foreign ministers who met the Prime Minister. And tomorrow's the day when we actually come across the final statement. Will there be a global consensus on the geopolitics? We'll have to wait and watch. But certainly on this entire matter, the BRICS meeting, Trump-Xi Jinping meeting, and what the consensus will be amidst the backdrop of the geopolitical tension. Live with us here on NDTV is India's former Deputy National Security Advisor and former Ambassador to Russia, Pankaj Saran. Ambassador Saran, thank you very much for joining us here on NDTV. What's your takeaway from the BRICS meeting that's happening here? Is it merely symbolic, or do you think that this is an important grouping, especially when we talk about the geopolitical tensions and the economic turbulence that we have faced all across the year?
Thank you, Aditya. I think my takeaway is that this meeting is most timely. I'm so happy that India, as the chair of BRICS this year, is going ahead with the entire process and the summary process of the BRICS meeting. BRICS has emerged as a much more resilient organization than many people thought it would. You know, the death knell for BRICS had been pronounced repeatedly by the West. But what is remarkable is that despite all the geopolitical tensions since 2009, when the first summit was held, almost every year a BRICS summit has been held. Not only that, in the last 2 years, it has expanded hugely. So the geopolitical as an organization, I think today is established. You can't other international organization. The question to ask ourselves is why? Why has BRICS not just survived, but it's also flourished and it's also grown? And there is a reason for this, which you have explained very well, that in this period of geopolitical uncertainty, countries want to have a voice of their own, but more importantly, a platform where they can consult among each other and shape their own future rather than leave it to the major powers to shape the future for them. This is the street, the Global South street talking and saying, we want our future to be in our hands. Obviously, there is a power asymmetry. We are not major powers. We are not the United States. We may not be China. But we still have a lot of agency. And so despite the internal differences in BRICS, which a lot of the BRICS critics play upon, there is a certain gravitas and a certain logic which is driving this process. So the fact that we are holding it in the middle of two wars, the West Asia war and the Ukraine war, and while of course as a coincidence the US-China summit is underway, it's all very, very significant. And I think it's just as well that India is the chair this time. We have the ability to bring everyone on the same table. And everyone, by the way, wants to come to India despite their differences among themselves, because they feel that there is something India has to give to the organization, to the agenda.
Right.
So I would say, number one, it is a reflection of the maturity of BRICS. Number two, it is a reflection of India's status, not just as a global South player, but as an international player of tremendous influence.
All right. That's a very important point there, Ambassador Saran, because India has emerged as a country that global powers are looking towards, especially in the last 1 year. When we speak about the tariffs and the economic turbulence, there's been several FTAs that have been signed with India, the European Union, apart from that, New Zealand, UK, Oman, in fact, Israel and Canada, as we speak, are discussing an FTA that could be a possibility in the next few months. But what I want to also understand from you is that, this reminds me of what happened during the G20 in 2023. Many foreign policy wonks said that there's no consensus that can emerge. New Delhi is basically wasting its time, and this could be just another foreign policy gathering. But then emerged Prime Minister Modi and said that a historic consensus was achieved. Now, what happened after that could be debatable. But do you think that the BRICS meeting is only now focused towards an economic agenda, and that is what will come out of it in a joint statement? Or do you think on the global conflict, especially what's happening in the Middle East and the Strait of Hormuz, could possibly have some kind of a role at the BRICS multilateral as well?
Well, clearly the economic agenda is the most important. And I think the Indian chair is also announced that it will focus more on the people-to-people aspects of BRICS and the connectivities that exist. On the political issue and the war and the settlement and resolution of the disputes between the warring parties, obviously there are going to be differences. And you are right, in the G20, we had Russia, China on one side, the United States, Europe on the other. And India was the only country which could manage that, pull out that magical consensus. So I will not put it past India to be able to achieve yet another success like this. It is possible. I think most of the time we underestimate ourselves. The rest of the world does not. It's a problem with us internally, but the rest of the world has a lot of confidence in India's diplomatic outreach, diplomatic ability to deal with multiple relationships, multiple partners, and there is a certain credibility to India. So if we can, of course, this is a foreign ministers. This is all preparatory to a summit.
That's right.
And by the time the summit takes place, which is a few months away, the situation on the war front would have, I think, significantly changed. So let us see what comes out of it. It's not going to be easy, but that's fine, because I don't think there are many easy things left in the world today. I think everything is difficult. There is no simple black and white binary left.
Right. We will see if the war subsides or we have more turbulence to face. But moving away from what's happening at the BRICS, on the sidelines, Ambassador Saran, we have a meeting between Xi Jinping and President Trump as well. And that's historic in many ways. It's nearly coming after a decade. And what we heard through the day was, the centerpiece was trade and Taiwan in many ways. Now, the red line has been put by the Chinese president that Taiwan is the top of the priority. We will not accept any kind of an intervention when it comes to unification of China. On the other hand, there were praises galore for Chinese president by the US President Trump. But do you think this is only bonhomie on display? This is only color, something for the television screens and social media? Or do you think something substantive will come out of it, especially when it comes to the trade, tariffs, and the economic turbulence that we are facing?
I think we should separate the imagery from the substance. There is a structural aspect and a dimension to the US-China relationship, which is independent of individual personalities, as in that of President Trump and Xi Jinping. So that's a separate issue, and that will remain more or less. The Chinese leader also talked about the Thucydides trap, which is actually the real core of the issue of a rising power, pitted against an established power. The question is whether you can actually have a modus vivendi to manage this structural movement in global affairs. On Taiwan and trade, I think there are no surprises. He's been very upfront all through with the current US president, with previous presidents. It's a red line. They've said it. It's a standard position. On the trade issue, let us see. This is an era of deal making. Trump thinks he is the master of deal making. But I think here he is pitted against a very formidable negotiator in China. And it's not going to be very easy. It's not going to be a cakewalk. There's going to be hard negotiation. And we will see at the end of the day what emerges. But remember that there will be more meetings between the US and Chinese leaders this year in the next few months. So yes, this is extremely significant. They're sizing themselves up, and we have to see what comes out of it.
All right, we will certainly see. Trump has invited Xi Jinping to White House on the 24th of September, but both these meetings, the BRICS in New Delhi and the bilateral in Beijing, has had the geopolitical tension at the center stage and, of course, the trade barriers and the tariffs. We will see what comes out of it. But thank you very much, Pankaj Saran, one of the top foreign policy voices in the country, the former Deputy National Security Advisor here on NDTV. And now moving on to the next big story here at Nationwide at 6. BJP has in fact hit out at Rahul Gandhi's foreign visits. The BJP claims Rahul Gandhi made 54 foreign visits in 22 years and alleged that at least 6 of those trips were not disclosed properly and were flagged by the Central Reserve paramilitary force over security protocol concepts. Remember, there are in fact the CRP which gives security to Rahul Gandhi, who is the president of the Congress party. The BJP has also questioned Congress MP's recent trip to Oman, alleging that the trip was also undeclared and questioned who hosted the visit. BJP further claimed that Rahul Gandhi's estimated foreign travel expenditure runs into 60 crores, while his declared income over the years was significantly lower. The party has now, in fact, raised doubts over the disclosures, the foreign transactions, and the compliance with the FCRA and the Home Ministry norms. The Congress has, on the other hand, rubbished the allegations, calling them BJP's bid to distract from the real issues. Let's listen in to what the BJP senior leader Sambit Patra had to say.
आदरणीय राहुल गांधी लगभग 22 वर्षों से इलेक्टेड ऑफिस में हैं। 22 वर्षों से 22 वर्षों में वो कितनी बार विदेश गए, तो अभी तक जो डिक्लेयर्ड है और पब्लिक डोमेन में आया है उस सब को काउंट करके 54 फॉरेन ट्रिप्स बनता है। 22 वर्षों में पब्लिक लाइफ में रहते हुए 54 टाइम्स राहुल गांधी जी विदेश यात्रा पे गए, जिसमें कौन कौन से देश हैं? इटली है, यूनाइटेड किंगडम है, यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स है, जर्मनी है, वियतनाम है, कंबोडिया है, सिंगापुर है, बहरीन है, मालदीव्स है, कतर है, यूनाइटेड अरब एमिरेट्स है। और 3 मई 2026 को एक्स और सोशल मीडिया के पोस्ट पर जो फुटेज सर्कुलेट हुआ, जो अनअनाउंस्ड यात्रा रही, उसमें मस्कट और ओमान भी है।
Well, that was the allegation by the BJP against Rahul Gandhi, the Congress president, on the foreign trips. There's been, in fact, a controversy developing over it. But let's take you through these foreign trips and what we know so far. This is the graphic that is in front of you. This is the imagery of the entire globe where Rahul Gandhi has visited. December 2024, Italy. That's where Sonia Gandhi really comes from. March 2025, Vietnam is the next destination. Then April 2025 in Dubai in UAE. Thereafter, June 2025 in Qatar. That's where Rahul Gandhi visited. In June 2025, he again went to London in the United Kingdom. Further, Rahul Gandhi, the Congress president, visited Malaysia in September 2025. We go further, and this is a little far away. In Brazil, September 2025, Rahul Gandhi was in fact in South America. A little further, he went to Europe in Germany in December 2025. He made a political speech also there that became a controversial speech. In May 2026, and that is this year, Rahul Gandhi visited Oman, and that's where the controversy began. Now, there's a lot of questions that the BJP is asking why that visit happened to Oman. A lot of money was spent there. Who is funding these trips? Is there some foreign entity? And if there is one, why hasn't that really been declared? Now, even as we speak about this controversy, there's been a war of words between the BJP and the Congress party. Joining us live to give us more details on the controversy is Aishwarya Jain, NDTV's correspondent, who's been tracking this story very, very closely. Aishwarya, what are you picking up? There's been charges by the BJP. Have they provided any evidence of whether this is only a political issue targeting Rahul Gandhi, or is there some evidence of funding pattern which has been declared? And how's the Congress reacting to it?
Well, BJP leader Sambit Patra clearly claims that it is a leader of opposition who is a public figure and sitting on a constitutional position, and his foreign tours funding should be revealed to each and everyone. And therefore, the reason Parat Congress party should tell us that the 6 trips, particularly to Oman, the Congress party should reveal it, because CRPF has on one side written it to Mallikarjun Kharge. There was no response from the Congress president on his mystery trips as being claimed by the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Apart from it, why there was no FCRA declaration and why Rahul Gandhi was failed to answer on many of the RTIs that have been filed to the leader of opposition, that what was the motive of this trip. The Congress party, on the other side, clearly stating that the Bharatiya Janata Party wanted to divert the major attention that the Bharatiya Janata Party is facing, the economic policies failure, as Jairam Ramesh clearly stated that there are much more important issues that should be raised up by the Bharatiya Janata Party rather than these old trips of Rahul Gandhi. And each and every trip of Rahul Gandhi is in public domain, but certainly these 6 trips that were undeclared and called as mystery trips, the Bharatiya Janata Party clearly asking questions from the Congress party over it.
All right, a big controversy developing over this. Aishwarya, thank you very much for joining us on this big story and getting us the details. It's brewing into a huge controversy. But what will happen? Will there be a legal recourse where the Congress will, charge back at the BJP? We'll find out. But joining us live on this big story is Dr. Ajay Alok. He's the national spokesperson of the BJP, and Dr. Pooja Tripathi, the Congress spokesperson. Let me go across to Dr. Ajay Alok first. Dr. Alok, there's a charge from the Congress party that, when there should be economy that should be discussed, when there is an appeal on austerity by the Prime Minister, when there is a West Asia crisis, there are 1,000 other things that could be discussed, but you target Rahul Gandhi. Is this merely a political attack by the BJP against Rahul Gandhi, as we have seen over the last many years, or do you really have some crucial, undeniable evidence against the Congress president?
Look, we have been seeing in the past that whenever he visits the United States or London, he has been meeting with all the kind of nefarious elements out there who are known by their anti-India stance, like Lisbon and all, everyone, agents of George Soros. He has been meeting them quite frequently whenever he goes abroad. Now here the question is not that why he went to abroad. As a member of parliament for 22 years, you need, if you are taking any foreign help or any foreign donation or any foreign funding for any of your things, you cannot accept it first. But if you are taking it, you have to give a consent to FCRA. Section 3, you have to take a permission from them, which he hasn't. Second other thing, if he had spent it from his own pocket, he can show it from his bank account, which he has not done. If the Congress party has sponsored the trip, the Congress party should have given it to the ECI. They also have not done. All these secret visits raises a lot of questions. First, where did the funding come from? Why they are funding Rahul Gandhi? I mean, it's a matter of national security, sir. He's leader of opposition. And he's moving here and there, meeting anti-India people. What is he trying to do? Of course, it's a matter that we have raised today, and FCRA and income tax authorities all are going to be concerned, and they should be concerned. And like if an ordinary citizen is asked about his whereabouts and how much he spent during his foreign visits, or who has arranged for the tickets, if income tax declaration is for ordinary person, then Rahul Gandhi is not some god that he won't be questioned.
Right. Let me take that to Pooja Tripathi, Ajay Alok. I'll come back to you. Pooja, how do you see the situation where there's a political attack on Rahul Gandhi, but these are some very serious charges? Now, Rahul Gandhi has been a parliamentarian for a very long time. He's the leader in the parliament itself. He's the Congress president also. And the BJP seems to be suggesting, without saying almost that there seem to be some mysterious foreign organizations, there seems to be some foreign mysterious individuals who seem to have funded Rahul Gandhi. If not, then why not declare where the funding came from?
Aditya, good evening to everyone. I will take a second to correct you. You have been continuously mentioning Rahul Gandhi as Congress president. Since you opened the segment, Mallikarjun Kharge is our Congress president and he is the leader of opposition. Sure. Coming back to your question, this pathological obsession with Rahul Gandhi's peak clownery and an absolute bankruptcy of government priorities. 23 lakh families are affected by the NEET paper leak. Government will not come and do in press conferences or not. Inflation is at the 22-month record high at 8.3%. No, government will not talk about it. We are sitting at the brink of an absolute energy crisis, acute energy crisis, going by the appeals of Prime Minister every now and then. Government will not say a word on it. And rupees at record low, but government will not say on it. But government will be busy bookkeeping Rahul Gandhi's foreign records. And it's just political capital, nothing else, Aditya. If you are so through with the government is with you. You are a government representative. You have a government as center. Go and probe all his, all his accounts, all his declaration. Rahul Gandhi is invited by foreign universities. Rahul Gandhi is invited by think tanks, and the whole itinerary shared by the government well in advance. And when he travels as a personal individual, your ex photos, all those spying that's going around him, and it's all there for you to see. And he doesn't have anything to hide. And if you, as per you, if you have these claims of, this Rahul Gandhi is meeting anti-India elements and he's not disclosing his assets, is not disclosing his funding trail, please go and probe him. Either take action or just shut up. Don't make political crowd when country is facing one crisis or
right.
And this is the same government. I want to talk about, Prime Minister with his 821 crore. You'll say he was in foreign trade, he was engaging. But let me ask you, Sambit Patra posed 5 questions on Oman. What did we get in return to this 821 crore funding that Prime Minister spent?
No, fair enough. If you have something on the Prime Minister, you can do a press conference. It's a free democratic world. But Dr. Tripathi, my question to you is, if tomorrow the FCRA or the income tax authorities or the enforcement directorate comes to Rahul Gandhi, comes to the Congress party and says that, CRPF wrote to you, but you haven't responded. Do you have all the economic details of who funded these trips, and can you respond to the authorities?
Of course, they're more than welcome. The tea is on us, and then I'm sure Rahul Gandhi's every book is clean. He has made every declaration clean, and Sambit Patra is just making a political joke on himself and nothing else. But again, I come to Bharatiya Janata Party's ministers traveling abroad with huge foreign entourages, 73 members, publicity teams, media entitlement, everybody. We saw Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis traveling all the way to World Economic Forum and signing MOUs with whom? Lodha Group, Raheja Group, Panchsheel Group, SBG Group. He would have done very well that in Mumbai itself. Nobody asked them questions on their funding trail, why they have taken this huge entourage around with them and have spent around 32.31 crore and signed commitments, not just MOUs. These are signed commitments with the Indian groups, which they would have done here. Same with Mohan Yadav, same with every CM and every minister. But they'll not question it. And now the biggest question is, this is the press conference Bharatiya Janata Party decides on the day when 23 lakh students are waiting for an education minister's press conference on the NEET paper leak. And this is what they're doing. They are, bookkeeping Rahul Gandhi's passport stamps. And it's an absolute, bankruptcy, I'll say, of priorities. And government, India is looking at you. India is looking at you'll have a potent anti-paper leak structure. You'll have potent anti-paper leak, anti-mafia structure. No. You come and you disclose that Rahul Gandhi ka why? Absolute clownery and absolute...
All right. Let me take that across to the BJP national spokesperson, Dr. Ajay Alok. The charge really coming across on the BJP is that you are trying to divert from the economic issues when, there are various significant issues that could be discussed, but you're coming across on Rahul Gandhi without any kind of evidence. If you have any proof, you can go to the enforcement directorate or the CBI or the income tax authorities. Why don't they summon Rahul Gandhi or take legal recourse if you really have evidence?
What my fellow spokesperson Pooja has said, that could land Mr. Gandhi in serious trouble, because she says that he has been invited by the universities and people to come and deliver a speech. He may be an Einstein, there is no doubt about it. Let him become the Einstein for the Congress, let him deliver the speeches. But the Constitution says that any member of Parliament, before receiving any kind of foreign donation or foreign tickets or foreign kindness, must be reported to FCRA Section 3. If they don't do so, they are liable for an FIR. That's what we have raised today. And tomorrow, if an FIR is lodged against Mr. Gandhi by Income Tax Department and ED and FCRA, don't say that this is political vendetta. Because he is not above God, he is not above Constitution. He has to be under the framework of Constitution. Secondly, why we are worried? Because Rahul Gandhi is in a habit of meeting anti-India elements like Pannu, like Ilhan Omar, what we have seen in US. What he has done with all those things. He meets with the agent of George Soros, who wants to destroy this country. All these anti-India elements, Rahul Gandhi has been meeting on all his foreign visits. He condemns Indian institutions. He condemns India's democracy. He condemns
Indian Supreme Court, Indian Election Commission. So all these things Rahul Gandhi has been doing when he goes to abroad. So these all raises very serious questions about his integrity, about his affiliation towards his own nation. I don't know. These are very serious questions, and we are not diverting or deflecting anything. We are in the power. We are responsible for everything. But if leader of opposition behaves in such a fraudulent manner, it needs to come in front of the public eyes.
All right, let me take the last bit from Pooja Tripathi, the spokesperson of the Congress party. Dr. Tripathi, you know, the charge now coming from the BJP is that it's not just about discrepancy on who is funding these trips, it's also about who he's meeting. They are saying that anti-India elements have been met by Rahul Gandhi, a senior political figure in India. Do you agree that the names that Ajay Alok took, and there are photographs to suggest that, but why did these meetings take place? Is there a certain kind of a political agenda behind these meetings?
No, Aditya, George Soros is their favorite god child. Bharatiya Janata Party, whenever they run short on counterfacts, they are free to name George Soros, and that's everybody sees through it. But here is a pertinent fact: Rahul Gandhi has met Ilhan Omar. Has Ilhan Omar been declared a terrorist? No, she's a serving member of parliament, and Rahul Gandhi met her in an official capacity. But the fact is, our Union Minister Hardeep Puri's daughters has founded a startup which has co-founded a hedge fund called Realm Partners, which was selected by Soros Fund Management. What hypocrisy is this? You're every day, every person in your cabinet, every person in your senior leader, Soros, and your minister's daughter is startup is being funded by Soros Fund Management. And that's where this just exposes them. Rahul Gandhi, whenever he visits, universities abroad, I've said it before also, his itinerary shared by Government of India, and it's in cross-national interaction, which they're free to file an FIR. I challenge them, please file an FIR.
All right.
But then bringing in up Soros for every now and then when they don't have any points to counter is just because, do you believe that if they had any iota of proof against Rahul Gandhi, they would be sitting and doing press conferences? They would have landed at his own house. It's just political optics and nothing else. And
all right.
Let me tell you, government sees through when India is going through an acute crisis on various fronts. Government is, giving travel records of Rahul Gandhi, and what to say to this government.
Fair enough, Dr. Tripathi. You made your counter. The Congress alleges that this is a tactic to divert from the real issues. They're saying there's no hard evidence. The BJP says we have evidence, and there is a discrepancy. Only time will tell if there will be a legal recourse that will be taken and transparent things come out on this entire controversy. Thank you very much to Dr. Ajay Alok and Dr. Pooja Tripathi for joining us. And let's head to a small break, but news continues here on Nationwide at 6.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आग प्योर मसाला।
Hi, Red, check the audio. Hi, Red, check the audio. Let's do it. Let's start. Big news that we're breaking first here on NDTV.
We know for sure that they have, confirmed their support to him.
We've got a picture of the letter, the breaking story. We're jumping straight into it.
They do not want to be part of an experiment.
Show around and then come to me at the Nehru Stadium in Chennai. Unconditional support.
Time killer of TVK is here with us.
We've got Mr. Dinakaran with us here. Veera, why aren't you also dancing?
Vijay is coming now, TVK chief.
Big breaking story here on NDTV. Nobody else has these details. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the viewership. Thank you for the love.
Excellence measured by those who built it. Presenting the jury of the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Sunil Bharti Mittal, Chairman of the jury. Founder and Chairman, Bharti Enterprises. Noel Naval Tata, Chairman, Tata Trusts. UK Sinha, former Chairman, SEBI. Kiran Mazumdar Shaw, Chairperson, Biocon Group. C.S. Sethi, Chairperson, SBI. Jayant Sinha, former Union Minister of Finance and Civil Aviation. Ramesh Damani, value investor and member of BSE. Cyril Shroff, managing partner, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. NDTV Profit, Business Leadership Awards. Honoring Excellence, coming soon.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
महासचिव श्री मुकुल वासनिक जी और AICC महासचिव जो केरलम की जिम्मेदारी है दीपा दास मुंशी जी हैं। अभी श्रीमती दीपा दास मुंशी जी एक महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा करेंगी। दीपा जी। ये सिर्फ घोषणा करेंगे, उसके बाद सवाल जवाब नहीं होगा। इनफॉर्मली हम बातचीत करेंगे, पर अभी घोषणा करने दीजिए क्योंकि इसका आपका इंतजार भी है।
Namaskar. The Congress Legislature Party had met in Thiruvananthapuram on May 7th, 2026 and had unanimously resolved to authorize the Congress President to appoint the new leader of the CLP in the state of Keralam. Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri VD Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP. Thank you so much.
Clears the air then, Shiv. It is VD Satishan, the next Chief Minister of Keralam. He has been the choice, Shiv, when it comes even to the IUML on the ground. He's done the spade work over the years. He's being rewarded for that. But this isn't the end to the drama, perhaps, given that you have KC Venugopal, who spent the morning with the Gandhis, and the announcement has been in favor of Satheesan.
So VD Satishan becomes the Kerala Chief Minister designate now. He has been appointed the CLP leader unanimously, but unanimously is a word that we don't want to use because we know it's not unanimous yet. There are still discussions taking place. TM Veera Raghav is with us live for a quick first reaction. Veera, as NDTV reported, VD Satishan is the new Chief Minister of Kerala.
And welcome back to Nationwide at 6. We start with the breaking news coming in from West Bengal, and this is about Suvendu Sarkar's big order on Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram has been made mandatory in schools all across West Bengal. Suvendu Adhikari, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, junks previous government's order on the national song, and that is the TMC government's version, which was not comfortable with Vande Mataram, and now Vande Mataram has to be sung every morning in schools all across West Bengal. This is overriding the previous directive that the West Bengal government had made immediately and had made mandatory for all schools under Department of School Education to sing the Indian national song Vande Mataram during the school assembly or morning prayer before the commencement of the classes. TMC had a different version on Vande Mataram, and now the BJP government in power for the first time in West Bengal, and Vande Mataram has been made compulsory. It's been top of BJP's agenda, and that's what Suvendu Adhikari has done. Ritik Mondal, NDTV's correspondent, joins us from West Bengal. Ritik, quite something that was expected. You know, Suvendu Adhikari has made this order compulsory for schools all across. What are the kind of murmurs and political reactions one has to expect? Has Mamata Banerjee or the TMC reacted to this? Is this one big political decision that they would be uncomfortable with and perhaps take to the streets?
Well, all the opposition parties, particularly Trinamool Congress and also the Humayun Kabir's party, reacted to this. We tried to reach out both the leaders, the Humayun Kabir and Kunal Ghosh from the Trinamool Congress party. Very surprisingly, they're welcoming this move. They said, and as you rightly pointed out, that the state school have been instructed to sing Vande Mataram in morning assembly every day, and that is being mandatory by the Subhendu-led government. And what the school education department notice to the institute head states that the singing of Vande Mataram during morning assembly prayers prior to the start of classes should be made mandatory, so that the Vande Mataram is sung by all students in all school in the state with immediate effect. But when we tried to reach out to the TMC leaders, including Kunal Ghosh, they welcomed this move. They said that they are closely monitoring all of the decisions are being taken by the newly appointed government. They are not going to immediately oppose any such move. Humayun Kabir went on record stating that yes, there is no problem, and we cannot oppose something which is a national song when it is going to be sung. But from tomorrow onwards, this is going to be sung by all students with immediate effect. We would see that what reactions we get on the ground tomorrow.
All right, Suvendu Adhikari's directive, TMC remains silent, but will the strategic silence really remain? Ritik Mondal, thank you very much for joining us. But the big directive by Suvendu Adhikari isn't the only one. There have been big decisions that have been made. Let's take you through the big decisions of Suvendu Adhikari in the very first week that he became the Chief Minister. Mandatory Vande Mataram in all schools begins tomorrow morning, and that's the big political agenda of the BJP as well. We should be proud of the Vande Mataram, and that will be sung. No loudspeakers at religious places is a directive by the BJP's West Bengal government. That's been in place now, and this directive is being implemented. Apart from that, strict rules for animal slaughter. Remember, this has been a political controversy in West Bengal as well. There have been questions raised against the TMC, and there's been widespread animal slaughter, not just in West Bengal, but in several other states. And this is a directive that there needs to be no animal slaughter. An official certificate needed for slaughter is the directive by the West Bengal government. Taking you further on what the government really is doing, enhanced checks on border to combat cattle smuggling. Now, cattle smuggling is a huge issue all across the border with Bangladesh. That's a huge issue that has developed over the years. BSF security has been a huge political confrontation with the TMC, but with the BJP in power, they're giving land to the BSF. The BSF will have more mechanisms at play, and cattle smuggling, gold smuggling could be stopped completely. So these are the directives that have come in from the entire situation that is developing with the new government in place in West Bengal. Let's slip into a short break here on Nationwide at 6, but news continues on the other side.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Hi Red, check the audio. Hi Red, check the audio.
Let's do it. Let's start. Big news that we're breaking first here on NDTV.
We know for sure that they have, confirmed their support to him.
We've got a picture of the letter, the breaking story. We're jumping straight into it.
They do not want to be part of an experiment.
Show around and then come to me at the Nehru Stadium in Chennai.
Unconditional support.
Time killer of TVK is here with us.
We've got Mr. Dinakaran with us here. Veera, why aren't you also dancing?
Vijay is coming out, TVK chief.
Big breaking story here on NDTV. Nobody else has these details. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the viewership. Thank you for the love.
Excellence measured by those who built it. Presenting the jury of the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Sunil Bharti Mittal, Chairman of the jury. Founder and Chairman, Bharti Enterprises. Noel Naval Tata, Chairman, Tata Trusts. UK Sinha, former Chairman, SEBI. Kiran Mazumdar Shaw, Chairperson, Biocon Group. C.S. Sethi, Chairperson, SBI. Jayant Sinha, former Union Minister of Finance and Civil Aviation. Ramesh Damani, value investor and member of BSE. Cyril Shroff, Managing Partner, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Honoring excellence. Coming soon.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज।
महासचिव श्री मुकुल वासनिक जी और एआईसीसी महासचिव जो केरलम की जिम्मेदारी है दीपा दास मुंशी जी हैं। अभी श्रीमती दीपा दास मुंशी जी एक महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा करेंगी। दीपा जी। ये सिर्फ घोषणा करेंगे, उसके बाद सवाल जवाब नहीं होगा। इनफॉर्मली हम बातचीत करेंगे, पर अभी घोषणा करने दीजिए क्योंकि इसका आपका इंतजार भी है।
नमस्कार।